Douluo, starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, The Eve of Ascension to God. After his soul power successfully reached level 99 and could not be upgraded, Yan naturally heard vague calls coming from all directions. Or resentment, or curse, but more of worship and respect. These voices do not sound real and appear very vague, but vaguely, the two most popular voices can be heard: God of War and God of War. Thor. Yan was not very accustomed to these sounds at first. It took him a while to figure out how to block them with his mental power or to listen selectively. These sounds were transmitted to him and turned into an invisible force that lingered around him. Yan knew that this power was probably faith. What happened in the Night City is spreading to all parts of the Tudor Empire. The faith gathered in him has continued to grow stronger as time goes by, and its gathering efficiency is getting faster and faster. Rommel, when will the enthronement ceremony be held? Yan asked. Well, it will take 5 days at the earliest. Nobles from all over the country must be summoned to watch the ceremony. Unless they are too far away or hold important positions and cannot escape, the others who dare not come should be noted down. Here, we will settle the account slowly later. Give me the list of those diehards, and I'll make a trip. It won't take long. After Yan got the list given to him by Rommel, he turned into lightning and disappeared from the sky. In 5 days, Yan traveled thousands of miles throughout the Tudor Empire, subduing all those who disobeyed and venting the power of thunder to those who dared to draw his sword against him. Later, in a somewhat hasty ceremony, Yan put on the crown. The originally chaotic and separatist situation officially came to an end, and the Second Tudor Empire was established. The previous turmoil brought many military generals to the stage. They relied on force and gained considerable benefits in the chaos. Most of these people themselves are Yan's subordinates, his supporters and believers. They captured it themselves, and Yan recognized it in the form of a decree. At the same time, he rewarded the territories of the families that were destroyed in the war to those who had followed them. His general, Yan, changed the title of the empire's supreme ruler from emperor to god and established the Church of Thundergod. All imperial officials must be clergy of the church. The empire's system was changed to an integration of politics and religion. If officials wanted to be promoted, they had to first raise their level within the church. Yan's reforms did not arouse much resistance. The previous Tudor Empire was shrouded in decline and despair due to the random acts of the Blood Emperor. Social order has collapsed, bandits are rampant, warlords are separatist, laws have become a piece of paper, and spies from the Xiandao Empire are constantly causing chaos. It was Yan who ended it all. To ordinary people, he was the light that illuminated the darkness, the fire in the harsh winter, and the hope in the doomsday. The belief in cleaning up mountains and rivers and changing the world far exceeds the admiration of soldiers he gained through victory in the war as an imperial general. It is the most sincere and steadfast support of tens of millions of people. The massive amount of faith coming from all directions like a landslide and a tsunami almost drowned Yan. On a rooftop, a thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat pinched the monocle on his right eye, outlined the corners of his mouth, and showed a smile. It seems to be quite successful, better than expected. Sure enough, hope in despair is the easiest way to gather faith. Yan should not be far behind in time. Then, who will be next? There should be no more idiots like Yan Jin. If it fails for such a funny reason, I will be angry. Wuhan City, Douluo Hall. The statue of the angel god still has that look of mercy and compassion, but what is different from before is that it seems to have a faint smile. Qiandao Liu, who was wearing a grey robe, stood in front of the statue of the angel god, with 6 wings stretched out behind him, emitting golden light. Divine power surged from his body. The diamond-shaped gem between his eyebrows shines. The power of faith surrounds him and is absorbed by the gem. In front of him was Qianrinxu, who also spread her wings, with divine power flowing through her body and shrouded in golden light. There is a sword in Qianrinxu's hand. It is an angel holy sword taken from the angel temple in the void. Just like Tang San's Poseidon trident and Tang Chen's Shura demon sword, it is the angel god who becomes a god. When he becomes a god, an artifact transformed from his own martial soul. Grandpa, I have completed the 8th test. When will I be able to take the 9th test? Kyan Rinxu, whose soul power was shaking, and who was already above the title Douluo level, asked. It's not the time yet. Firstly, your soul power needs more precipitation, and secondly, your heart has not yet calmed down. The 9th test of the angel god is to ask the heart. If you don't adjust your mental state, it will be difficult to pass. Kyan Douluo had a kind smile in his eyes. Although starting the 9th test requires him to sacrifice his life, for Kyan Douluo, this is his long cherished wish. It is his honor to use his own life to pave the way for the angel god to come again, not to mention that the beneficiary is his granddaughter. Then how can I calm down? Kyan Rinxu asked with some urgency. In response, Kyan Douluo shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what the content of asking the heart in the Shenkeo is, and I can't give any useful suggestions. It's just that my intuition tells me that you are not good enough now. The last step of the divine test is yours alone. No one else can give you any help. Even Grandpa, you don't know. Kyan Rinxu was a little disappointed. Don't be discouraged. I believe in you. But don't be proud, and you can't make a mistake at this last moment. Someone needs to end the chaos in this continent. I believe that person will definitely be you. Kyan Rinxu nodded heavily and said seriously, I will, Grandpa. The Pope's palace, in a secret room in Bibi Dong's room. Dark shadows surged, and a power full of chaos, fear, and violence filled the air. The body is covered with dark purple lines, giving people an evil and crazy feeling. Finally, we have gathered it all. Enough hatred, enough resentment. The power of faith is enough. Only the final 9th test is left. A low voice came from her mouth, as if it came from the 9th overworld, making people chill. Haha. Amon, god of thunder. I will let you know what a real god is. Just wait. Are you ready to tremble under the power of Rakshasa god? At this moment, Bibi Dong's pupils were red. The eyeballs are black, and looked particularly ferocious. A complex pattern spread from her feet. The pattern lit up, and a huge scythe slowly emerged from the pattern. The sickle is purple-black in color, has a long handle, and the blade is even larger. She stretched out her hand and held the Rakshasa demon scythe, and a burst of black-purple light suddenly lit up. The magic sickle trembled violently, and a powerful wave of soul power began to spread. This wave was absorbed after hitting the surrounding walls and did not spread to the outside world at all. A stinging pain suddenly came from her hand, and the Rakshasa demonic scythe shook violently, shaking her away. Bibi Dong took several steps back before standing still. Looking at the scars on her palms, her face showed confusion and resentment. Why? I've obviously gathered enough power of faith. Why do you still reject me? Bibi Dong looked a little crazy. The Rakshasa magic scythe bloomed with a faint purple light, revealing a more evil and ominous aura. Under this light, the pain in Bibi Dong's hand became more severe, making her face twitch. Bibi Dong thought thoughtfully, you mean, my pain is not enough, my madness and hatred are not enough. There was heart-stopping ferocity and determination in her eyes. So tell me, what kind of pain, what kind of hatred, what kind of madness will meet your requirements? GGG. Like a night owl, an illusory and non-existent demonic figure appeared. Bibi Dong's eyes gradually became dull. Memories from the past reappeared in her mind, and she seemed to have returned to decades ago and became the little girl again. A face she never wanted to see again emerged very clearly. Her teacher, Kyan Zhongji. The scene began to repeat itself, and she was dragged into the dark secret room and endured the humiliation again and again. She screamed, she struggled, and she resisted, but it was all in vain. She could only endure the man's disgusting desires without any trace of her. Bibi Dong suddenly opened his eyes and let out a scream, a sharp ghost-like voice that echoed in the secret room. The soul power stirred, causing the secret room to roar continuously. After a long time, she gradually calmed down, gasping for air, her back and forehead already soaked with sweat. Kyan Sunji, the angel clan, you all deserve to die. The dark purple magic patterns on Bibi Dong's body began to shine, echoing the purple light on the Rakshasa magic scythe. GGGG. The illusory shadow, that seemed not to exist once again let out a terrifying laugh. Ice and fire are extinct. The ultimate icy cyclone collided with the ultimate hot cyclone, bursting out with unimaginable power. It seemed that the terrifying aura that could destroy everything spread. Amon's monocle reflected a tornado formed by the intertwining of ice and fire. He aimed at the ice and fire tornado with a solemn expression. Then, his monocle suddenly shattered, half of his face exploded, eyeballs and bone fragments scattered around, and blood continued to flow. He raised his right hand, trying to make the habitual gesture of pinching his glasses, but he froze halfway up, and it seemed that he realized that half of his face was gone. Another Amon stole his injuries, and then used his life force to offset the injuries. After returning to his original state, Amon finally took out the crystal monocle from the void, embedded it in his eye socket, and said TSK failed again. He muttered, sure enough, the divine version of ice and fire extinction is not that easy to steal. Even if it is stolen, it is difficult to store it. If you are not careful, it will backfire on you. Yan Jin put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, you are so stupid, you can't put them together. Why don't you just separate them? I'm worried that the separate ice and fire cyclones will be blocked by the enemy and unable to fuse, or the fusion speed will be too slow and be avoided by the opponent. Then let the two insects of time store a little bit each, and Amon, the aggregation of these two insects of time, rushes over to restrain the opponent and carry out a suicide attack, or lure the opponent closer and then detonate it. Next to her, a group of Amon, who were wearing different styles, different appearances, and different expressions, but all wearing monocles, suddenly showed the same expression. They looked at Yan Jin in shock, and said in astonishment, she was the first to think of a solution? Chapter 302 Tang San, 039, S hunting at sea. The sea breeze blew from afar, bringing with it a burst of coolness, and a ship rose, and fell with the waves on the sea. Tang San held the dark trident in his hand, stood at the front of the ship's deck, and stared into the distance. The sea breeze blew his hair, and his sea blue hair fluttered gently in the wind. During this period of time, including the first Bloodfang lamprey, he had hunted 7 soul beasts, and added 7 soul rings to the clear sky hammer. These soul beasts were of different ages, with 2 of them over 100,000 years old, and the rest were between 50,000 and 100,000 years old. Although it was not difficult for Tang San now to hunt ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts, the problem was how to find them. Even with his mental power, plus the certain degree of control over the ocean brought by his identity as the inheritor of the sea god, he could not lock the position of a soul beast on the vast ocean. So in order to balance efficiency, he had to make some compromises. He did not pursue the best for each soul ring, but chose a more suitable one. Now, he was preparing to attach the 8th soul ring of the clear sky hammer, and his target was the Royal Sea Dragon clan. There are several Royal Sea Dragons that are over 50,000 years old, and any one of them can meet Tang San's requirements. He suddenly frowned, turned around and looked at the side of the ship, walked to the side of the ship, looked at the deep sea, and his eyes were slightly fixed. Zio-san. Daimyo said. The target has appeared. Upon hearing his words, everyone on the ship became alert. They could deeply understand how powerful Tang San's mental power was, and how far he could detect, so they believed his words without a doubt. With a bang, a blue-green, fat-looking Royal Sea Dragon jumped out of the water, revealing a quarter of its body. It exuded powerful soul power fluctuations. Even if you don't know how to judge the age of the Royal Sea Dragon through its physical characteristics, you know that this is definitely a soul beast over 100,000 years old. Humans? I hate humans the most. You damn bugs, cockroaches, scum, sea slugs, lampreys. A series of curses came out of the Royal Sea Dragon's mouth, and Tang San frowned. Does she have a grudge against the lamprey? Mahanjan discovered the blind spot. Oscar held his chin and thought for a while. Senior Heilong said that the Bloodfang lamprey is the partner of the Steel Sea Dragon. The Steel Sea Dragon is a mutant in the Royal Sea Dragon group, and it should have a close relationship with this Royal Sea Dragon. So it and the Bloodfang lamprey are the relationship between the original wife and the mistress? Heilong Douluo nodded calmly. So that's it. No wonder there are many fishing boats witnessing the news of the battle between the royal sea dragon and the bloodfang lamprey. The sea dragon opened its mouth, and dots of blue light gathered in its mouth, and then a blue-white beam of light suddenly sprayed over. Poseidon Guard. A blue shield condensed from seawater appeared and blocked the side of the ship. The beam spread out like water hitting a reef. The royal sea dragon glanced at the seawater shield, raised his head, and poured into the sea obliquely. Tangsen took a deep breath, jumped off the boat, and jumped into the sea. His mental power spread out, and under the influence of the power of the sea god trident, the surrounding water flow was no longer a resistance, but became his help, pushing him forward quickly. Another white light burst out from the deep sea. Tangsen waved the trident, turned his wrist, and drove the seawater to draw a golden circle. Golden 13 tridents, the first style, unstable wind and waves. The white light stopped when it encountered a light circle and could not move forward. Huang Heilang's expression condensed and continued to dive deeper into the ocean. Tangsen suddenly lost the position of Huang Heilang in his mental power. He guessed that the other party should have used some means of shielding his mind, so he waited quietly in place, holding his breath and concentrating, ready to deal with attacks from unknown sources at any time. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and the expected attack never came. Waited for a while, still no response. Tangsen finally realized. It escaped. Back on the boat, Tangsan's face was not very good. Daimube stepped forward and asked, "Zio-san, what are you doing? That guy ran away without even fighting. I didn't show any pressure. Is that soul beast so cowardly?" Tangsen was a little confused. In the deep sea, the royal sea dragon swam quickly along the seabed, cursing. That was the trick of the sea god. It must be right. You still want to pretend to be a weak human to lure me in? Brother Steel has seen the sea god. Do you think I will be fooled so easily? The royal sea dragon suddenly stopped moving, twisted its body, and looked at the man in front of it who was standing in the sea water, looking at it quietly, wearing a monocle. There was no soul power fluctuation on the other party, but he ignored the water pressure deep in the sea. A layer of white halo blocked him, and the sea water, as if there was an infinite distance between the two. Human, you actually chased me to such a deep seabed. Do you think you can eat me? The royal sea dragon's voice was very pleasant, crisp, and pleasant, but with a bit of cowardice. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and said softly, "To save time, please sacrifice a little." The bright starlight lit up, and in the pair of deep black pupils, there appeared endless doors overlapping. These light doors were both illusory and real, and were reflected around the Huang Heilang at the same time. It was horrified to find that it could not swim away. Although its body could still move, and the flow of the sea water seemed normal, it could not move its body half a millimeter, no matter which direction it swam. The surrounding space was in chaos. Go to hell. The royal sea dragon roared angrily, and sprayed a large and thick beam of light. The beam disappeared, and suddenly appeared behind it. Its back was blown open, and it felt a sharp pain. You. The royal sea dragon looked at its opponent in horror. Its pupils were ended with starlight, and its consciousness gradually blurred. A few seconds later, a white circle appeared in its right eye socket. Tangsen was a little regretful that he failed to successfully hunt the 100,000-year royal sea dragon, but he did not force it. For him now, the ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring did not bring much improvement. He was already level 98, and the last spirit ring of the clear sky hammer was left for the deep sea demon whale king. After absorbing the spirit rings and spirit bones dropped by the opponent, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be promoted to level 99, so it didn't matter if the quality of the previous spirit rings was slightly worse. The ship suddenly shook, and a whirlpool appeared on the sea in front, and the figure of Huang Heilang appeared again. Why did it come back again? Yan Jin looked puzzled. I don't know. Tangsen answered casually. He said it, but his actions were not slow. A few seconds after it appeared, Tangsen attacked brazenly. He first used unstable wind wave to restrict Huang Heilang's movement, and then immediately used never return. The golden trident flew out of his hand and appeared on Huang Heilang's body in an instant, smashing it into pieces. Tangsen did not hesitate and immediately summoned the clear sky hammer martial spirit and used soul power to pull the soul ring. The red ring slowly floated towards him, and then suddenly shrank, and covered the clear sky hammer. Tangsun just sat cross-legged on the deck, and began to refine the soul ring. Heilong Douluo and others protected him. After a while, after absorbing the spirit ring, he opened his eyes, and looked at the place, where the sea and sky meet in the distance. There was the habitat of the deep-sea demon whale king. The terrifying existence that almost wiped them out, roaming the sea without a rival, and almost the uncrowned king of the sea. Sea Dragon Douluo walked to Tangsun and asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Tangsun nodded solemnly, "Well, it's better than ever. My mentality, mental strength, soul power, and body are all in the best state. It's time to make a conclusion." Looking at the spirited Tangsan, Xiao Wu raised the corner of her mouth and showed a smile. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, they finally approached the terrifying sea that was daunting. Tangsun turned around and said to everyone, "Stay a little further away. This is a duel between me and the deep-sea demon whale. If you are affected, you will die." Ning Rang put away her martial spirit 9 treasure glaze tower in a sullen manner. She wanted to give Tangsun some additional assistance, but if the distance was too far, it would be ineffective. "Brother San, come on." Mahanjan encouraged. "Come on." Oscar handed over a few sausages made after using the spirit body. Tangsun took the sausage and nodded. "Thank you." Xiao Wu gave him a hug. "Will you win?" "Yes." Tangsun slowly flew into the sky, away from the ship, and unscrupulously exuded his power in the sky. The deep-sea demon whale king is different from the royal sea dragon. Once the latter shows too much power, it may alarm the enemy and scare it away. But the deep-sea demon whale king, the absolute overlord of the sea, will never retreat. Tangsan's behavior of exuding momentum is a provocation and an invitation to fight. In the trench under the deep sea, a huge monster opened its only remaining right eye. It slowly left the seabed, bringing up a large piece of mud and sand, and the sea water became turbid. It swam up quickly, and the melodious whale song sounded, transmitted in the sea water, and reached a very far place. With a bang, a huge creature with a white circle on its right eye rose from the sea, like a small island suddenly rising, and a large amount of sea water flowed down its back, like a series of small waterfalls. The deep-sea demon whale king turned his single eye and stared at Tangsun in the sky, and an even more terrifying momentum rose. Like a tsunami, the terrible pressure like the sky falling rushed towards Tangsun, making him unable to help but change his face. Today, seeing the deep-sea demon whale king again, and feeling the heavy pressure it brought, Tangsun realized how lucky he was to escape from its hands. He mixed his mental power into it, and released a faint divine power with the sea god trident, and pushed back the momentum of the deep-sea demon whale king without showing any weakness. The collision of the two terrifying momentums close to the divine realm caused the clouds to roll back, and the sea to flow. Chapter 303, Ashura Shadow. The deep-sea demon whale king narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Sea god trident. Heh, I remember this weapon. Sigurd used it to blind my left eye. The wound is still aching. You bug. You actually dared to appear in front of me. It seems that the despair I gave you was not deep enough. I should be a little more serious and crush you to death." Tangsun took a step forward. "You failed to kill me last time, which only made me stronger. I'm here to take your life, and use your life to start the last test of Sigurd's inheritance." Ha ha ha. The deep-sea demon whale king suddenly laughed, and said with some disdain, "Take my life. Just rely on you, a little devil. Sigurd himself coming is almost the same. But it happens that swallowing you may help me take another step and step into the realm of God." Tangsun smiled faintly. "Why does Sigurd need to kill you? I'm enough." He waved the Sigurd trident and directly used the second move of the 13 golden tridents, 1,000 years of void. The sky was full of halberd shadows slashing at the deep-sea demon whale king, and countless energy balls appeared on the latter's back, hitting the halberd shadows, attacking from all directions, dispersing them one by one. Although he looked down on it, Tangsun didn't dare to be careless in his heart. After all, this was an opponent that even Sigurd Douluo Poseidon was not sure of defeating. The sea seemed to be turned over, and the boundless waves surged like a tidal wave, as if to swallow everything. Tangsun turned his wrist, and used the unstable wind wave. He wanted to use this to stabilize he stopped that tsunami caused by the deep sea demon whale king, but at this moment the trident in his hand seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't draw the circle. With a loud bang, Tangsun was knocked down from the air by the huge wave, and fell into the sea. The deep sea demon whale king jumped up, jumped into the sky, and then fell into the sea from the sky, crashing towards the place where Tangsun was swept away by the waves. That island-like body, weighing tens of millions of tons, fell like a falling meteorite. Shrek and his party on the sailboat in the distance looked at the huge whale that jumped up, their faces full of shock. Third brother, Ning Rangrang's eyes were full of worry. The huge waves caused by the impact even affected them, and the sailboat was pushed far away. The sea in front was as dark as ink, and the huge pressure seemed to solidify the air. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, exuding an ominous meaning. Mahanjan opened his mouth wide. Third brother is fighting with that kind of monster. No wonder he asked us to stay so far away. I feel that, if I'm sucked in, I will be gone in a second. Tang San's battle with the deep sea demon whale king started a little earlier than in the original novel. Except for Tang San, who made rapid progress under Amon's encouragement, the rest of the Shrek people who had no special opportunities did not even have the qualifications to watch the battle nearby. Tang San activated his god-given soul ring skill See God's protection, but the azure shield did not last long before it broke apart. Even after a defense that reduced the impact, Tang San was still hit and vomited blood. 8 spider legs like spears pierced his clothes, stretched out from his back, and fiercely inserted into the body of the deep sea demon whale king. Under the sharpness of the 8 spider spears, the deep sea demon whale king's thick skin did not cause much resistance, and was easily pierced. Tang San used the sea god trident to dig a deep wound on the head of the deep sea demon whale king, then took out 2 bottles from the 24 Bridges moonlit night, and poured the red and blue liquids into the wound at the same time. This was taken from the ice and fire poisoning the yin and yang eyes of ice and fire. With Tang San's current cultivation, if he had not eaten fire apricot delicate and 8-angled mysterious ice grass to gain fire and ice immunity, he would have to be careful, not to mention that this was directly poured into the wound of the deep sea demon whale king. The deep sea demon whale king felt severe pain, and the ice and fire energy was constantly destroying its body tissues. But after all, it was not one of those evil demon killer whales that died after being touched by some ice and fire toxins. This only made it feel painful, without more substantial injurious harm. Thick blue light beams washed over the body of the deep sea demon whale king, and it was mobilizing the power of the sea to attack. Tang San raised the sea god trident, and the heart of the sea god suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Those thick blue light beams were quickly eliminated by the light, and when they appeared on Tang San, they were just like a breeze on his face. The deep sea demon whale's attack was mixed with only a little of its own soul power, and more of it mobilized the power of the sea. The sea god's light emitted by Tang San just happened to control these. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, and he could not get rid of Tang San's threat, the deep sea demon whale king seemed a little crazy. It jumped high into the sky, and then hovered above the sea. No unparalleled soul power burst out from the head of the deep sea demon whale king, echoing with the clouds in the sky. Countless thunders suddenly descended, filling the deep sea demon whale king's body. Tang San's body was paralyzed, and he had to loosen the fixation of the 8 spider lances and leave temporarily. The energy storm did not stop, but continued. In this terrifying thunderstorm, the body of the deep sea demon whale king continued to shrink. The huge, island-like whale disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man with a simple face, tall stature, and wearing armor. He subconsciously wanted to reach out, to pinch his eye sockets, but he restrained himself halfway up. His hand froze, and he crossed the eye sockets, and put it on his neck in the opposite direction, twisting his neck, making a creaking sound. A demon soul great white shark emerged from the sea. Oh my god, its energy armor. It has really reached the realm of the sea god, before he became a god. If it goes one step further, it will be a true demon god. The demon soul great white shark Xiaobai had originally agreed to help Tang San and fight against the deep sea demon whale king together, but the battle between the two was too intense and the energy impact was too strong, so it could never find a chance to intervene. Seeing that it seemed that it could not help, it could only remind him at this moment, and do what it could. Xiaobe continued. After he turned into a human form, he turned all the energy in his huge body into armor, and he can still exert his original power. You have to be careful, his transformation is different from mine. Because of that armor, he now has both the agility of a human form and the strength of a beast form. It's you, the little stupid fish, that the sea god rode under his crotch back then, as a soul beast, was willing to be enslaved by humans. The deep sea demon whale king glanced at the demon soul great white shark, and the latter shrank his neck in fear. As if he felt a little embarrassed, he mustered up his courage, and glared back fiercely. The deep sea demon whale king glanced at him again, and Xiaobe was startled, turned around and dived into the water, running far away. Tang San's face was calm. Although the deep sea demon whale king was powerful, his main attribute was water after all. He was restrained by the light of the sea god to a certain extent, and thunder was just a byproduct. If the opponent's main attribute was thunder, he might have to consider retreating. Two purple 8-sided plum blossom hammers appeared in the hands of the deep sea demon whale king. The hammers exuded a terrifying aura, and were surrounded by thunder. A deep blue domain suddenly spread out. This was his deep sea domain. Tang San poured the trident into his left hand, put away the blue silver grass martial spirit, and a dark hammer appeared in his right hand. The god of killing domain spread out, and competed with the deep sea domain. The eyes of the two collided in midair, and they rushed forward at the same time. Tang San put the trident behind his back, which was held by the 8-spider lance. He held the hammer with both hands, and used the secret of the great Sumeru hammer taught to him by Tang Heo, exploding the rings. He ignored the backlash of energy, and blew up all 8 soul rings on the clear sky hammer at once. The extremely huge energy gathered in the clear sky hammer, flashing with red gold light. After gathering so much energy, the bad pattern on the clear sky hammer suddenly mutated and suddenly appeared. The killing god domain was filled with blood red. A cold phantom, that was completely condensed by murderous aura appeared behind Tang San. A long sword suddenly broke through the sea god temple, crossed the sky, and flew towards the demon whale sea. Poseidon's face changed. Some time ago, the sea god had sent down an oracle, specifically telling her to take good care of this magic sword, especially not to let Tang San touch it. But at this moment, the magic sword seemed to have its own ideas, directly breaking her soul seal, and also poking a hole in the sea god temple. Poseidon apologized to the statue of sea god, and prepared to set off, to chase the magic sword. A faint sigh sounded in her ears. Alas, no need to chase, it's too late. Shura noticed him. Poseidon's body stagnated, with doubts and confusion in his eyes, and asked, Lord Sigurd, what does this mean? Sigurd did not explain, and ignored her. The empty Sigurd temple returned to silence again. In the void, a man wearing a white robe with gold edges, a trident ring on his head, and a somewhat obscene look on his face, held his chin and muttered, "It's all because this kid is too good." He actually evolved the killing god domain directly into the Shura domain, which attracted the attention of the Shura god. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him hunt the deep sea demon whale king as a trial, and I would have given him the throne directly. Now, he has to compete with the Shura god for the throne. No, we can't let Shura get it first. So the sea god temple, which had originally fallen into silence, was once again filled with a sacred and majestic atmosphere. The will of the sea god descended again. Poseidon knelt down respectfully and listened to the oracle of the sea god. A huge and majestic voice sounded, "My servant, take the inheritance scepter and go find Tang San. After he passes the 8th test, start the 9th test immediately." Poseidon's face showed a look of astonishment, and she heard a hint of urgency in the voice of the sea god. Poseidon was silent for a moment, and seemed to feel that he was a little embarrassed, so he found a random excuse to fool around. "A great crisis has come to your world, and the terror in the darkness is about to emerge. Tang San is a man born for this. He will inherit my glory, and protect all living beings." Bosexi nodded devoutly and said, "Yes. So that's how it is. Lord Poseidon is so anxious for the safety of all living beings. He is really a kind, fair, and loving Lord Poseidon." Bosexi thought to himself in his heart. The will of Poseidon gradually faded, and the sacred and vast aura disappeared. The Poseidon wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, I fooled around. I almost couldn't keep my image, all because of that bastard Shura." A dark place, the blue of ice and the red of fire flashed from time to time. The thin young man in a black classical robe raised his hand and pinched his monocle, outlining a smile. It's really exciting. Well, I don't know if this surprise can satisfy you. It must be very interesting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 The Power of. At this moment, Tang San did not notice that his god of killing domain had changed. He was fully devoted to controlling the energy. After all, it was difficult to control the explosion of 8 soul rings at once, even with his mental power and soul power control level. If he was careless, he would die. Blood flowed from the corners of Tang San's mouth. His right leg bone with healing ability was working at full capacity, constantly repairing his body that was damaged by the excessive energy. Bei Chengxiang and Yan Jin flew in the sky, watching the battle from afar. Looking at the blood-colored shadow behind Tang San, the former couldn't help asking, "What is that?" Yan Jin shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, I haven't seen it. That blood shadow gives people a feeling of wanting to kill crazily." Sea Dragon Douluo looked solemn. He felt a trace of the same majesty as a sea god from the huge blood shadow, the majesty of God. The deep sea demon Whale King was not frightened by the shadow behind Tang San. He raised the corners of his mouth and outlined a smile. His smile only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. The phantom of the Shura god seemed to have self-awareness, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In a certain empty space, a huge figure covered with blood-colored magic pattern armor murmured, "Is it my illusion? That soul beast gives people a feeling that something is wrong." Tang San roared, and a huge hammer phantom emitting dark light appeared behind him. He swung the clear sky hammer from the upper left to the lower right. The deep sea demon Whale King was not to be outdone, and the 8-edged plum blossom hammer in his hand met it, and the two hammers collided in midair. The two forces that had almost reached the god level collided in the sky, stirring up a gust of wind that swept thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky were blown away by the gust of wind, and a deep depression appeared on the sea surface, raising huge waves hundreds of meters high. The sea dragon Douluo in the distance had to reveal his martial spirit true body and use his martial spirit to protect the boat from being swallowed by the huge waves. Tang San spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, and only stopped when he landed near the sea surface. The deep sea demon Whale King was also in pain. His armor was broken into pieces, revealing the body inside, and blood was also flowing out of his mouth. Looking at the energy armor on the deep sea demon Whale King, Tang San's expression became more solemn. He was seriously injured at the moment. If it weren't for the healing ability of the right leg soul bone, he would have lost his combat effectiveness. But the impact that could seriously injure him only penetrated the energy armor of the deep sea demon Whale King, causing some minor injuries to the opponent. Tang San's brain was running wildly, thinking about how to deal with it, but even the strongest attack could only bring this result. This situation made him feel helpless. He took a deep breath, and with a try mentality, he switched his martial soul to blue silver grass, and activated the 6th soul skill. Random. In the depths of the mountains, a thin young man in a black classical robe smiled, and 9 soul rings appeared on his body. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, dark, scarlet, platinum, and gray. The 9th soul ring lit up, emitting a gray light with a hint of evil. Under the connection of fate, the soul skill that had already paid a lot of soul power and was almost ready to be activated was gifted to Tang San's 6th soul ring. Along with it, the message of the effect of this soul skill was also passed on. A sense of enlightenment rose in Tang San's mind. The 6th soul ring responded to his expectations and really gave him the skills to severely injure or even kill the deep sea demon Whale King. He stretched out his hands, thumb to thumb, index finger to index finger, and circled an ellipse. In the ellipse, starlight lit up, reflecting the figure of the deep sea demon Whale King. Then, Tang San separated his hands heavily, tearing the void on which the deep sea demon Whale King and the surrounding environment depended for survival. The space was like glass, with cracks appearing one after another, cracking piece by piece, and shattering inch by inch, as if a house collapsed during an earthquake. The deep sea demon Whale King had most of his body torn apart without any resistance. The energy armor on his body seemed to have no protective effect, and was as fragile as a piece of paper. The expression on the face of the simple middle-aged man froze at this moment. He didn't seem to expect that Tang Sun could use such a trick and end the battle in an instant. The dark cracks kept appearing and disappearing in the places where the starlight shone. These cracks were like the wounds of the world. After a long time, they healed under the continuous filling of natural element. Even Tang San, who used this move, couldn't help but take a breath. What a terrifying soul skill. The remains of the deep sea demon Whale King fell into the sea. He changed from a human form to a whale as big as an island. With a loud bang, the whale fell into the sea and floated up again, and the blood dyed the sea red. Xiao Bei rushed over like a shark smelling blood. Looking at the huge whale carcass, a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "You did it. You really did it. You really defeated the deep sea demon Whale King, this super soul beast that has dominated the sea for countless tens of thousands of years." Tang Sun also fell to the sea surface powerlessly. Although the move just now was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. His soul power was completely drained, and his mental power was almost exhausted. Xiao Bei quickly caught Tang Sun with a gentle stream of water, holding his body, and putting her on her back. She swung her tail left and right, twisted her body, and swam towards the sailboat in the distance. Seeing the sluggish Tang San, Oscar immediately stuffed the crystal caterpillar gut made from the strong golden fly into Tang San's mouth. As soon as he ate the big sausage, Tang San immediately became more energetic. "That's great, you really did it, third brother," Ning Rangrang shouted excitedly. Those of them watching the battle from a distance are very aware of the power of the deep sea demonic Whale King. It is a terrifying existence that can make the sea tremble with every move it makes. "Zio-san, you're awesome." Damu Bei and Oscar gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the person chosen by Master Poseidon, Sea Dragon Douluo praised. "Zio Bei, send me to the corpse of the deep sea demonic Whale King. I want to absorb its spirit ring." Tang Sun said to Xiao Bei, the demonic great white shark. "Okay," Xiao Bei said happily. At this moment, a red light fell from the sky, and the slender blood-red sword inserted into the deck next to Tang San. The rich killing aura emanating from the sword was connected with Tang San's ki, and the blood-red energy surged along the connection into his body. Shura. It's Shura. The moment the energy surged in, Tang San instantly understood what it was. Only then did he realize that his god of death domain had evolved, and thus attracted this Shura demonic sword. At this moment, Tang Sun didn't know that this was left behind by his great-grandfather Tang Chen. Because in order to prevent God Shura from competing with him for the air, Poseidon specifically issued an oracle to tell Boseixi not to let Tang Sun come into contact with the demonic Shura sword. Boseixi obeyed the oracle and sealed the magic sword that he originally wanted to give to Tang San. But when Tang Sun was fighting the demon Whale King of the deep sea, the killing god realm evolved into the Shura realm, activating the demonic sword, allowing it to spontaneously break the seal and come to find qualified people. The power of Shura and the power of Poseidon began to fight in Tang San's body. They were entangled with each other, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner. The violent energy conflict caused Tang San to spit out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to use a Zuanshan technique to control their movement, but at this moment his was completely out of control, as if it was not his own. "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" Bei Chengxiang asked with concern. "Mistress." Damu Bei and Oscar's eyes showed worry. Tang San now felt that all the meridians in his body were about to be broken by the conflict between these two energies, and he could not help but shed cold sweat. He tried his best to control his body and moved bit by bit away from the Shura demonic sword. Seeing his intention, Xiao Wu wanted to step forward to help, but was repelled by the murderous aura emanating from the Shura demonic sword. She flew backwards and fell heavily, but she was only embarrassed and not seriously injured. It seems that, because of Xiao Wu's actions, the speed of the Shura demonic sword's energy transmission suddenly slowed down a lot. Tang San seized the opportunity, cheered up, stayed away from the demonic sword, and cut off the entanglement with it. The Poseidon power that had been entrenched in Tang San's body for a long time finally gained the upper hand, forcing the power of Shura into Tang San's left arm bit by bit. Ignoring checking the injuries on his body, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" I'm fine. Xiao Wu smiled. "Brother, don't worry about me for now, just take a look at yourself." Xiao Wu pointed to her forehead and said, taking out a dressing mirror from the storage ring. Tang San took the mirror and took a look and found that in addition to Poseidon's golden trident brand, there was a sword-shaped red magic pattern between his eyebrows. The two lines are intertwined, giving people a feeling that is both fierce and sacred. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Am I the heir to the throne of God Shura again?" "What?" Damu Bei had a look of shock and envy in his eyes. Tang San explained, "This sword is the Shura demon sword, the inherited artifact of God Shura, similar to the Poseidon trident." He showed a helpless smile. "It is a good thing to be chosen by God, but the problem is that the power of Poseidon and the power of Shura do not seem to get along well. You have also seen what happened just now. I'm not sure whether I can accept Poseidon's smoothly inheritance." Tang San hesitated in his heart, wondering whether he should absorb the deep sea demon whale king's soul ring now. The two forces in the body finally calmed down, and I was worried that the introduction of external energy rashly would cause a riot between the two and lead to unknown consequences. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to continue absorbing it. He needed this nearly million-year-old soul ring to help him reach the 99th level of extreme Douluo. He couldn't give up halfway because of some dangers. After making up his mind, he jumped on the back of Xiao Bei, who had been waiting for a long time. "Xiao Bei, please take me there. In addition, when I absorb the soul ring, please protect me. This is my honor," Xiao Bei said with some respect. Chapter 305 The Ninth Divine Test. Standing on Xiao Bei's back, looking at the huge soul ring in the sky that was almost completely dyed golden, with only a trace of red remaining, a look of determination appeared in Tang San's eyes. He summoned the clear sky hammer spirit, released the spirit power, and began to pull. The huge soul ring slowly floated down, continued to shrink, and was wrapped around the clear sky hammer. The surging energy flows along the martial soul to the meridians and surges throughout the body. Tang San was running the Zuanshan technique with all his strength. With his current state, how quickly could he activate this top-notch technique to absorb energy? But even so, facing the huge, surging and almost endless energy of the deep-sea demonic whale king, he still felt a little powerless. If he hadn't had a complete set of soul bones, and if his soul power hadn't reached level 98, he might have burst to pieces because he couldn't bear the huge energy. I really don't know how that guy Yan managed to absorb such a ferocious beast with such a high age in his 8th spirit ring. Tang San thought a little divergently. The process of absorbing the spirit ring was uneventful, and Tang San absorbed it very smoothly. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The unstable soul power fluctuations caused by the breakthrough were escaping from his body. Its power had reached level 99. Moreover, it was not the first time he entered level 99. Tang San felt a bottleneck. Just like in the past, reaching the highest level of a large level required a soul ring to break through. At this time, he could clearly feel that he was lacking something. God's throne. Xiao Bei used the water flow to throw over a complete soul bone without any flaws and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Here, this is what the deep sea demonic whale king left behind. This was the left leg bone, and Tang San was slightly disappointed. It was not the right arm bone that he wanted to replace the most. However, his disappointment did not last long. He was already lucky enough to defeat the deep sea demonic whale king, and he could not expect more. If he hadn't randomly picked up a powerful skill that could tear apart space at the last moment, he wouldn't have had the slightest chance of defeating the deep sea demonic whale king. While he was happy to have completed the 8th test of Poseidon, a trace of doubt also flashed in his mind. Why were he and others able to escape when they encountered the deep sea demonic whale king before? With the power it showed in this battle, there should be no chance of him surviving at that time. Tang San frowned slightly, suppressing this doubt in his heart. It took him a long time to absorb this soul ring. When he returned to the ship, he found Bo Saxi standing on the deck, looking at him with a smile. Senior. Tangsun was surprised that Bosaksi would leave Poseidon Island and come here. Not only Bosaksi, but also the rest of the Holy Pillar Guardian Douluo came. Except for the Sea Witch, who looked at Tangsun with a hint of hostility. The rest of the Holy Pillar Guardian Douluo looked at him with respect. They all knew that the power of Lord Poseidon would bloom again from this young man. Bosaksi said gently, "You are very good. You have lived up to my expectations and those of Lord Poseidon. Senior, I'm overly praised. Without the cultivation of you and Lord Poseidon Senior, Tangsun wouldn't be where he is today." Tangsun said modestly. Bosaksi shook his head. "Although there are some factors from us, it relies more on your own efforts." Tangsun smiled and asked Senior, "What's the matter with coming here?" "Yes." Bosaksi nodded. "Lord Poseidon personally sent down the oracle. The darkness that threatens the safety of the entire world is about to move. The world needs a new god to save, and you are the destined one. He asked me to come and immediately start the last of the Poseidon's 9 tests for you, which is also the most critical test. Lord Poseidon will personally guide you to face the next test. Are you ready?" Tangsun was shocked. Although he had known for a long time that after the 8th test would be the final divine test, the fact that it came so quickly and so suddenly still caught him off guard. He took a deep breath to calm down the excitement in his heart and nodded calmly. "I'm ready, Bosaksi said calmly. "Then let's get started, Lord Bosaksi." The Sea Witch shouted anxiously. Bosaksi smiled and said to the Sea Witch, "Don't be sad. The moment Tangchen died in my arms, my heart also died. I'm honored to be able to complete the task given by Lord Poseidon." Sea Dragon Douluo glanced sharply at the other 6 guardians of the sacred pillar, knelt down and said, "Better farewell to Master Bosaksi." The Sea Witch shed tears, holding back her sadness, and knelt down on one knee along with the others, saying in a deep voice, "Farewell to Master Bosaksi." When Tangsun and the rest of Shrek saw this scene, they were a little at a loss. No matter how dull they were, they could realize that something bad was about to happen. "What's going on?" Mahanjan scratched the back of his head. Tangsun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior, could it be that, to start the 9th Poseidon exam, you are needed?" Bosaksi's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded slightly. "Don't worry, this is my mission. I have been looking forward to it and waiting for it for more than 100 years. Tangsun said with some excitement. "No, I can't accept such a price." Shut up," Bosaksi said coldly. This was the first time she showed anything other than kindness to Tangsun. "Do you want Lord Poseidon's devotion to you and my devotion to you to be in vain?" Tangsun was silent. After a while, Bosaksi's expression softened, and she said in a gentle tone, "My child, I understand how you feel. I'm very happy and relieved that you care about me so much. You are a good child who knows how to be grateful. However, I have lost all hope. There is nothing in this world worth remembering. If you really want to thank me, then cross this last obstacle and become Poseidon, so that the world can once again feel the greatness and majesty of Lord Poseidon. Protect Poseidon Island. Protect this billions of miles of ocean." Tangsun didn't speak. He looked at Bosaksi and saw the determination in the other person's eyes. After a long time, he nodded with difficulty and opened his mouth to promise something, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, it seemed like any language, any promise is pale and weightless. He just nodded heavily and responded with an unprecedented seriousness. "I understand." A smile finally appeared on Bosaksi's face. In the Wuhan palace, Kyan Douluo looked at Kyan Rinxu, who had washed away all his ostentation and became quiet and peaceful, with a smile on his face. "Am I okay now, Grandpa?" A faint smile appeared on Kyan Rinxu's face. The smile was like the sunshine in winter. It was not blazing, but could illuminate the surroundings and warm people's hearts. Her eyes at this moment were clear and ethereal, with no waves of anxiety or sparks of eagerness. They were full of understanding and tolerance. If you feel it carefully, you can notice that the current Kyan Rinxu is somewhat similar to the statue of the angel god in the Elder Hall. The smiles on his face are full of love and care, which can make people intuitively understand the divine spirit. "Love the world." Kyan Douluo nodded calmly. "Okay, you really did it. I can feel the peace in your heart, like a clear spring flowing from a deep and peaceful pool. Give me some preparation time. Tomorrow. Go to the real angel temple tomorrow, and I will start the 9th test of the angel god for you. Kan. Rinxu nodded. Okay. There was no excitement, no joy, just a kind of indifference and leisureliness that did not take pleasure in things or sorrow in oneself, as if the hustle and bustle of the world was separated from her by an invisible barrier in the dark world. There is deathly silence all around. The sky was shrouded by thick light grey clouds. There was no sunlight, and there was no extra color. The whole world was grey, with only two colors, grey and black. Even the piles of white bones on the ground looked grey because they were covered in dust. The bloodstains had solidified and turned black, and the barren land revealed decay and decay. The corpses were piled up into hills, and the faces of each corpse were full of fear, struggle, and despair. The black trees grow messily, like the claws of a demon. The dilapidated buildings are tilted here and there, half buried in the soil and half leaning on the ground. The surface is covered with mottled black marks, as if telling the pain and disaster of the past. In the center of this hopeless dead world, there is a temple. There is no roof, only 4 pillars standing around, one of which is only half intact. In the center of the temple is an altar. Purple light suddenly shined from the altar, illuminating the temple and the wilderness, adding a touch of brilliance to the world. It's just that this light is neither bright nor warm, and is filled with a cold and evil smell. A long-handled giant scythe gradually emerged, turning from virtual to real, floating quietly above the altar. Bibidong, whose body was densely covered with purple and black ominous lines, and whose eyes were crazy, filled with murderous intent and anger, was breathing heavily and sweating all over his body, as if he had experienced some kind of torture. With a ferocious expression, she gritted her teeth and whispered, Kyang Sunji, the angel clan, I want you to die. Bibi Dong stood up from the ground with difficulty, staggered, and held the magic sickle that exuded purple light. This time, the magic sickle did not reject her, but cooperated with her, emitting a stronger, colder, and more evil light. The night owl-like demonic shadow danced in the air, making a strange laugh of GGG. The Rakshasa god test, the 9th test, begins. The sky above the night city was shrouded in black thunderclouds. Since the ruler of Tudor's Second Empire, Thunder God, came to the throne, the city of night has truly become the city of night, with dark clouds lingering in the sky. From time to time there are electric snakes swimming among the clouds. This power to change the celestial phenomena over a long period of time makes the residents all respect the ruler who lives in the central hall as a god. In a white arched building, Lei Yin sat on the throne, with thunder surging around him, turning the entire room into a sea of thunder and lightning. His eyes were filled with a somewhat indifferent calm. Chapter 306. Sea God. Bosaksi looked solemn, took a last look at the sea, looked at the direction of Poseidon Island, and raised the golden scepter in his hand. Bright light shone from the diamond-shaped gem embedded in the scepter, and the gem seemed to burn. There was a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. 100 years of waiting, 100 years of persistence, finally waited for this day. Lord Poseidon, the world will see your glory again today. A faint golden color rose from her feet. Bosaksi's long hair fluttered, and 9 soul rings floated out one after another. The soul rings began to burn, and the terrifying energy fluctuations dissipated. Sea Dragon Douluo, Sea Witch, Bei Chengxiang and other people who were not in the god test at the moment were uncontrollably forced back by this energy. They flew into the sky and watched from afar. This terrifying pressure even made Tang San, who had become a level 99 extreme Douluo, change color. He felt that he had reached a point where he could not make any progress, and his soul power could not increase, no matter how much he practiced. But there was still a big gap with Bosaksi. The other person was full of the power of the sea god, a power higher than soul power, which permeated every corner of her body, and the soul ring also exuded a divine aura. Poseidon's eyes turned golden, and she stared at Tang San. The 9 soul rings suddenly spread, covering herself and Tang San. The distant sea god temple seemed to be echoing, and at the same time, it burst into bright light. The golden light rushed into the sky, and almost in the blink of an eye, it was transmitted to the sea ship where Tang San and others were. In a golden light, Poseidon spoke in a solemn tone. The sea god is the god who controls all creatures in the sea. As the inheritor, you will spare no effort to protect your people. Tang-san, can you do it? I can. Tang-san answered without hesitation. The sea god is the spokesperson of light. Can you keep the kindness in your heart forever and guard justice forever? I can. Tang-san answered without hesitation. Can you continue to spread the light of the sea god and let it shine on every corner of the world? I can. Tang-san answered firmly and decisively. Poseidon showed satisfaction on his face, nodded, leaned the scepter forward, and pressed the burning diamond gem against the sea god mark on Tang-san's forehead. The glory of the sea god will continue because of you. I'm proud of you, child. A message accompanied by scorching energy flowed into Tang-san's body, and the old and deep voice sounded in his heart. The sea god 9 tests. The 9th test. Begin. In an area shrouded in darkness, a young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye, sat on a huge rock on the top of the mountain. He opened his arms and closed his eyes to enjoy the wind blowing in his face. He was waiting for the sea god inheritance to officially begin. At that time, when the light of the sea god was the most blazing, and Tang-san was the happiest, he would ring the death knell for the other party. It started. He stroked his monocle, supported himself with both hands, and suddenly jumped up, disappearing into the endless darkness of the cliff. Yan Jin, who was standing behind him, also pushed down his crystal monocle, jumped forward, and disappeared into the void. Bosake's soul ring was burning. Her body was also burning, and the unimaginable blazing light surged, illuminating the entire demon whale sea. Even the deepest and darkest places in the abyss, where there was never any light, were now filled with this brilliance. In the light, Tang-san saw Daemube take out a pair of monocles from the void, embed them in his eye sockets, outline the corners of his mouth, and show him a slightly evil smile. A thought suddenly exploded in his mind, making him extremely shocked and extremely panicked. By the way, when Amon occupied the Xingluo Empire and used the Fate Trojan horse to replace Dai Chenghua's fate, Daemube was still in the Xingluo Empire. He had plenty of time to do something to Mubei. It could be the Fate horse or some other ability. In short, Mubei is no longer himself, but Amon, that weird, scary, unfathomable Amon. Tang-san wanted to remind others of this, but suddenly saw Xiao Wu pinching her right eye socket and smiling at him. His expression suddenly froze, gradually becoming dull, followed by endless anger and worry. At this moment, Poseidon burned everything and sacrificed himself to open the 9th test of the sea god. A light gate suddenly appeared in front of Tang-san and swallowed him. And at this moment, the Shura demon sword, which had been inserted into the boat without any movement, suddenly burst into a blood red light. This light was so strong and overbearing that it broke through the light emitted by the sea god inheritance ceremony, broke into the light gate, and sank into Tang-san's body. Above the endless void, a terrifying roar sounded. Shura, bastard. The voice was so strong that even the void trembled for it. Xiao Wu. Tang-san, who hadn't reacted yet, roared and rushed forward. He ran a few steps and then gradually stopped because Xiao Wu had disappeared, and he came to a strange place. The surroundings were azure blue, which seemed to be the sea. Looking up, it was slightly brighter. The sunlight refracted by the seawater, showing fish scales, and the light spots kept fluctuating and changing. These seawater seemed to be illusory, visible but not touchable. Visually, it looked like he was in the sea, but there was nothing around him, as if he was in an endless void. Tang-san immediately realized that this was the place where the sea god inherited. But he had no expectations for the sea god inheritance at this time, and he was extremely anxious. Xiao Wu's last move made him feel particularly uneasy. Tang-san tried to break through this space and return to reality with the sea god trident, but there was no response. He planned to try with his 6th soul ring, but the 6th soul ring seemed to be sealed, and no matter how he called, there was no response. He forced himself to calm down, because Xiao Wu's uncontrollable emotions due to the accident tended to calm down. And his IQ was back online. I can't do anything, even if I go out now. Even if I'm a limit Douluo, I may not be Amon's opponent. The best way is to accept the sea god inheritance first, and then solve Xiao Wu's and Mubei's problems. Thinking of this, Tang-san swam towards the huge palace on the seabed. This is a huge palace, that is more than a kilometer long and wide, and more than 200 meters high. The outer periphery is covered by a layer of golden light shield. The light shield emits bright but soft light, illuminating everything around it. After approaching the light shield, the heart of the sea god on the trident in Tang San's hand suddenly radiated light, forming a light shield around Tang San's body that is similar to the light shield that covers the palace, but smaller, and only covers Tang San. When the two come into contact, it is like a small bubble merging into a large bubble. The light shield around Tang San merges into it, and he successfully enters the inside of the light shield. Tang San continues to move forward, holding the trident, striding in the silent, wide square. 2 gates blocked his way, the gates that were more than 100 meters high, and seemed to be designed for giants. On the gate, there is a pattern carved. The sea god stepped on the waves, holding the trident high, and made an attacking gesture. In front of him, there was a whale leaping from the sea. Tang San realized that the whale was the deep sea demon whale king he hunted. It seems that in the experience of the sea god, defeating the deep sea demon whale king is also a very important and memorable thing. Although the pattern seems very ordinary, it gives people a feeling of being there, as if they have traveled through time and space and witnessed the sea god galloping on the sea with their own eyes. He has not yet become a god, but he has overcome all kinds of difficulties and obstacles, fought one powerful opponent after another, and even the uncrowned king of the sea, the deep sea demon whale king, finally fell in front of him. The illusion disappeared. Tang San stepped forward and was about to reach out to try to push the door, but before he touched it, the door slowly opened. Accompanied by a creaking friction sound, the giant door opened inward. The strong pressure surged from the temple, making Tang San feel like a grain of sand in the sea, small and insignificant. In the sea god temple, 36 huge pillars on both sides supported the dome. In the center was a wide road, and at the end of the road, there was a huge chair, and a giant sat on the chair. The man with a simple face, not handsome, but extremely majestic, was looking at Tang San with a peaceful look. The brilliance in those eyes made Tang San feel a little dazzling. He forced himself to resist the urge to turn his head, looked at him, and slowly walked forward. The pressure around him became stronger and stronger, just like the first test of the sea god he had accepted, the light of the sea god. The difference was that this pressure seemed not to act on the body, but directly hit the soul. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly said, "Lord Sea God, can you open the inheritance as soon as possible? My partners in the outside world are in danger. Your loyal believers, those guardians of the holy pillars, are also facing the same threat." The majestic and oppressive voice of the sea god sounded. "That blasphemer? Don't worry, when you successfully inherit the position of the sea god, you can naturally deal with him easily. Your partners are not in danger for the time being. Of course, the premise is that you successfully inherit the position of the sea god. If you fail, then everything will naturally end." His voice suddenly became stern. "Tang San, since you see the gods, why don't you bow?" Tang San frowned. "Except for my master and my parents, I won't bow to anyone. I am not your master. You are my respected elder, who has helped me a lot, but I have only one master in my life, that is Yu Gang." Tang San answered solemnly, "You mean I'm not as good as a mortal? A mortal like an ant, without the ants you mentioned, there would be no me now. Senior Poseidon, who served you all his life, ended up like this. Gods, have you forgotten the feelings of mortals after being high and mighty for so long?" Tang San faced the sea god with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The sea god suddenly smiled. "You are right. Gods should not be high and mighty, and they should not be without emotions. Keep your heart. Follow your own ideas. Don't bow to anyone, and don't kneel for anyone. Remember, although it is an illusion, it may also be real. Make every choice carefully, and don't let yourself regret it. Go to meet your final test. If you pass this level, you will be the new sea god." Tang San's pupils shrank. The words of the sea god seemed to be a hint. Could it be that the last obstacle on the road to becoming a god is his own emotions? Is it a test of the 7 emotions and 6 desires? Chapter 307 As you're a god. Tang San wanted to ask something else, but Poseidon didn't seem to want to give him another chance to speak. As soon as he raised his hand, he couldn't make any sound, and he was also unable to convey his thoughts through mental fluctuations. Poseidon seemed to be talking to himself. Before we start, let's get rid of some irrelevant people and people who shouldn't be here. You say so, blasphemer. The last 3 words blasphemer echoed in the empty palace like thunder. His eyes became cold and solemn, and the divine power on his body seemed to be real. Tang San's pupils shrank, and cold sweat could not stop flowing down his forehead and back. Under such pressure, even now he could only tremble and tremble. His 2 martial souls unexpectedly appeared uncontrollably at the same time, and his 18 soul rings appeared one by one. A translucent worm with 12 links and a color like the starry sky seemed unable to withstand this substantial pressure, and fell out from the azure bull python's soul ring. Tang San's pupils shrank, his heart filled with horror. What the hell is this? Parasite, Poseidon explained. This is a martial spirit called the blasphemer Amon, a strange insect that seems to be able to parasitize other people's bodies and souls, thereby controlling that person. It is very similar to the ability of the blood red 9-headed bat in the 8th test of the Azure God test, which is the soul beast that controlled your great grandfather. Your friends outside are all controlled by him through this method. When you become a god, you can naturally save them. After hearing Poseidon's explanation, Tang San felt much relieved. However, before he could feel relieved, he saw the corpse of another insect of time falling from his soul ring. Then, the corpses of the insects of time fell down one after another, and Tang San's expression changed again and again, from surprise, to uneasiness, to fear, to numbness, starting from his 7th soul ring of blue silver grass, except for the god-given soul ring and the soul ring of the deep sea demon whale king. There is no soul ring without bugs. Those soul beasts he hunted were all arranged by Amon. Then, he saw that his 6th soul ring had disintegrated and turned into dozens of insects, falling to the ground. Tang San and Poseidon looked at each other. Does this still count as completing the 8th test? Poseidon held his chin, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Soul Master Tang San defeated the deep sea demon whale king who was about to become a demon god, and prevented the disaster from coming. I will be specially rewarded with a god-given soul ring. At this moment, he simply stopped pretending, and stretched out his finger. Countless divine lights gathered together to form a red soul ring, which made up for the missing 6th soul ring of blue silver grass. Tang San, just when he thought it was over, he suddenly felt nauseated, and felt like something was stuck in his throat. His body twitched, and he knelt on the ground, spitting out several worms from his mouth, which were all parasitic in his soul bones, and absorbed into his body. Poseidon raised his hand again, and Tang San found that he could speak. This time, he did not ask questions about the divine test, but asked in a voice that was both horrified and fearful, what the hell is going on? He finally understood why Amon would give those precious soul bones to himself so nonchalantly. It turned out that there were hidden traps. Could it be that he has been plotting against me since the end of the Soul Master competition, and that everything about me is controlled by him? Wait, if that's the case, is Herman really Herman? Could that be a clone of Amon? Did you deliberately lead me to this point? By the way, there is also Clean, who claims to have accepted the Poseidon's test, but none of the 7 guardians of the sacred pillar or senior Bosegsi have any relevant impressions. Could he also be Amon? Is it within Amon's expectation that I accept the Poseidon inheritance, since I will be parasitized, Nubei will be parasitized, and Xiaodon will be parasitized? What about the teacher? Where is the father? Where are Zubeng, the dean, and the elders of Haoshan sect? How many people I have come into contact with so far are themselves, and how many people are Amon? Great fear enveloped Tang San. His whole body shivered, and his face was pale and bloodless. He glanced at Poseidon and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He was really afraid that the middle-aged man with a simple face in front of him would take out a monocle and put it on his right eye. Poseidon didn't know what was going on in Tang San's mind, so he gave him a strange look and frowned. He could tell that something was wrong with Tang San's current mental state. So he reminded, calm down and don't be disturbed. What you need to do now is to devote yourself to the divine test wholeheartedly. Only by inheriting the divine position and becoming a god can you have the ability to solve all this. Tang San opened his mouth and said harshly, I will come to Poseidon Island, and it is Amon who is behind it. I doubt what purpose he wants to achieve through me. Lord Poseidon, you say, I accept the inheritance of the divine throne. Could it be part of his plan? Poseidon's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed Amon for the first time when the vast sea universe cover fell into Amon's hands and the divine thoughts left behind were contaminated by Amon's spirit. His face also became solemn, and he asked a question that he had always ignored. Last time I paid attention to the heart of Poseidon, it was still in Amon's hands. How did you get it? It was sent by Dame Yubei. As the Prince of Douluo, he returned the vast sea universe cover, that is, the heart of the sea god to the Xiandao Empire. But at that time, the emperor of the Douluo Empire should have been replaced by Amon, and Dame Yubei had also been parasitized by him. Tangsun responded immediately. The sea god thought for a while, and said in a low voice, maybe for the position of god. He tried to use his mental power to invade the heart of the sea god before, but was killed by my divine power, so he might want to sneak into the inheritance ceremony by parasitizing you, and then replace you, and become the new sea god. But he still underestimated the power of the gods, as he said, the sea god used his divine thoughts to check Tang San's body again, and paused slightly when he scanned the left leg bone of the deep sea demon whale king. I have checked your body. There are no bugs. You try your best. Pass the god test. Don't let me down, senior. Sigurd, the 9th test is about Tang. Sun was interrupted by Sigurd. Before he finished speaking, Sigurd's eyes suddenly lit up, shining with golden color, and it seemed that there was lava flowing. Everything around suddenly became illusory, and countless golden mists rose up. A golden ball of light floated out from Sigurd's chest, and then the light shone brightly. The whole Sigurd temple trembled violently. After a while, the vision disappeared, the light faded, and Tangsun was gone. Sigurd suddenly showed a somewhat obscene smile. Hey, I didn't say anything. It's all within the scope of the rules. The laws of the god realm can't punish me. Humph. You always take advantage of loopholes. Sooner or later you will break the taboo. I hope you can still laugh when my sure judgment falls on you. A cold snort came from outside, and the whole Sigurd temple trembled. The heavy door was pushed open again, and a figure as huge as the sea god, wrapped in dark red armor, walked in. The wretched smile on the sea god's face gradually faded, and his divine power reappeared. He stared at the figure who was walking in, and said coldly, Ashura, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You interfered in my god examination ceremony and forcibly embedded your own Ashura god ceremony into it. What does this mean? It's just that he happened to trigger my inheritance ceremony. Ashura god replied lightly, you want him to inherit both your and my thrones at the same time. The sea god asked with a frown, why not? He has the qualifications. Aren't you worried that he can't bear it and will die in the assessment? The Ashura god replied indifferently, then let him die. Isn't he just an heir? Just look for him. We can always find him. I think the emperor of the Douluo Empire is also very good. He is almost condensing the field of killing gods by himself. The emperor of the Douluo Empire? The sea god's face sank. Are you talking about Amon? Amon? No. The one sitting on the throne of the Douluo Second Empire. Unfortunately, he is already preparing to condense the position of the thunder god and become a god by faith. I can't choose a person who is about to become a god on his own as the heir. There was a trace of regret in the tone of the Ashura god. What? Become a god by faith? The sea god was surprised. He knew the difficulty of this. Becoming a god by faith and inheriting the throne by relying on the legacy of the predecessors. The difference between them is not calculated by millimeters. The sea god looked at the Ashura god. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly laughed. Since you want him to inherit my sea god position and your Ashura god position at the same time, why not wait here with me for the result? Although the sea god was confident in his own strength and thought that Amon could not do anything under his nose, but when he thought of his weird methods, he felt that it was not bad to make more preparations. After all, Tangsun came to inherit the sea god position, with Amon pushing behind him. Maybe there were other means besides those insects parasitic in Tangsun's body. Leaving the Ashura god behind was also an introduction of an unplanned factor. which could effectively disrupt the other party's arrangement point, since the Ashura god intended to let Tangsun inherit the throne. If something unexpected happened, he would not sit idly by, right? The sea god was calculating in his heart, and smiled wretchedly again, making a he laugh. Ashura god frowned, and had a bad feeling in his heart. What are you up to? Ah, a trick? No, absolutely not. I have always been famous for being honest. The sea god shook his head repeatedly. After a pause, he whispered, however, there may be some minor problems in the inheritance ceremony later. You, the law enforcer of the god realm, have to bear with it. Minor problems? Are you talking about me? A voice suddenly came from the top. Looking up, a young man wearing a black classical robe and a monocle on his right eye was looking at them with a smile on his face. Chapter 308, Inheritance Illusion. Gold, gold, gold. Everything is gold. The dazzling light made Tangsun a little lost. He just felt that he was in a world made up of gold. The sense of confusion and disorder gradually faded, the light and shadow floating in his eyes dissipated, and he found himself on a circular platform. The platform was golden, with a hint of warmth. In front of it was an endless golden ocean, and the sky was also covered in gold. Through the changes in light and shadow, the beach in the distance could be barely identified. He suddenly thought of the road to hell, which was quite similar to this place, except that one was an endless sea of blood, with killing and tyranny, and the other was a golden ocean, bright, vast, and great. From the questioning that Poseidon interrupted him one after another just now, it seems that God cannot completely control his inheritance, or must follow certain rules, and cannot act arbitrarily. Where there are rules, there will be loopholes. If Amon's purpose is really to use me to seize the throne of God, then he may have some backup plan. Tangsun thought to himself. Tangsun focused his sight on the 8 floating platforms diagonally upward from his own platform. One platform represents a difficulty. Just as he was thinking, layers of golden light like waves came over, solidifying his body. Followed by a strong tearing feeling and severe pain, his eyes went dark, and a golden light flew out from behind, and landed on a small platform floating in front of him. It was the 8 spider lance, one of which was dismantled. The energy that imprisoned Tangsun disappeared, and a cold reminder sounded in his ears. Cannot stop the soul bone from being dismantled, cannot leave the 2-meter range of the platform center, and cannot change the main body position of the dismantled soul bone. His soul bones were dismantled one by one, and every time he dismantled a piece, he had to face a test from the 7 emotions. When the left leg bone belonging to the deep sea demon whale king was dismantled, a change occurred. A middle-aged man with a simple face appeared in front of Tangsun, staring at Tangsun with a fierce look. Tangsun's face changed greatly. He still remembered the powerful enemy he had defeated with all his strength. When he saw him again, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, you are not dead. He held the sea god trident and stared at the other party. The deep sea demon whale king smiled sinisterly. Of course I'm not dead. You underestimated my accumulation of soul power over 1,000,000 years. Thanks to you, I was able to come to this place where the sea god inherited. Isn't it desperate? The fruit that I got after so much hardship was taken away at the last moment. Tangsun took a deep breath and suddenly regained his composure, revealing a smile. No need to act anymore. It's useless to me. This is the place where the sea god inherited. Do you really have the ability to destroy the inheritance? It's just an illusion. How can a soul be separated from the soul bone and reappear? What's more, there is the sea god watching. I only need to abide by the rules to pass the test. The sinister smile on the deep sea demon whale king's face was restrained, and he looked at Tangsun calmly. He curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile, took out a pair of monocles from the void, and embedded them in the right eye socket. Then I won't act anymore. Boundless fear surged like a tide, as if to swallow Tangsun and make him feel suffocated. Amon, Tangsun said in a very solemn tone, are you also an illusion? Amon adjusted his monocle to make it stuck in the most comfortable position. Haha, are you stupid? Everything you see is an illusion? How long do you want to deceive yourself? If I didn't have some confidence to replace you in the god-making ceremony, how could I push you to inherit the sea god's throne? The soul of the deep sea demon whale king is real, and I'm real too. Sin was a little unbelievable. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The sea god has obviously explored it. The smile on Amon's face became even stronger. Yes, he did explore it, and he found it. But he only found the deep sea demon whale king, not me. The deep sea demon whale king itself is a test he specially left for his successor. After not finding the time worm in the deep sea demon whale king's soul ring, he was careless and relaxed his vigilance. He thought that I couldn't parasitize a super soul beast that had reached the peak of the lower god tens of thousands of years ago, but, in fact, I can. Humans are such a species that are good at creating miracles. Just a few decades of cultivation can surpass the tens of thousands of years of hard work of soul beasts. So, I successfully sneaked in under the cover of the soul of the deep sea demon whale king. Okay, give up obediently and give me the throne of God. I can promise that, when I get out, I will release your companions and your lover. If you want, I can also let you be my divine messenger. Let you rule the world on my behalf. Amon's earnest persuasion made Tang San's heart move for a moment, but he still restrained himself and sneered. If you can really seize the throne, you won't talk so much nonsense to me. Amon spread his hands indifferently and chuckled. Yes, even I can't easily seize the throne that almost recognizes you as the master, but fortunately, in order to allow you to inherit, its original owner temporarily gave up control of it, which gave me an opportunity. At this moment, the sea god only maintains the necessary and minimum contact with it, so that the throne can be recovered in time. After you fail to inherit, and you, the next Poseidon, have not yet completely passed the test and your control over it is even worse. With your cooperation, I can easily get him. If you don't cooperate, it will only make me more troublesome and more likely to fail. No matter what, your inheritance ceremony will fail due to my interference. Everyone has only one chance to qualify for the inheritance of gods, and there is no chance of a second time. This is a rule. Even if you can stop my plot and sabotage my actions, you still can't become a god. Have you ever considered how I will retaliate against you if you fail to become a god and sabotage my actions? Are you capable of resisting me, our revenge? Think of your partner. Think of your lover. Compromise to me. You can get more. I was almost moved by what I said. Tang San was silent and finally shook his head firmly, and he smiled. Your words are indeed very seductive, but there is a flaw, and that is the deep sea demonic whale king. You said that he also exists. If this is true, then he will definitely find ways to destroy the inheritance, but Poseidon has acquiesced in his entry. This means that he can't do it. He can't pose a threat to me in this inheritance place. Or maybe Poseidon has some backups, so the same. Whether you are a real person or an illusion that appears during the inheritance test, you are subject to the restrictions of Poseidon Island just like the deep sea demonic whale king. The smile on Amon's face stagnated and then returned to normal. Are you sure? You won't regret it. Of course, I will never regret it. Tang San said resolutely point as he finished speaking. The golden ocean below suddenly surged, and a huge golden trident protruded from the seawater, piercing Amon's body and smashing him to pieces. Endless majesty, indifferent and cold voice echoed in this golden world. Those who attempt to destroy the inheritance will be killed without mercy. No. A scream sounded point. It wasn't Amon's voice, but the voice of the deep sea demonic whale king point. After his body was broken, he got rid of Amon's control, regained consciousness, and let out his last cry before death point. The broken soul turned into a stream of light and flew into Tang San's stripped left leg bone. The soul bone transformed into a wildly dancing little dragon. After a while, it regained its composure and transformed into the left leg bone again, floating quietly above the platform like the other soul bones. Seeing this scene, a chill rushed from Tang San's spine to Shinlinge, and he realized that the previous scene was not an illusion, but reality. The deep sea demonic whale king is real, and so is Amon. This is too scary, too weird. Amon actually controls the deep sea demonic whale king. No wonder we were able to escape smoothly when we first encountered that monster, because Amon didn't want us to die and needed me to obtain the Poseidon inheritance. Tang San took a breath. Just now he really almost agreed to Amon's proposal, and agreed to give up the position of Poseidon to him, if he couldn't help but step outside the scope of this divine test. Amon might take his place in an instant, but fortunately, I discovered the flaw in his words, and shattered his conspiracy. Tangsen cheered for himself in his heart. The pain of peeling off the soul bone for the 7th time ensued. This time, it was his left arm soul bone that was peeled off. The 300,000-year-old soul bone that was originally owned by his great-grandfather, and was given to him by Bosexi, in addition to the left leg bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king, and the 8 spider spears that grew up with him. His quality the highest piece. To Tangsen's surprise, the pain of stripping off this time was not as severe as he imagined, and seemed relaxed and peaceful. With a flash of light and shadow, everything around him became illusory, and he appeared in a new illusion. There was a sea of people around, and there was a ring in the center. And another version of himself was standing on the ring, releasing 4 soul rings. 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. Tangsen in the ring was still very immature, but he was also beginning to show his heroic appearance. Opposite him were a group of equally immature boys and girls. This is the qualifying round for the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies. Is this the heavenly Tao spirit arena? A trace of doubt flashed in Tangsen's heart. If he guessed correctly, this last level should test desire, but how could it appear in the Xiandao Great Soul Fighting Arena? Soon, he had the answer. A beautiful woman with long red hair and a red dress appeared next to him. She was very beautiful, but also full of heroic spirit. Her whole body was like a flame, hot and wild. Its rock ember. She looked at herself on the stage with interest. Oh, the 4th soul ring is actually black like me. That's cool, very. But, I like you. When she said this, she had already turned around and looked at Tangsen in the audience. Hey, how about we do something for love? This should be fun. She showed a somewhat naive smile and said to Tangsen carelessly. The surrounding environment was no longer the Xiandao Spirit Arena. The crowds of people disappeared and turned into the Love Hotel, where he and Xiao Wu had been, the one where he and Amy Bei had a fight. Tangsen's face was expressionless. Poseidon, this is how you test desire for me, who can't withstand the test. Yan Jin is indeed beautiful, but she can completely destroy the entire atmosphere as soon as she opens her mouth. Chapter 309. Miss Amon. Looking at Yan Jin, who was approaching him with a naive smile on his face, Tangsen said in a cold, emotionless voice, roll it. Seems you don't like my image very much, so how about this? Yan Jin stopped. Her body twisted and turned into a beautiful woman wearing a black classical robe with smooth black hair, exuding an intellectual beauty. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and as deep as the night. The robe clung to her body, outlining her curvy figure. She took out a pair of crystal monocles from the void and put it on her right eye, with a nasty smile on her pretty face. Are you surprised or surprised? It's Amon. Miss Amon. Tangsen's body froze, and he twitched the corners of his mouth. Is this also an illusion? No. Amon waved his index finger in front of him playfully. Do you think I will appear in the fantasy test that normally represents desire? A wave of coldness enveloped Tangsen's whole body. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the agitation in his heart. Poseidon will not sit idly by and ignore it. Have you forgotten the fate of the previous clone? Haha, I'm afraid Poseidon doesn't have time to pay attention to this right now. He has other things to do. The previous deep-sea demonic whale king was a program that he had preset, and he did not do it himself. Ah, you a woman? Amon pinched his monocle and replied, no, but it could be. This is not important to me. I will appear in this image, and it is also affected by the illusion. Because you have no desire for men in your heart, so I can only appear in the female form. How did you get in? Poseidon checked my body and found nothing missing except for the deep sea demon whale king. And if you got in through me, you should have emerged from my body, rather than the outside world. Tangsen asked with a frown. Of course not. I used other means. As for the specific method, guess it. Amon blinked with a mischievous smile on his face. Seeing such a naughty girl who seemed to be in love for the first time and exuding the temptation of a witch, Tangsen was deeply moved. Isn't it? Do you really think I will tell you? We are enemies. Amon said in a long tone. Amon didn't sneak in through Tang San's body. He had long thought that he couldn't hide it from the other party in front of God, so he made other preparations. Tang San's original 6th spirit ring was given to him by Amon, and he had used Amon's skills, even the iconic ultimate moves such as time rewind and space tear point. Moreover, the skill to kill the deep sea demonic whale king can be said to be killed by Amon and Tang San together. This confuses the concepts of Amon and Tang San, making the two highly related. When a person uses Amon's soul skills many times, and most of the cost of the soul skills is borne by Amon, and absorbs the soul rings produced by the soul beasts killed by Amon's soul skills, how dare you say that this person is not Amon? A loophole has arisen. Amon killing the deep sea demonic whale king is equivalent to Tang San killing the deep sea demonic whale king. Amon is equal to Tang San, so Tang San inheriting the throne is naturally equal to Amon. Mongolian inherits the throne of God. Taking advantage of this logical confusion, Amon deceived the rules and made the inheritance space no longer resist him. Then he used the star insect S ability to move in space and successfully entered the inheritance place point. But since Tang San was still there, occupying the main position, Amon had no choice but to replace the person who acted opposite Tang San in the illusion, and became the heroine in the final stage. Amon chuckled lightly. How about it? Do you want to reconsider my proposal just now and hand over the throne to me? This was different from Yan Jin's active gift. Even if Tang San agreed, it would still fall into the category of stealing. First, Tang San is not the true owner of the divine throne, Poseidon is. Amon obtaining the divine throne in this way is equivalent to stealing the divine throne from Poseidon, and the effect is better. Second, a lot of what Amon said was not true. It was fraud and did not qualify as unsolicited gift or transaction. He can still steal. Tang San closed his eyes, exhaled gently, and drove away the messy thoughts in his heart. You have already said that we are enemies, so just use whatever means you have. He looked at Amon with burning eyes, his eyes clear. Amon made a TSK sound, showing a somewhat evil smile. She opened her mouth, and the countless worms of time in her body spit out words that normal people could not understand. These words intertwined together to form a spiritual, terrifying and crazy raving, which simultaneously sounded in Tang San's mind. A traveler from another world. What do you think made you reborn in this world after jumping off the cliff in ghost seeing sorrow? It's really just fate. Who controlled this fate? The first two sentences revealed the biggest secret in Tang San's heart that he had never told anyone. Combined with the polluting mental fluctuations, Tang San almost lost his mind. He looked at Amon with fear on his face. Could it be that it's you? Amon was smiling. The babble didn't stop and continued to echo in Tang San's mind layer by layer. Actually, I have been paying attention to you since you were born, and the trajectory of your life is all in my arrangement. Remember, old Jack? That was me too. Tang Heo is me, Yu Xiao Gang is me, Wang Sheng, Liu Long, Jiangsu, Jingling, they are all me. Damu Bei is me, Mahanjin is me, Zhu Zuking is me, Ningrangrang is me, Xiao Wu is also me. I know that you have a mature soul in your body, so Tang Heo was indifferent to you when you were a child, but there are always things that children can't do, so old Jack is very helpful to you. Do you remember? I asked you to comb my hair. One word after another formed a sentence, and one sentence after another formed this crazy and terrifying mental storm. These words are of course not true, but with the confirmation of some small details said by Amon and his own ability, these lies seem so real and so credible. Tang San was completely broken. He couldn't accept that he had been living under the arrangement of others since he traveled through time, was born, grew up, and until now, everyone around him is him. His life, everything about himself is false, and it is this person who is acting with him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are lying to me. You must be lying to me. Tang San shouted wildly. Amon's mouth corners slowly lifted up, revealing a smile. Although he said he didn't believe it, Tang San's performance fully explained one thing. He had believed what Amon said. When Amon proposed to let Tang San give up the throne to him for the second time, Tang San refused without hesitation, because Amon stole his trust in himself. He quietly returned the trust he had stolen from Tang San when he talked to him. Before the illusion of the god's test itself has the power to shake the mind. Amon mobilized this part of power through the ability of deceiving the mentor, and grafted it into his own language. The powerful lies, the mental pollution carried by the mumbling, the return trust, the power of the illusion, all added up to completely defeat Tang San's mental defense. However, the god's test did not fail, because this time the god's test was a test of desire, and Tang San did not break the rules, and was not tempted by desire. The god's test judged that he passed. This is the last level. After passing it, he will ascend to the throne of the sea god. The illusion around them disappeared, and Tang San and Amon returned to the golden world, where the god test was, a world surrounded by a golden ocean with a central platform and 6 small platforms as the center. Tang San was on the central platform, while Amon stood on a small platform around it. Amon stroked his monocle, and a dazzling light burst out from the crystal textured monocle. The bright starlight formed a vast galaxy, and countless translucent insects with 12 links swam in the air. The shadow of an ancient and mottled clock rose behind him, and the speed of the pointer's rotation slowed down from normal, and the movement of the second hand was almost imperceptible. An unimaginable vast power emerged, washing everything around. This is the power of time. Amon used the power of the worm of time to delay time, and infinitely slowed down the 1 second experienced by everything around him, to the point of almost stagnation, but he himself was not affected. He leisurely left the suspended platform, and walked to the central platform where Tang San was. The timing is just right. The last moment, before becoming a god, infinitely close to being a god, but not yet. Amon raised his right hand, and pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb respectively. The effect of stealing is the best at this time. At this moment, Tang San and Poseidon can both be regarded as the masters of the Poseidon throne. Stealing the throne at this moment is equivalent to stealing from a strong man who is almost a god and a real god. Tang San's eyes began to become dull, and the starry sky-like colors flowed in his eyes. Amon stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the void. He stole all the beliefs on Yan Jin and the beliefs on Lei Yin that were not related to Thunder God. At the same time, he also gathered all the beliefs directed at himself, whether positive or negative. Tyrant, last monarch, thief duke, thief emperor, blasphemer. He cheated the rules, and twisted all these beliefs into beliefs in the god of thieves. Finally, he walked towards Tang San, and the bodies of the two people slowly overlapped. Tang San's dull eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his head again, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled back, revealing a smile. He raised his right hand, took out a pair of monocles from the void, and embedded them in his right eye socket. His flesh began to wriggle, and his body twisted. The original Tang San disappeared, replaced by a thin young man wearing a black ancient robe and a pointed soft hat of the same color. Chapter 310. I will not allow others to become gods before me. Wuhan City, Elder Hall. Kyan Douluo sat on his knees in front of the statue of the angel god, closing his eyes and praying. His aura became more peaceful and sacred, with a divinity and indifference that was not like the human world. The door creaked open. Kyan Douluo opened his eyes and asked calmly, "What do you want?" Kyan Jin, who was wearing a white robe embroidered with gold, and Jiang Mo, who was wearing a red robe embroidered with silver, walked in one after another. Kyan Jin asked, "Is the young lady going to accept the final inheritance from the angel god recently?" Jiang Mo asked hesitantly, "Then I will enshrine you." Understanding what he wanted to ask, Kyan Douluo responded, "Yes, I will die, but in order to restore the glory of the angel god, some sacrifices are necessary. This is my honor." "Where did you know that?" This point, Kyan Jin replied, "After living for so many years, I can always learn more about something, and find legends about gods from some clues." Jiang Mo continued, "Furthermore, your recent behavior, great worshipper, is very strange. It seems a bit like you are preparing for the funeral." Kyan Douluo shook his head and laughed. "Is it that obvious? From now on, the guard duty of Wuhan City will be handed over to you two. We must not let Xiaoxiao cause trouble here." Golden Crocodile follows Bibidang, and is stationed in Xiandao City. At this time, the strongest combat power in the Wuhan Palace, besides Kyan Douluo and Kyan Ringsu, is the two of them. When the two of them join forces, even Guangling, King Luan, and Xiangxi, whose soul powers are higher than Th's, are no match. Now, Yan Jin concentrated slightly. Well, after a while, I will go to start the final test for Zua. Yan Douluo nodded. It's all put together. It seems I have to do something. Demon conquering Douluo's voice changed. Yan Douluo's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. He stood up and faced Yan Jin and Jiangmo. Who are you? Where did Yan Jin and Jiangmo go? Yan Jin and Jiangmo simultaneously took out a pair of monocles from the void and put them on their right eyes. They raised the corners of their mouths and sketched a smile. Their expressions, demeanor, and movements were completely consistent and synchronized as if they were one person. Long time no see. Great tribute. A voice completely different from his came out from Yan Jin's mouth. Listening to this slightly familiar voice, Yan Douluo's expression turned solemn. Amon, yes, it's me. Conquer the demon responded. Sure. Enough. You are not dead yet. What happened in the night city was just a show. If you don't collect your faith and prepare to gather your divine status, what are you doing in the spirit hall? Yan Douluo's tone was a little cold. Yan Jin said, you should have guessed what kind of god I want to gather. Naturally it is to steal something. Showing things openly is not the behavior of thieves. Yan Douluo said in a deep voice. Amon controlled Yan Jin's body and stroked his monocle. Oh, how do you know that I didn't send a clone to come over? What is my other clone doing while I'm chatting with you here, Xiangxi? Yan Douluo's expression changed. Just as he was about to use sound transmission to contact Xiangxi, he saw that the surrounding environment had changed and bones were pouring towards him. They covered the walls, climbed up the pillars supporting the hall, and were embedded in the dome. Gazing at the center from all sides with empty eyes, the entire hall also became emptier and wider church of bones, but compared to the bone cathedral that accommodated the entire utopia, this church was obviously much smaller. This was specially cut and separated by Amon from the cathedral because he guessed that when the body enters the place where the inheritance ceremony is, some things may not be interoperable. The domain space of the soul bone, the connection of destiny, etc. will be restricted, and the facts prove that this is indeed the case. Field. Yan Douluo frowned. What a strange field. It doesn't have the ability to increase oneself or weaken the opponent. It seems to be just used to trap people. It is enough to be able to trap a person and cut him off from the outside world. At the same level, the more single the function, the more powerful and difficult it is to defeat. Conquering demons said with a smile. Speaking of which, we haven't fought each other yet, and I've been curious about you for a long time. So let me see how graceful a hero is who stirred up the world and brought this era to this level. Yan Douluo said. Golden flames burned in his eyes. 3 pairs of wings appeared behind him, and he could vaguely see a huge blurry figure behind him. Amon controlled the bodies of Yan Jin and Jiangmo to distance themselves. He is just a clone, and without the remote support of his main body, he cannot yet confront Yan Douluo head on. A crow with a white circle on its right eye flew towards Xiangxi. Xiangxi looked at the bird approaching her and was slightly confused. Who, Lena's pet? Isn't she handling government affairs for her mother in Wuhan City? When did she come back? At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of danger. The crow suddenly burst out with an astonishing wave of soul power and came to her from dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. Its time seemed to speed up so fast that Xiangxi, who had become an ultimate Douluo, had no time to respond and was pierced through the abdomen. Xiangxi's pupils shrank. Although she had only been an ultimate Douluo for a short time and could not mobilize her power freely, she could not be hurt by just any person or spirit beast. She wanted to use the power of angels to heal her wounds, but she found that there was an invisible force surrounding the wounds, making the healing power of angels ineffective. Moreover, this force was centered on the wounds and spread throughout her body, making it impossible for her to remove it by cutting off part of her body tissue. Who? Lena? No, she doesn't have this ability yet. Who are you? Yan Rinxu's first reaction was that Hulina wanted to harm her for the position of Pope, but she ruled out this possibility after a second thought. She covered her wounds with one hand and held a sword with the other, with 6 wings spread out behind her, staring at the crow and shouting. The crow stroked its right eye with its wings and gave her a slightly mocking smile. This look and this action made Yan Rinxu suddenly think of a fearful person. And she said in a low voice, Amon. The crow looked at the clock shadow that only Yan Rinxu could see on her wounds and nodded with satisfaction. This is the ability he saved by stealing after using the main body, which can delay time and slow down the recovery of wounds in the desolate and dead space. Baby Dong, whose body was covered with black and purple lines, held the Rakshasa demon scythe, her face pale, as if she had just experienced something extremely painful. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a figure walking in the wilderness on the left. She cheered up and prepared to face the person. It was a thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat. He seemed to walk very slowly, but the space seemed to be chaotic and there was an error, allowing him to move dozens of meters with one step. He soon came to Bibi Dong and looked her up and down. TSK. Although the appearance is still not very good, it is at least much better than the big spider form. Bibi Dong looked alert and asked in a bad tone, how did you get in? What are you doing here? Amon chuckled and said, you can get the inheritance of the Rakshasa god and enter this space, so why can't I? The inheritance of the Rakshasa god is the same as that of the Asura god. The inheritance is to select the heir by casting a wide net. He did not have any inheritance of the Rakshasa god, but cheated the rules to enter here. Amon once cooperated with Bibi Dong to help her hunt suitable soul beasts in the beastside. The soul beast he helped her hunt was also called Amon Beast. There were time worms lurking in both of its soul rings. What did you say? Bibi Dong was surprised. She looked at the shadowy night owl-like shadow in the sky with a questioning look in her eyes. The illusory shadow was also stunned at this moment. Just now, for a moment, it really felt the breath of the Rakshasa god's inheritance from Amon. Although it flashed by, although it was extremely weak, but it was indeed the breath of the Rakshasa god inheritance. That was exactly the same as Bibi Dong's. Amon pinched his monocle and laughed. I'm kidding. I don't have any Rakshasa god inheritance. No more nonsense. Let's fight. Bibi Dong's eyes revealed a strong doubt. Amon didn't look like someone who would fight openly. She had the same illusion as Tang San, thinking that this was Amon's phantom in the god test, not a real existence. The throne of the thunder god in the night city. Lei Yin sat on the silver white chair, and endless thunder flashed. Electric snakes wandered on the pillars, dome, and arches of the hall. The hall was not fully enclosed. There was a circular hole on the roof. Looking through the hole, you could see the thick thunder clouds in the sky. Rommel walked slowly from the gate, his legs covered with a layer of barrier to protect himself from the lightning wandering on the ground. He smiled and asked, are you going to try to become a god through faith? Yes, it's almost time. Although I'm not sure, I have to try. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Rommel said, I think you should slow down a little and postpone it for a while. Lei Yin narrowed his eyes and stared at Rommel. You mean, or that person's? Rommel raised the corners of his mouth, outlined a smile, took out a pair of crystal textured monocles from the void, and put them on his right eye. Of course it's my idea. Lei Yin's face became serious. How did my sister die? Rommel chuckled. He who said your sister died? Otherwise, think about it carefully. Lei Yin's expression froze, thinking back to the conversation between him and Amon that night. Maybe, it seemed, Amon really didn't say Yan Jin is dead or something like that. Apart from being embarrassed, he asked a little excitedly, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. At least, she's not dead yet. Okay, I'll try to postpone it. Lei Yin nodded seriously. After a pause, he suddenly said to Rommel, take off your ridiculous glasses. You don't look like the captain at all. Hey, when did you know I was pretending to be the captain? Rommel took off his monocle and asked curiously, your temperament that makes people want to beat you up has not been restrained at all. Lei Yin said with a hint of smile. Is that so? Rommel wiped his monocle with silk and put it on again. He forced a smile. Is it possible that I was pretending to be Rommel pretending to be me, looking At Rommel, whose temperament had become deep and mysterious, Yan felt a chill in his heart and said softly, Amon, it has always been part of Amon's strategic needs to control the progress of each person who has the qualifications to become a god and to make the time for them to become gods as close as possible. But maybe the control effect was a little too good. Tang-san, Kyan Ring-su, Babydong, and Yan almost took that step one after another in 2 or 3 days because the time is too close. It also does not meet Amon's needs. At best, he would choose one of them to try to steal, but he couldn't attack everyone at the same time. But now, if the attempt fails, there will be no chance to try again. So after Tang-san started the 9th test, his main body and most of his clones turned their attention to the Poseidon test, preparing to act according to the original plan. At the same time, clones were sent to invade Babydong's 9th god exam and delay her progress, injuring Kyan Ring-su and Kyan Douluo, caused their status to decline and delayed the start of the 9th test. Use Yan Jin's news to make Yan temporarily obey his arrangements and prevent him from believing in becoming a god. All of this is for one thing, and it is also the result of the All-Mongolian referendum since the beginning. Before I become a god, I will not allow others to become gods. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Operation God Hunting. In the Sea God's Inheritance Hall, Amon sat on the raised decoration of the giant column supporting the dome, and Yan Jin stood behind him. The two looked at the two giants below with interest. Yan Jin was amazed. Wow, can the body become so big after becoming a god? Well, although it is still much smaller than the mysterious Amon and Amanesis, it's you, the blasphemer. The sea god said coldly. Long time no see, or first meeting, Lord Sea God. Amon greeted with a smile. Sure, a god frowned. Is this the little accident you mentioned? A soul master who is only one step away from condensing the position of god. If I'm not mistaken, the other one is probably the one who failed to inherit the position of the god of fire. Hearing what Shura God said, the sea god suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I told the god of fire a long time ago that if there is a suitable successor, you should train him well and don't let him go. It would be bad if something unexpected happened halfway. It's what he deserves. He didn't listen to my advice. Now he must be crying without tears. This air seems to be controlled. I will laugh at him for a whole year. Sure. Enough. I'm more wise. I have always protected the air. Ahem. Occasionally give him advice. He wanted to say that he had always protected the air, but this is strictly prohibited in the rules of the god realm. There was also the law enforcement god Shura God beside him, so he immediately changed his words halfway through, but his face still looked smug. In short, see how stable the inheritance of the person I chose is? There will not be any mistakes, except for a certain guy who interferes. The sea god glanced at the Azura god and grumbled. The Azura god looked at the sea god coldly without saying anything. Immediately, the sea god restrained his smug look, restored the dignity that a god should have, and looked at Amon with a sharp gaze. You blasphemer, you dare to appear in front of me on your own initiative. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you? Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and chuckled. What do you think, Sea God? The successor I chose for you is not bad. The Sea God's eyes narrowed slightly. It's really good, although you also have calculations. But for this reason, I can forgive your repeated offenses before and spare your life. You appeared in front of me and Azura. You must have something to ask for. I'll give you 3 words to explain your intentions. Otherwise you can get out. Heh. Spare my life, and then wait for Tang-san to become a god and let him kill me. Amon's tone was a little sarcastic. That's between you two. I won't interfere. I just need him to inherit the throne. The sea god's expression remained unchanged. Amon said, you and Tang-san are indeed very similar in some ways. Same arrogance, same stupidity. What did you say? Stupid? The sea god's voice was filled with anger, and the sound was like the waves of the sea, rumbling and shaking the hall. You are the stupid one. facing the gods, you actually speak wildly. Since you are so rude, don't blame me for being ruthless. Amon snapped his fingers, and bones gushed out from the ground. The bones spread quickly, climbing up the pillars, hanging on the walls, and embedding in the dome. They came from different races, different sizes, densely packed, staring at the two gods with their holes. This is a church of bones, not a bit gloomy but full of holiness. It covers the sea god's palace and transforms it into its own venue. In the center of this extremely magnificent and huge church of bones, there is a city with tens of thousands of people living in it. They came and went, shopping, talking, and trading goods normally. The city was harmonious, without fighting or quarreling. Everyone had a smile on their face, as if it was a harmonious and happy paradise, a utopian city. The huge figures of Poseidon and Azura god appeared in the square in front of the clock tower in the center of the city. The two of them looked around, not worried or afraid of the sudden change in the environment. As powerful people who were at the top level even in the god realm, they had absolute confidence in their own strength. A small mortal, even if he had special abilities and acted a little cunningly, what could he do to them? Is this a domain? The domain of a soul master? Has it reached the god level? Poseidon felt the strength of this domain and said in surprise, it may be the soul ring or soul bone skill left by a million-year soul beast. Not long ago, a soul beast on Douluo star impacted the million-year elm. When I went to check, there was no trace of it. Azura god said, feel carefully, there is a faint breath of heavenly punishment on these buildings. The sea god closed his eyes and felt it carefully and said in surprise, there really is a million-year soul beast. I thought there was only the deep sea demon whale king. Your big bat and the fire god snake are a little worse. In addition to the breath of heavenly punishment, there is also the breath of the evil god. If I guess correctly, it should be the dark demon evil god tiger, as the law enforcement god of the god realm. Sure, a god can see the big picture from the small details. Just based on the breath left on some buildings on the scene, he has guessed a lot. Evil god. The sea god's expression became serious. Is that human related to the evil god? Maybe, maybe not. But this guy is probably more evil than the evil god. If he really condenses the god position he wants, it will be a disaster for the god realm. Sure, a god's tone suddenly became more serious. He probably fed a dark demon evil god tiger himself, and after it had grown to a million years, he hunted it to obtain its soul ring and soul bones. What? Poseidon's eyes showed a trace of confusion and shock. Such a crazy approach? And he succeeded. Even he, the god of the sea, has heard of the name of the dark demon evil god tiger. Gods will be wary of that kind of soul beast. We might really be in trouble. This mortal, the blasphemer in your mouth, might really have the power to blaspheme. No, to be precise, it is the power to kill gods. God Shura said in a low tone. He looked around, divine power surging around his body. On the dark red divine armor, the red magic pattern suddenly lit up, exuding an endless killing aura. This powerful killing intention made Poseidon shudder, and he subconsciously moved his feet away from him. What's wrong? Poseidon looked at where Shura God's eyes were looking slightly confused. Only then did he realize that the mortals in this city reacted very strangely when they saw the two gods himself and Shura. They neither worshipped nor fled in fear, but gathered from all directions, looking at themselves as if they were watching some rare creature, with expressions of interest on their faces, although they are dressed differently, have different looks, and are of different ages. The expressions on their faces are the same, and the monocles in the right eye sockets are also the same. He had seen similar expressions from Amon and the Vulcanaire behind him who was controlled by him. Poseidon's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, is this all his clones? It should be. Poseidon exclaimed without any godlike appearance. Isn't this too much? And this guy's clone can parasitize and control others like a parasite. Wait a minute. How many clones does this Douluo star have? Can we completely eliminate him after killing the main body? God Shura responded in a serious tone. That's why I said this guy's more evil than the evil god. We don't know where his body is, and we don't know if all the clones will die after killing his body. If I can't find a way to deal with this guy, then I will have to launch a divine judgment on the entire Douluo star. Summon The gods gather the power of the entire god realm and eliminate all living creatures on the entire Douluo planet. Turn the entire planet into dust in the universe. Wait, I don't allow it. Poseidon objected flatly. He just walked out of Douluo planet. Douluo planet is his hometown. He still has deep feelings for this place. He doesn't want this planet to be destroyed like this. Then solve this problem. Otherwise, as the law enforcer of the god realm, I have the obligation to solve this crisis for the god realm. I cannot ignore the entire god realm and the thousands of worlds it belongs to, just because of one world. Sure, God said in a stern tone. Okay, I will deal with him. Poseidon's body glowed with divine light, and the sound of waves could be faintly heard. The Amons surrounding them all had expressions of ridicule, confidence, or leisure on their faces. They opened their mouths and uttered noisy and confusing words one after another. These words formed a crazy, terrifying, and dense raving, layer by layer, echoing throughout the entire church of bones. You don't even know you're about to die. Two arrogant fools. If I'm not sure, how can I dare to attack you? This will be your grave. Huh. Sleeping in a church forever is a good place to end up. Noisy. Poseidon roared, dispersing all the noisy murmurs. I will let you know that there is an unbridgeable gap between gods and mortals. A huge roar like a tsunami sounded, and his voice was filled with divine power. With the blessing of divine power, the sound wave had destructive power, impacting the surrounding buildings. Cracks appeared on the street, and many houses closer to him shattered and collapsed, turning into ruins. There were even some clones with poor cultivation that could not withstand the attack of such a huge sound wave, and their internal organs were directly shattered, and they bled to death. It is difficult for ordinary people to reach the site of the bone church. Hidden on the dome in darkness, Amon, wearing a black classical robe, pinched his monocle and whispered, "Of course I know the gap between gods and humans, but it is not a mystery. Although the gap is huge, it is not so big that it is insurmountable. Do you really think that the times I was struck by lightning were in vain? Some of the nature of your attacks have exposed some of the gods' falsehoods. Well, it's still within my hunting range. I don't know what the 3-in-1 hot pot tastes like, but I think it tastes pretty good. Ah, you ready? Prepare for the god of hunting." Amon glanced at Yan Jin standing next to him, wearing a red outfit. Yeah. Yan Jin nodded. She thought for a moment and asked, "Am I going to die too?" Amon was silent for a moment and said softly, "Maybe, maybe not. It depends on luck. If he dies, then no, I know, that is also a necessary sacrifice." Yan Jin replied cheerfully. Amon's face lost expression. Chapter 312 Space Turbulence. The Poseidon waved his trident, and the rich divine light appeared, turning into vast expanse of blue waves, become the gravel of the seabed under the power of the sea. Poseidon waved his hand, and the immeasurable sea water surged in with unstoppable power, as if to swallow everything. The Amons suddenly took a step forward together, and in the blink of an eye they appeared beside the Poseidon and the Sure God. The sea water transformed by divine power broke down the buildings and destroyed the city, but it did not harm any Amon. The expressions of Poseidon and Sure God suddenly changed. They felt the ultimate danger, something that could threaten their lives. They didn't have time to think about why a human could bring them such a feeling, so they responded immediately. A strong red light bloomed from God Shure's body, forming a bloody barrier. Golden light surged around Poseidon, and the sea water became his shield. The Amon stared at the two gods, with neither joy nor sadness on their faces, and they suddenly exploded. Each Amon is composed of a worm of time containing an ice cyclone and a worm of time containing a fire cyclone. When it exploded, the ice and fire cyclones collided and merged, forming tornadoes carrying destructive power. Countless tornadoes intertwined, and the terrifying wind swept everything. A huge black cavity appeared in the central area of the bone church. The strong wind dissipated, revealing the slightly embarrassed figures of the two gods. A strong sense of crisis has not disappeared, but has become stronger. God Sure judged that he could not continue to let Amon do what he wanted, so regardless of the sense of crisis conveyed to him by the surroundings, he raised a long sword and rushed towards Amon, who was on the dome. He rose into the sky and shot out like a sharp arrow. Amon didn't make any move, and Yan Jin stepped forward to meet him. His left hand was covered with magma, and he blocked Shure's sword. In his right hand, Two spheres, one red and one blue, spontaneously rotated and merged, bursting out with unimaginable power. Ice and fire are extinct. Got. Shura was surprised. He didn't expect Yan Jin to have reached the realm of gods and be able to use such tricks without warning. He was hit in the chest and flew backwards. With cracks appearing on the hard armor, he adjusted his body in midair, twisted and landed firmly on the ground. Suddenly, Shura God seemed to have remembered something, and his eyes widened. That was the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King just now. You have obtained the inheritance of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Yan Jin smiled. Inheritance doesn't count, but those two skeletons were indeed absorbed by me. Okay, it's over. Amon smiled. In the bone church, in addition to Amon surrounded by Poseidon and Shura God in the middle, who used suicide attacks to attract attention and delay time, there was also a group of Amon in the outermost circle. At this moment, they all maintained the posture of index finger to index finger and thumb to thumb of both hands, forming an oval. In the oval, the starlight lit up, reflecting countless white bones immediately afterwards. The Amons opened their hands heavily, tearing apart the edge of the bone church and the void connected to it. As clones with only the strength of Contra, they originally did not have the power of the star insect. They could not crush the void, but the main body did. Amon spent a lot of time and energy preparing these in advance, allowing the clones to steal and store them. Those fighting against Poseidon and Shura God are not only the numerous Amon at this moment, but also the Amon from countless time periods in the past. The bone church began to collapse, starting from all sides and disintegrating inch by inch toward the inside, revealing a void outside. The terrifying space turbulence raged, involving the bones of countless unknown races, cutting them into pieces, turning them into powder, and grinding them into dust. What did you do? Poseidon shouted in horror. That was not an ordinary small space turbulence, but was formed by the disintegration and collapse of a world. Amon smiled and did not answer. The only thing in his hand that can pose a direct threat to the gods is the attack from the rock ember, whose body transforms into a divine body and whose soul power transforms into divine power. The only thing that can really bring great harm to the god of the sea and the god of Shura is the ice and fire extinction personally used by Yan Jin. The rest of the tricks, including space tearing, have little effect. The divine body will automatically stabilize the space in which it exists, making it difficult to destroy. Therefore, Amon did not use the Void Crush move directly against Shura God and Poseidon. But it can be used to crush the world. When enough Amon use this move at the same time, it can cause a large-scale collapse of time and space. If the world is fragile and unstable, the result will be the collapse of the entire world. The land of Poseidon inheritance is originally located in a buffer zone between the God realm and the Douluo realm. This is a fragile world. Amon's bone church can also be said to be a miniature world fragment. Embedding world fragments into an already unstable world is already a heavy burden on the originally fragile world. In addition, Amon deliberately uses the skills accumulated over time to destroy, so this buffer zone is meaningless. The field collapsed and disintegrated. Even gods can't resist the terrifying power caused by the collapse of a world. Just like a person cannot directly destroy a car, but he can first climb up a mountain and then push a stone down from the mountain, allowing the force of the stone to roll down to indirectly damage the car. Amon is like this person. Poseidon and Shura God are this car. The ice and fire extinction of the rock embers stored by the clones is the quagmire that traps the car, and the power formed by the collapse of the buffer zone is that boulder that rolled down the mountain. But it is a pity that Amon's clone, Rock Ember, will also be affected by this power and be buried in that point. In order to ensure that Poseidon Shura God cannot escape, Rock Ember, who has the ability to directly fight them, must keep an eye on them here. She is the key to ensuring that this hunt goes without error. God Shura launched Shura Judgment and wanted to cut open the bone church and evacuate before the void storm came. After activating Void Shatter, Amon's clones immediately rushed to stop him. They caused the insects of time, which stored ice cyclones and fire cyclones in their bodies, to intersect, triggering an ice and fire tornado. This is weaker than the one used directly by Rock Ember, and also weaker than the tornado formed by the Amons who self-destructed before. Amons cannot save the complete version of ice and fire extinction for a long time. Only some of the Amons who have been stolen and stored recently can use attacks that are not much different from those used by Rock Ember personally. Although it is weakened, it cannot cause much damage, and it can be used to block and delay it. Amon exploded one by one, turning into walls that blocked the escape of Shura God and Poseidon God. Rock, Ember and Amon, who was in charge of the hunt, stood in a corner cut off from the bone church, watching from a distance. Looking at the terrifying void storm that was getting closer and closer. Poseidon and Shura God became more and more anxious. The spreading blackness is like the cracks on the branches, like the tentacles of death. Everything that is touched will perish. Some Amon clones once again pulled out the ellipse with their hands, and the starlight shone, shattering the space and guiding the void storm to hit here faster. One by one, Amon's clones were swallowed up by the void and disappeared silently. The surging energy washes away everything, and this chaotic and disordered spatial turbulence can bury everything. Poseidon and Shura God failed to escape before they were involved, and they both shouted loudly, "Shura, judgment, light of Poseidon." They desperately used all their strength to cut through the turbulent flow and escape to the Douluo realm or the God realm. Like cutting off water with a knife, the path cut out by a full-out attack will soon be closed. The two of them seized the fleeting opportunity and rushed out. But before they had time to be happy, Amon, who had a personality similar to his own and presided over the entire hunt, appeared in front of them. They had just launched a full-strength attack, but their bodies were still in a brief state of weakness, and they focused all their attention on how to escape from the space turbulence. They were a little relaxed about their surroundings for a while, and were kicked back by Amon one by one. No, the two roared unwillingly and desperately. "The Council of Gods will not let you go." They were swallowed up by the void storm again, and this time, they could not come out again. Amon, who kicked them away, was not spared. He was pulled in by the swelling turbulence and torn into pieces in the entire void. Apart from the raging spatial turbulence, only a corner of the bone church was left, still struggling to resist the invasion of the turbulence. The pieces of white bones were shattering, making a dull sound. The essence of the bone church is a miniature fragment of the world, which can exist for a period of time in the turbulence of the void, but will eventually be swallowed up. Yan Jin stood in the church, staring at the void where there was nothing but scattered light and shadow. With a smile on his lips, she raised her right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with her index finger and thumb respectively, walked to the edge, and looked in a certain direction. Under the influence of this space turbulence, the connection between her and other clones and her body became very weak, and even the thread of fate was disturbed by the endless void. She sat down on the ground without any image, leaning against an upright pillar, straightening her right leg, bending her left leg, and whispered in her mouth, "TSK. I don't know how the main body is going. I hope it goes well. Well, if you have time, come and fish out the little fool." The bone church finally completely collapsed, and two insects of time suddenly flew out of the body of Rock Ember, forming an ancient mottled phantom of a clock. The torrent of time suddenly descended, and the flow of time slowed down, but this still could not stop the great annihilation caused by the collapse of the world. The terrifying spatial turbulence is slowly but surely approaching. Hundreds more insects of time flew out, and they formed a sphere around Rock Ember, with stars shining brightly. But this only delayed some time, and did not change the essence. The worms of time are shattered one by one, and death is getting closer and closer at this moment. The bright stars bloomed, and all the space turbulence near Rock Ember changed from chaotic posture, and became orderly. The fragments quickly reorganized, forming a super miniature world that could only accommodate a few people. Chapter 313 Eridorful. A thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat of the same color appeared in the miniature world formed by pieces of ordered space fragments. There was a gentle smile on his face, and the stars were flowing in his eyes, as if there were layers of doors that together formed the pupils. The rules of the world seemed to have gone wrong with him. He seemed so abrupt and uncoordinated, as if he shouldn't belong here. Yan Jin had a smile on his face. "I tried my best." "I know." Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, nodded. "That's enough. The plan is successful. Next, it's my time." As soon as he raised his hand, the stars flowed, forming a coat-like film covering his body. he left the temporary interface formed by the ordered space fragments and jumped into the endless space turbulence point. Unlike Poseidon and Shuragod, who could only rely on their own powerful power to fight, only to be wasted in the end, Amon shuttled through the void storm like a swimming fish. The space debris that seemed to be the sharpest blade could never touch him. Every time it came close, it would be blocked by the film on his body exuding starlight, and then slide past both sides. Amon searched everywhere, and with his vague perception of destiny, he successfully found his goal in the endless turbulence point. They were two huge corpses, one covered in blue armor with gold patterns that exuded the aura of the sea, and the other in black armor with red patterns that exuded the aura of killing. The corpses of Poseidon and Shuragod. Amon didn't get too close. He raised his hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle and coughed lightly. His figure suddenly split into two. The number of Amon increased. The separated clone glanced at the main body standing there and muttered, "Why do you always leave adventurous things to me?" As he spoke, he had already passed through the turbulent flow under the cover of starlight and arrived at the huge divine corpse. This Amon clicked his tongue and said, "Gods are just more powerful humans. At least the gods in this world are like that. Their divinity is very thin." He stretched out his right hand and grabbed it in front of him. Two vaguely human-shaped light groups appeared in his hand. These are the souls of Poseidon and Shuragod that were destroyed, but have not completely dissipated. They were not completely dead, but still had a trace of vitality, and they uttered indistinct murmurs. "Abba Abba." The clone Amon glanced at the two corpses again. Although he did not expect the two corpses to be useful for the time being, in line with the principle of not wasting them, he raised his hand to put them away and put them into the bone church reopened by the original body. Due to the destruction once, the soul bones attached to the wings left by the dark demon evil god Tiger were also damaged and needed time to recover. The space of the newly opened bone church was not that huge, but it was more than enough to accommodate two corpses. The clone Amon handed over the two souls to the original body, and he gradually became illusory, reuniting with the original body, and the two Amon merged into one. The number of Amon has decreased again. The main body, Amon, held the two stupid souls who could only Abba Abba, squeezed them hard, and mixed them into a ball. The conditions for fooling have been met. He successfully fooled two gods, although the way of achieving it was somewhat beyond Amon's expectations, a little off track, and contained a lot of coincidence. He originally planned to fool the other party through lies and deception normally, but it was finally completed. And the way it is completed now seems to be more perfect and more suitable than Amon expected at the beginning. Using this concept of fooling as the core, he steeled the faith in Shura's throne and deceived it, causing the rules to temporarily treat it as a related faith. Pointing to Amon. The souls of the two fools collapsed and decomposed into the most primitive energy. The divinity in them converged, combined with the grey light spots floating out from Amon's body, and condensed into a diamond-shaped crystal with a grey halo. The brilliance is not dazzling, but it is fascinating, as if it can attract the soul. This is the throbbing from the instinct of life. The dissipated divinity of the soul is not a necessary material for condensing the divine throne, but it can slightly increase the strength of the divine throne and enhance the power of the relevant authority after the divine throne is formed. After doing all this, Amon's face turned a little pale and his body began to tremble. His ability to deceive his mentor had reached its limit. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and took out two other crystals, exuding black and silver brilliance respectively. These three crystals are three gods, symbolizing error, door and fool respectively. He opened his mouth and swallowed the three gods at the same time. In Tang San's Poseidon inheritance ceremony just now, Amon replaced him at the last moment and completed the stealing of the god's throne. At the same time, this also caused an error in the inheritance ceremony. Based on the concepts of stealing and mistake, and supplemented by the beliefs related to this behavior twisted by the deception teacher, he successfully condensed the god of mistakes and theft. Later, he stole the beliefs carried in the god of fire, deceived the rules, and temporarily transformed them into traveling, void wandering, and space crushing. The beliefs of these behaviors condensed into the god of doors and space. However, Amon did not directly accommodate these two divine positions. because he discovered that beliefs pointing to different gods are exclusive point. When he was the emperor of the Tudor Empire, the belief of thief conflicted with beliefs such as conqueror and tyrant point as the main belief. Thief rejected the other scattered beliefs. Although the rejection was not strong, this repulsive force would become stronger as the number of beliefs increased. Amon estimated that, after condensing the god position, ordinary gods should be able to overcome the repulsive force and barely use other types of beliefs that point to themselves, but they could not use them to condense the second god position. He himself could rely on the particularity of error to accommodate the second god position. Again, but that was also the limit. The strong repulsive force formed by the two god positions would make it impossible for him to condense the third one point, so Amon decided not to accommodate the god immediately after condensing the god position, but wait until all three god positions were obtained, and then accommodate them at the same time, in one step. This can minimize the repulsion between different god positions, and make multiple god positions possible. The distorted belief obtained by deceiving. The rules of deceiving mentors cannot be maintained for a long time. Only by accommodating the wrong god position can the hidden danger be solved. Therefore, Amon must condense three god positions in a short time. Tang San's god making ceremony just happened to have all the materials and meet all the conditions. It was the best and only opportunity that Amon could see in the near future. He planned to take some risks and hunt the Azura god and the sea god directly, fooling them in the process of hunting, and using them as stepping stones for his ascension to the god point. Although Amon was cautious, he was not lacking in the spirit of adventure. When the benefits were sufficient and the grasp was sufficient, he did not mind doing some more radical things, especially when the risks were controllable and there was a way out. Even if he failed, and one or both of the sea god and the Azura god escaped, Amon had a follow-up plan. The worst possibility was that the god realm discovered his threat and directly launched a purge to eliminate all creatures in the entire Douluo interface. It would take a certain amount of time for the sea god and the Azura god to escape, communicate with the gods, and initiate a trial. During this time, Amon could make one or two more attempts to steal the throne point. Whether Kyan Rinxu's injury recovered was entirely in Amon's mind, and he could cancel the suppression of her injury by the power of time at any time. Bibi Dong's god test was also delayed by his clone, so he could give up blocking it. As long as Amon stopped interfering with the two, they would definitely not miss the opportunity and try to become gods at the fastest speed. In addition, the same is true for Lei Yin. As long as Amon nodded, he would immediately start to believe in ascending to the godhood. Basically, the progress of the three people's godhood is in his hands, which is the confidence of Amon to dare to take risks. Although becoming a god in this way can only condense a maximum of 2 god positions, which is not the best choice, but it can make his range of activities no longer limited to Douluo Star, and he can go to other planets to avoid the Great Purge of the Gods. Amon's subsequent plan was not used. His plan went very smoothly. Even Yan Jin, who was very likely to die in order to delay the god of the sea and the god of Shura, did not die. He successfully condensed the 3 desired god positions and accommodated them before the ability of deceiving the mentor reached its limit and the rules began to backfire. In the endless void turbulence, Amon's body began to mutate and turned into a condensed and dispersed worm vortex. A series of translucent worms with 12 rings and emitting star-like color shuffled and cruised. They seemed a little confused and couldn't tell the direction, but they always united in a certain range and did not completely disperse. There were a few worms of time that were not very sociable and wanted to leave this range, but they were blocked by the others and forcibly pulled back. The surrounding space turbulence became more chaotic, more disordered, and more terrifying, but this did not affect the worm vortex at all. All space fragments will be silently decomposed when approaching the vortex, turning into stars and becoming nutrients for the worms. They, or he, are the king of time and space. At the same time as the main body changed, all of Amon's clones also fell into a sluggish state, and their thinking was affected at the same time. In Xiandao City, an official who was reporting government affairs to Hulina fell into a state of dementia and could only utter abba meaningless mumbling. In addition to him, several officials beside him also stared at the ceiling of the hall with lifeless eyes, looking stupid. Hulina frowned, a bit confused on her face, and then moved away from them without a trace. Could it be that stupidity is really contagious? In the streets and alleys of the night city, people can be seen standing blankly from time to time, drooling from the corners of their mouths, and their eyes are out of focus. Lei Yan sensed the state of the city through the heart network. His expression became serious, and he turned into a lightning bolt, and left from the gap in the dome, and flew into the sky. What is this? He was surprised to find that almost 1/3 of the people in the city had become like this. In a dark and silent space, Amon's clone who was fighting Bibidang suddenly fell into a stagnation point. Bibidang seized the opportunity and swung the Rakshasa demon scythe to cut it in half neatly. She frowned and showed a trace of doubt. What happened just now? Amon seems to be a little bit wrong. Chapter 314 The Strange God. Lying on the ground in Wuhan Hall, Yan Jin and Jiangmo, who were seriously injured, regained their clarity after being slightly sluggish. Great worshipper, Amon. It's Amon who controls us. Be careful of that guy, Yan Jin said while spitting out blood. Jiangmo said with difficulty, that's a monster. Great worshipper, kill us. I'm sorry for betraying your trust. Even if you die, it's better than being controlled like this and half dead. Douluo, who stood in front of them with a wound on his body, was silent for a moment and shook his head. Maybe there is still hope. After Zua succeeds, let her try to restore you to your original state. Before that, please sleep quietly for a while. Bright yellow crystal spread, solidifying the two of them. Rommel took off his monocle, wiped it with silk, and put it back on. He let out a soft ha and showed a nasty smile on his face. Lei Yan seems to really regard me as the captain. It seems that I have learned a lot. Right, Captain. It's not actually the captain pretending to be me pretending to be the captain. It's me pretending to be captain and pretending to be captain. He looked across and saw a man in a black classical robe sitting on a chair, staring blankly ahead. His eyes blank in the void between the God realm and the Douluo realm. Amon used space fragments to create a miniature plane. Yan Jin regained consciousness and looked around blankly. Although the insect of time was temporarily sluggish due to the influence of Amon's body and released control of Yan Jin, the clock he used on Yan Jin to slow down. The transformation of her soul still exists, so Yan Jin senses the flow of time was astonishingly slow, and her thinking speed was almost stagnant. The space turbulence is still raging, and the huge worm vortex is quietly and slowly squirming. Amon's consciousness fell into an illusion. This was supposed to be a test of the soul in the Shura God's divine examination, which was contained in his belief. Although he used the ability to deceive the teacher, to change the direction of his faith, he did not eliminate the arrangement of God Shura in this. Since he replaced Tang San, he had already passed the Poseidon test and did not need to take the test again. In addition, some of the beliefs used to condense the wrong God position were collected by Amon himself, and some were obtained by stealing rock embers and thunder sounds. No God made arrangements on top of this, so there is no assessment point in the illusion. Amon's consciousness came to a place like an ancient Roman arena. Looking at this familiar place, Amon frowned slightly. Hell's killing fields. Although the lack of information was severe, he could still easily detect that the content of God Shura's assessment of the soul was killing. A man and a woman appeared in front of Amon, completely unknown to them. Use this kind of thing to test your heart to kill. Amon showed a trace of doubt. In the illusion, the clouds in the sky were billowing, seeming to remind him who these two people were. Memories of the past began to emerge, and it took a long time for Amon to dig out the memories about them from the most trivial corners of his memory. These seem to be the parents of this body. Well, it just seems, because Amon is not sure. Forget it. Don't think about it so much. Kill it. The second person who emerged was Old Quinn, and he killed him without hesitation. The third one to appear is Xiao Wu. How could she appear? Has a very important position in my heart. Well, the invincible golden body is indeed very important. Kill it without hesitation. Lei Yan. Hesitate for a moment, and kill. Yan Jin. Hesitate for a moment, and kill. The sixth figure appeared, and Amon had to admit that God Shura still had something to do with the test of the soul. Amon hesitated for a long time, unable to make a decision. He sighed. After all, there was no way to kill this figure. Because It was a thin young man wearing a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, and a monocle embedded in his right eye socket pointed Amon himself, although his reason told him that, as long as he killed this self, he would be able to pass the test and perfectly control the faith of God Shura. But there was a spiritual intuition that went against common sense and reminded him that, if he killed this Amon, he himself would also die. Even though reason told him that this kind of spiritual intuition was an illusion created by the illusion and was wrong, Amon still didn't want to gamble. Because even if the assessment fails, the consequence will at most be a slight decrease in the degree of control of the authority corresponding to the god's position, and this decrease is not irreversible, and can be improved in the later stages. If fear of death can be regarded as a spiritual flaw, then Amon would rather keep this flaw. Nothing is more important than yourself. Layers upon layers of low and terrifying murmurs, like the roars of indescribable things, broke through the illusion of killing in an instant. A certain grand will seemed to want to wake up, causing Amon's thinking to become confused for a moment, but it seemed that a lot of things were missing, and it fell silent for an instant. The smile on Amon's face faded a little as he regained control of his body. At that moment, the feeling of madness, confusion, cruelty, bloodthirsty, and coldness was like an invisible storm raging in his soul, making him feel like he was no longer like himself. He understood that this ancient and vast will belonged to Yan Jin, the imprint hidden in the deepest part of his soul. But this is not the mysterious universe after all. This mark is just a tiny trace of the will of the heavenly venerable. It is noble in nature and extremely difficult to remove. But if he wants to revive, it is also difficult and almost impossible. The worm vortex in the void storm began to collapse and converge, forming a huge figure like a mountain. His face was covered with a bronze mask, and he was wearing a classical black robe. Under the black robe, slippery tentacles with mysterious patterns sprang out. The space began to vibrate, and the void storm became more violent, as if celebrating the birth of their king. Fate rippled, and the originally vague and imperceptible laws of fate seemed to become clear and complete. Countless threads of fate fell from the void and converged on the figure wearing a bronze mask and a classical black robe. The spirituality of all living beings in the entire Douluo universe was touched at the same time at this moment. Almost all living beings, whether wise or foolish, were enlightened at this moment. A great existence was born. The seals of many evil gods, demons, monsters, or other strange existences have loosened. They seized this momentary opportunity, broke out of the shackles, broke the cage, and regained their freedom. One by one, they clamored to rule the world and rule all living beings. They escaped because of the error of the door, and took this opportunity to break away from the sealer, and thus formed a fateful connection with the terrible existence in the void. They heard bursts of mumbling, and they saw a magnificent, vast, majestic, evil, crazy, and cold figure through spiritual intuition. One by one, they stopped and became silent like frightened quails. A strong premonition told them that if that terrifying and crazy figure cast his eyes on them, they would definitely die silently and miserably. In the Douluo interface, the dazed Amons regained their spirits. The parasitized people no longer hide. They either take out a monocle from the void and put it on their right eye, or raise their right hand and adjust the monocle in different postures. This unconcealed behavior brought great panic. People were horrified to find that the people they once knew had been replaced by others without knowing it. It could be a wife, a husband, a son, a daughter, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, or a close friend. These people with different looks, ages, and social classes all wear the same monocle on their faces and show similar expressions. Some people silently stay away from these weird and terrifying people, while others rush up and grab Amon's collar to question them. The Amons patiently answer what happened to those who rushed over to question them, tell them all the truth, and also give them a pair of monocles. And Amon pinched the monocle and chuckled. No matter how much you ask, you may not understand the answer you get. It's better to experience it yourself. This is the best answer. Well, don't thank me for my thoughtfulness. The number of Amons has become even larger. Hulina looked at the administrative officials of the court, smiling at her with their monocles. With a look of fear on their faces, she forced herself to calm down and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Amon." "Okay, don't scare her." A shadow rose from the ground, gradually changed, formed a human shape, and revealed the face of German Sparrow. Seeing this figure that she had been thinking about day and night, Helena's eyes showed excitement. German, long time no see. German rarely smiled on his cold face. He took out a pair of crystal monocles and put them on his right eye. The smile on Helena's face suddenly froze. In the god realm, at the first moment of the abnormal movement, there were magnificent figures who cast their eyes on the void near the Douluo star. Those high gods all stopped everything they were doing at this moment, either in fear or staring at the void solemnly. Their eyes could not penetrate the raging space turbulence, and they could only vaguely sense that there was an unprecedented terrifying creature there. Madness, evil, coldness, all kinds of auras showed that it was a chaotic existence, an enemy rather than a friend. They didn't even care about the Golden Dragon King, who took this opportunity to escape. The storm raging in the void gradually stopped and retreated quickly. The gods looked in a certain direction, their eyes alert and their expressions focused. The cold bronze mask shattered, the slippery tentacles under the black robe retracted, and the huge figure like a mountain quickly collapsed and became the size of an ordinary person. Wearing a pointed soft hat and a classic black robe, Amon straightened the monocle on his right eye, waved to the gods and evil gods who were watching him, and the demons and weirds who were spying on him, then smiled, bowed slightly, and saluted to the surroundings. Chapter 315 Puppet. Okay, let's get started. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lei Yin's ears. He nodded and rushed into the sky. The thunder clouds in the sky began to roll, and lightning snakes swam between the clouds. The thunder element began to riot, and endless silver light surged. At this moment, the entire sky above the night city was illuminated by a silver white light with a slight blue glow. The thunder clouds in the sky were no longer thunder clouds, but a sea of thunder and lightning. Lei Yin was in this sea of thunder, with his arms open, bathing in lightning. He was like the master of thunder and lightning, and every breath and every movement made the thunder element follow. There's still a little more. Amon smiled and waved his hand, and a crystal flashing with thunder light shot out from an unknown valley, surrounded by clouds and mist, where a large number of thunder hell vine grew. His clone had long discovered this valley with too much thunder element, but he had never been able to find any clues about the throne. It was not until he successfully ascended that he accurately locked the position of the throne that was almost dissipated. This was the throne left by the ancient thunder god when he died on Douluo star. It was severely damaged and on the verge of disappearing. It even lost the power to call Lei Yin, the qualified person. Lei Yin's ears rang with faint calls. As time went by, these calls became clearer. This time, he could hear more clearly that countless people called him Thunder God with different degrees of piety. With the damaged throne left by the ancient Thunder God, it became much easier for Lei Yin to ascend to the realm of God. For him, the most troublesome thing was the embodiment of the concept. The incomplete throne was incomplete due to lack of faith. The two complemented each other. The thunder clouds that never dissipated over the night capital dissipated, leaving only Lei Yin standing in the air, with lightning lingering on his body. Although the light was not actually bright, the sense of brilliance he gave people at this moment even overshadowed the sun. A thin young man wearing a pointed hat and a classical black robe suddenly appeared beside him. Lei Yin took a deep breath, calmed down the joy of reaching the divine realm, and asked in a low voice, "Where is my sister? You said she is not dead. Where is she?" "Here." The figure of Yan Jin wearing a red dress and a monocle on his right eye was quickly outlined and condensed in the void, and finally took shape. "What do you mean?" Lei Yin's voice was slightly cold. This is different from the past, when Amon parasitized and used their bodies. At that time, when they lent their bodies to Amon, their consciousness was still active and under their control, and they could take back control at any time. But now Yan Jin is obviously not the case. At this moment, her body is completely occupied by Amon and her soul is controlled. Amon opened his mouth and showed a slightly mocking smile. "Isn't the answer obvious? I trained her and sent her to the realm of gods, just for such a puppet of the realm of gods." Lei Yin's eyes were full of electricity, and he turned into a lightning and rushed towards Amon. Amon pinched his monocle, and the space was disordered. This short distance seemed like an insurmountable gap. No matter how hard Lei Yin tried, he couldn't cross it. He snapped his fingers, and the power of fooling was activated. Lei Yan froze in place, his eyes became dull, and his body became relaxed. Only the fluctuations of divine thoughts that flashed from time to time showed that he was struggling hard. But under the suppression of Amon's fooling power, Lei Yan's resistance was minimal. Amon stretched out his right hand to him, made a grasping motion, and stole his last thought of resistance. Lei Yan was completely motionless, with his head drooping, like a puppet. Amon's monocle shone with pure light, and a small bug with 12 rings and star-like colors sank into Lei Yan's body. After Lei Yan became a god, the worm of time that was originally buried in his body was no longer useful, and a more powerful and higher level worm of time was needed to control him. Lei Yan's lowered head suddenly raised up again, took out a pair of crystal textured monocles, and embedded them in his right eye socket. He was also deeply parasitized. Rommel didn't know when he had stood on the top of the tallest building in the palace. He watched Lei Yan being fooled and watched him put on the monocle, and TSK Captain, you won't want to turn me into that half-dead state next, right? You are so ruthless. Yan Jin and Lei Yan trusted you so much at the beginning. Rommel shook his head, as if sighing for Yan Jin and Lei Yan. Amon smiled at him, ignoring the mean and annoying expression on his face, and responded, there is no need to control you. You are not even qualified to be taken seriously by those people. Rommel shrugged. In the dark and desolate land, Bibi Dong stood on the altar, and the purple magic patterns on her body glowed with a faint light. The negative emotions such as fear, resentment, and hatred that continued to gather together formed a purple-black armor on her body. Her pupils were red and her eyeballs were grey, revealing hideousness and evil. Soon, the armor on her body faded, revealing a gorgeous dress. Bibi Dong showed a crazy smile on her face. However, her smile did not last long and suddenly froze. She widened her eyes and looked blankly ahead, a little at a loss. Her position of the god was gone. At the moment when she just became a god, the position of the god disappeared without a trace, as if it was stolen. Who is it? Damn it, Amon, is it you? Bibi Dong asked angrily into the deserted air. Ha. A chuckle came from her ears. Since you guessed it was me, you shouldn't reveal it at this time. Pretending not to notice is the best choice, can't you think carefully with that rusty head? Since I can quietly steal your throne and make you fall off the altar, then my strength must be much stronger than you. You said it so directly. Aren't you afraid of causing a bigger conflict and letting me kill you directly? Even if I was in a bad state and my things were stolen, I could only swallow my anger. Amon muttered softly. Bibi Dong looked ugly. For existence is like the first generation Poseidon and Shura god. The divine position may be a drag, a burden and an obstacle, but for the newly promoted Bibi Dong, it is indispensable. Without the divine position, she could not even maintain the realm of a god. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and forced herself to stabilize. What do you want? I'm just kidding you. Amon spread his hands, said with a smile, and then returned the throne. Bibi Dong's aura rose again, reaching the realm of gods. Then it fell sharply again. Amon stole her throne again. Up, down, up, down. After going back and forth like this, after several ups and downs, Bibi Dong opened her mouth expressionlessly and said, you kill me, can't stand it so soon. Why don't you try to resist? Amon said jokingly. Bibi Dong glanced at him, still unmoved, and said with a dull expression, you kill me, I can't stop stealing your throne. Why don't you try to resist? Let's play a game. Amon showed an interesting expression. You kill me. Bibi Dong had no interest in playing games with Amon at all. She just wanted to be an emotionless repeater. Amon TSK. The smile on his face faded slightly, and he seemed to have lost interest. A fierce light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the Rakshasa demon's eye suddenly appeared in her hand, swinging towards Amon's head. Although Amon is powerful now, he is only on the same level as Douluo's gods, but his power is more weird and difficult to deal with. It is much more difficult to directly steal someone else's godhood than to kill them. The reason why he was able to do this was because Bibi Dong had just become a god. His faith was not strong enough, and his connection with the godhood was not close enough. Bibi Dong also discovered this. She made a gesture of non-resistance in order to make Amon relax his vigilance and at the same time stabilize his divine position and strengthen the connection. Amon's figure flashed and appeared in the distance. He stretched out his hand, to grab Bibi Dong again. Bibi Dong, who was on guard, kept her mind and concentrated as much as possible on communicating with the god and establishing a close connection between herself and the god. This time, Amon didn't steal anything. He was not disappointed either. He smiled and activated the power of fooling to make Bibi Dong become sluggish. Then he took this opportunity to invade her body. In the Wuhan palace, after Amon released the power of time from suppressing Yan Rinxu's wounds, she immediately treated her injuries and then began to accept the 9th test of the angel god examination. They passed through the statue of the angel god in the elders hall and came to the void where the angel temple was located. At Yan Daoliu's prompt, Yan Rinxu scratched the fingers of her right hand with her thumbnail and held the dim sword in front of the statue of the angel god. The round translucent gem in the center of the long sword's hilt glowed, eagerly absorbing Yan Rinxu's blood. The gem brightened and the golden light spread, rendering the entire long sword golden. Due to excessive blood loss, Yan Rinxu's face flashed pale. Her body swayed, and a sense of weakness emerged. Yan Daoliu had a fiery and kind look in his eyes. Zua, this is your last hurdle. Remember, no matter how much pain you endure, you must persevere. He suddenly ignited himself, and the raging golden flame burned blazingly. Under the illumination of the fire, the divine patterns engraved on the roofs and pillars of the entire angel temple seemed to come alive. The golden light flowed, revealing an unspeakable holiness. Grandpa, what's going on? Yan Rinxu looked at Yan Daoliu's abnormally strong aura with panic in her eyes. The smile on Yan Daoliu's face remained unchanged. This is the price. I'm very happy to be able to pave the way for you. Zua, you are my pride. Yan Daoliu's body dissipated in the firelight, and Yan Rinxu's consciousness entered the illusion of the angel god's inheritance. At the end of the inheritance, Yan Rinxu's body surged with powerful fluctuations. She felt that her whole body was full of power. It was a completely different level of power from titled Douluo. It was the difference between gods and mortals. Her consciousness left the illusion, and she slowly opened her eyes. On her face, there was both sadness for Yan Daoliu and joy that she had successfully inherited the angelic status. Grandpa, don't worry, I will fulfill your last wish and let the power of angels bloom in the world. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Amon looking at her with a smile. Before she could react, a crystal-like monocle was embedded in her eye socket. Starlight appeared in her eyes, and her consciousness was completely suppressed. Yan Rinxu pinched her monocle and stared at the sky. Chapter 316 Golden Sun. In the distant sky, a huge creature was pursuing the completion of its instinct and came to the outer space of Douluo continent. This is a terrifying dragon with a length of nearly 1,000 feet. Its ruby-like eyes are full of tyranny and ferocity. It has golden scales that sparkle with magnificent brilliance. The scales are in a diamond shape. The center of the two intersecting lines of the diamond shape is raised, forming 4 edges, which are thick and solid. The surging blood gives people a surging and fiery feeling, like a golden sun. Compared with it, even the golden-eyed black dragon king Dishan, who once set off a beast tide and brought panic to the human world, is far behind. The golden dragon king, one of the 2 dragon kings who split from the dragon god, inheriting the powerful body of the dragon god. It is indestructible, powerful, and has unparalleled speed and destructive power. It hesitated in the outer space of Douluo star. Its spiritual intuition once revealed that a terrifying existence was born nearby. The limited brain capacity told it that the terrifying existence was likely to exist in this world. But in the end, the desire for the other half and the strong instinctive pursuit of complementing itself overwhelmed the fear of the powerful enemy, and it flapped its wings and flew down. At the same time, as if sensing something, the Silver Dragon King, who had witnessed the battle between Lei Yin and Amon and quickly fled the night city, looked up at the sky with a solemn look on his face. Why is it here? Isn't it sealed? Damn. Gu Yuna cursed in a low voice. In her current state, she could not be the opponent of the Golden Dragon King. She quickly restrained her blood breath and tried her best to reduce her presence. The huge golden dragon swooped down from the sky and stopped suddenly before it was about to touch the ground. It hovered in the air, casting a large shadow on the ground. The terrifying pressure overflowed, making all the creatures around tremble. Hehe. No need to hide. Such a small forest can't let you hide. You know, it won't take me long to destroy it all. The low, terrifying voice echoed in the air, like thunder. Gu Yuna was helpless. What the Golden Dragon King said was true. She jumped onto the branch of a big tree, looked up at the majestic and arrogant Golden Dragon, and said seriously, you should have felt the movement that day, right? This is a country ruled by that monster. Do you have the confidence to face him? The Golden Dragon King was silent for a while. He was also very afraid of the terrifying existence that caused such a huge vision of becoming a god. It snorted coldly, as long as you and I become one, what enemy is there to be afraid of? Gu Yuna's face was solemn. After all, we are not him. Even if you devour me, you can't become a dragon god. How? Do you know, if you don't try? The Golden Dragon King opened his bloody mouth and bit Gu Yuna. A breeze suddenly lingered around the latter, pushing her to dodge the bite of the Golden Dragon King. Due to the high speed, the Golden Dragon King, who had a mouth full of mud, spit out the mud in his mouth and blew out a dragon's breath. The surging, pure energy turned into a ray, destroying everything along the way. A gully several thousand meters long appeared on the ground. You idiot, you don't know how terrible, weird, and terrifying that person is. If you lure him here, we will be eaten together. Gu Yuna complained. She had no desire to fight at all, but just kept using the wind element to speed up her speed, and tried to escape. I will eat you first, then eat him. After becoming a complete dragon god, I will take revenge on the hateful god realm, lead the soul beasts, enslave humans, and build our own country. The Golden Dragon King chased the Silver Dragon King while telling his grand plan. Forget it, the soul beasts are almost eaten by that ghost thing. Gu Yuna rolled her eyes. After seeing the existence of Amon, she completely gave up the idea of counter-attacking humans. If Amon is not eliminated, no matter how many soul beasts there are, no matter how prosperous they are, it will be useless. She has seen everything that happened in the Night City during this period. Looking at the city full of Amon, even if the other party has not become a god, it is enough to make people's scalps numb, let alone he has become a god. Maybe after working hard to revive the soul beasts, you will look back and see that they are all Amon. If you really want to revive the soul beasts, first unite with the gods of mankind and get rid of that guy called Amon together. He is the enemy of all intelligent creatures. I will think about it carefully, but I have to eat you first. The goal of the Golden Dragon King is very clear and his will is very firm. You really left with only the instincts of wild beasts. Can't you calm down and think carefully? Gu Yuna persuaded patiently again. I will think about it, but let me eat you first. The Golden Dragon King seemed to have no other thoughts in his mind, only the goal of swallowing Gu Yuna. Damn idiot. Gu Yuna couldn't help but curse as a being who inherited the wisdom of the dragon god. At this moment she hated her other half who inherited the muscles, but unfortunately, although she inherited wisdom and could control various elements, facing this terrifying dragon like a mountain, everything was useless. Under the absolute violence, Gu Yuna could only flee in embarrassment. I warn you, don't push your nose to your face. I'm going to be angry. Gu Yuna said viciously. Okay, but let me eat you first. The Golden Dragon's eyes flashed with greed and tyranny. Eat, 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 you big-headed ghost, now wait to be eaten. Gu Yuna suddenly stopped and said with an ugly face. The towering pillars rose up and surrounded the surroundings. The pillars were covered with corpses. The sky turned into a huge dome. The huge pillars inlaid with bones of different races supported the huge dome inlaid with densely packed corpses on the walls, windows, and doors of the church. Twisted faces appeared, as if countless resentful spirits were sealed. The original forest had disappeared. Only Gu Yuna and the Golden Dragon King entered this corpse church. Everything else was excluded from the corpse church. The Golden Dragon King paused and reacted belatedly. The surroundings had changed. It looked around and looked at this huge and magnificent church full of corpses, but not gloomy, but revealing a bit of sacred meaning. There was doubt in its eyes. Even with the huge size of the Golden Dragon King, it seemed extremely small in this church that seemed to be in its own world and like another country. Where is this place? The tone of the Golden Dragon King was a little more vigilant and cautious. I don't know either. It looks a bit like the domain of a soul master, but it's more special and more solid. 4. some reason. Being in a strange place that belongs to the enemy, Gu Yuna could hardly feel a sense of crisis at this moment. On the contrary, she even felt a sense of calm and tranquility. Being stared at by the hollow of the skull, she seemed to have been healed, and her soul cleansed. In the center of the church, there was a huge cross, surrounded by the phantoms of countless angels. At the top of the cross stood a thin young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe. He pinched the upper and lower bottom edges of the crystal-textured monocle on his right eye, with a warm smile on his face. "Good evening, both of you," Amon greeted with a smile. "It's still noon." The Golden Dragon King corrected. Amon snapped his fingers, and the phantom of the ancient model clock emerged. The unimaginable torrent of time and space washed over the Church of Bones. Gu Yuna, the Golden Dragon King, and Amon in the church. He slowed down the time in the Church of Bones. A few seconds passed in the church, while half a day had passed outside. From noon to night. Watching the light and shadow projected from the window change rapidly, the Golden Dragon King's eyes condensed slightly. Compared to it, Gu Yuna could see more, and her eyes showed deep shock. The flow of time had just changed. The power of controlling time was difficult to reach even in the heyday of the Dragon God. "It's night now." Amon smiled. The Golden Dragon King's expression suddenly became extremely serious and solemn. It roared at Amon with a deafening roar like thunder. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit Gu Yuna. He still wanted to eat Gu Yuna first. Idiot. A flash of green light. Gu Yuna's figure came hundreds of meters away in an instant, away from Amon and the Golden Dragon King. As she dodged, she left behind a red and blue sphere filled with energy, with lightning and fire intertwined. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, echoing in the Church of Bones for a long time. The Golden Dragon King was blown to dust. You should be able to feel the horror of this guy. If you still think about it now, the final outcome will only be that both of us will be eaten by this monster. Use your pitiful little brain. Even if you eat me, will the other party give you the opportunity to refine energy? If you want to survive, listen to me. After all, I'm the one who inherited the wisdom of the Dragon God. Gu Yuna said to the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King thought about it, felt that what she said made sense, and then nodded. "Then, listen to you, and work together to get out of trouble." As it said that, it rushed towards Amon. Gu Yuna's eyes flashed slightly. If there was no way to escape from the Church of Bones for the time being, she would definitely turn around and run, leaving the Golden Dragon King to delay time. But unfortunately, she has a certain spatial ability, but the strength of the ability is not enough, and she cannot skillfully open the passage to the outside world. The huge golden dragon rushed towards the top of the central cross with unstoppable power. After a roar, a huge gap was knocked out at the top of the cross. After losing the cross shape, the cross seemed to lose its original sacred meaning. The countless angel phantoms surrounding it disappeared and turned into an ordinary stone pillar. Amon stood on the head of the Golden Dragon King, stroked his monocle, and said with a little sarcasm, "Who do you want to hit with such a primitive brute force attack? Will there really be gods injured by such an attack?" Chapter 317 Silver Moon. Not only did he fail to hurt the opponent, but he was also humiliated by being stood on his head. The Golden Dragon King's ruby eyes showed anger. "Damn it, I'm going to make you pay for your arrogance." The Golden Dragon King roared. At this time, the Silver Dragon King moved. She raised her arms, and the element between heaven and earth got the order and moved according to her will. The fire element gathered to form extremely high temperature flames, and the wind element flowed, driving the flames to turn into fire tornadoes that surrounded the Golden Dragon King's body. She summons just enough power that it won't hurt the Golden Dragon King with its sturdy dragon scales, but it can effectively attack others. Amon chuckled and snapped his fingers. The element were cheated, followed wrong instructions, and were fooled again. They turned a blind eye to the subsequent instructions from the Silver Dragon King, and carried out this step firmly, and without any hesitation. A twisted order. They gathered together, and their energy concentrated at one point, exploding into a large wound on the Golden Dragon King's body. Of course, this wound seemed insignificant on the huge Golden Dragon King, and it healed quickly. Although the injury was minor, it angered the Golden Dragon King. The golden red dragon blood sprinkled down the ground. It twisted its long neck and stared at the Silver Dragon King. "You damn bastard, what are you doing?" "It's not me." Silver Dragon explained in a clear voice. It's Amon. He twisted my orders to the element. Who are you lying to? Apart from the elemental gods, who can control a single element better than you, who else can rival you in this field? Amon stretched out his hand, trying to steal the Golden Dragon King's idea of trusting Gu Yuna and joining forces to fight the enemy first. Nothing was stolen. He looked at the Golden Dragon King with a strange expression. The other party firmly believed that Gu Yuna wanted to harm it and take the opportunity to devour its origin. So at this moment, all he could think about was the idea of killing Gu Yuna first. This idea was so unique and firm that even if Amon tried to steal it, he couldn't. Well, the dragon god's wisdom may indeed have been given to Gu Yuna. The Golden Dragon King rushed towards Gu Yuna like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. The silver brilliance flowed, and as the light shone, Gu Yuna suddenly turned into an equally huge, but more slender silver dragon, rising gracefully into the sky, and lashed the Golden Dragon King's head from top to bottom with the tail, pulling it down. It hit the ground hard. The silver dragon immediately rose to the highest altitude, but kept a certain distance from the dome, walls, and columns. After all, it was covered with bones, which might pose unknown dangers. A silver dragon is like a bright moon, surrounded by various elements. These elements are very active and emit various colors of light. She flapped her wings lightly, and large groups of element fell down, turning into fireballs, ice picks, earth spears, thunder swords, and metal arrowheads, and hit the Golden Dragon King. Dense attacks fell like raindrops. Some landed on the body of the Golden Dragon, and some missed and fell on the ground, stirring up large amounts of dust. The Golden Dragon King felt a burst of pain, let out a terrifying roar, and rushed towards the Silver Dragon King in the air. The attacks that were as dense as raindrops were just like a needle prick that had not broken the skin. Gu Yuna continued to dodge, flying and circling in the air, avoiding the Golden Dragon King around the huge pillar supporting the dome. Amon felt like he had become a third party watching. The Silver Dragon King was also helpless, and she didn't want to be like this. She was more wary of Amon's cunning and changeable guy than the Golden Dragon King, but the Golden Dragon King didn't have any brains at all and pursued her desperately. Amon sat leisurely on a huge skull, watching a golden dragon chasing and flying in the sky without any impatience. Well, just think of it as a free monster movie. The Silver Dragon King mobilized the element of heaven and earth, setting off waves of elemental tides, like waves, impacting the Golden Dragon King layer by layer. The latter relied on its indestructible body to ignore all attacks, and just kept getting closer to its opponent. The Silver Dragon King was anxious. Her condition could not last long. Her injuries were still serious, and she was already overdrafting herself. She mobilized all her power and spat out a ray with all her might. This is a highly condensed torrent of element. The Golden Dragon King did not dare to be careless and dodged for the first time. The ray penetrated the window of the bone church, and the Silver Dragon King rushed out desperately. The Golden Dragon King also wanted to follow, but was a step too late. The window had been filled with corpses again, and the exit was completely blocked. The Silver Dragon King's face showed joy as he rushed out of the bone church. She escaped from the cage and got rid of the Golden Dragon King. She was going to find a place to hide immediately, far away. The Golden Dragon King and Amon will definitely fight next. Neither of them can care about her for the time being. She has enough time to find a suitable place. For a moment, the Silver Dragon King thought a lot. She suddenly stopped moving and stared blankly ahead. She saw huge pillars, walls, and domes covered with corpses, as well as a mountain-like cross surrounding the Angel's Shadow. Outside the Church of Bones, there is still the Church of Bones. Amon appeared on top of the skull in front of him with a smile on his face. Are you surprised or surprised? He raised his right hand and pinched his monocle. Pure light bloomed from the crystal monocle, and the void began to collapse. Pieces of space fragments formed turbulence and directly involved the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King's body was not as powerful as the Golden Dragon King's, and she was seriously injured, and the move that broke through the bone church consumed too much power. The combination of various unfavorable conditions caused her to be torn apart by the turbulent current with almost no resistance. Silver white blood spilled. The broken dragon wings hung low, the slender neck was broken, and the purple eyes, that were as bright as stars, dimmed and lost their luster. She hit the ground hard, shattering the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Amon snapped his fingers, and the turbulence in the space began to become orderly. They were like puzzle pieces, sneaking into the originally broken world piece by piece, to repair it. Under the self-healing of the world, the cracks between the space fragments disappeared and returned to the original state. He took a step forward, walked in front of the Silver Dragon King, stretched out his hand, and was about to steal something, when he saw the fragmented Silver Dragon suddenly move. Her mouth opened wide and then suddenly closed. The sharp fangs pierced Amon's body, and the friction caused by the closing of the 2 rows of teeth ground him into a pile of minced meat. The bone church did not disappear, but Amon did not appear again. Only the Silver Dragon King was left at the scene. Her eyes were a little blurred, and she could vaguely see the bones embedded in the wall staring at her with hollow eyes. Is it really just a clone? I will also become one of these bones in the future. The Silver Dragon King fell into eternal sleep. Black lines began to emerge, first outlining a simple outline, then the lines became clearer, and finally colors appeared and became 3-dimensional. This 3-dimensional painting, like Amon, rolled his eyes and came alive. It seems that he forgot to draw the monocle. The salmon took out a pear and embedded it in the socket of his right eye. He looked at the body of the Silver Dragon King and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. In the originally smaller church of bones, the Golden Dragon King was wreaking havoc. It vented its power to its fullest, spitting out dragon breath continuously from its mouth. The dragon's breath with destructive power shattered everything it touched. The pillars broke, and large pieces of bones fell off the walls and fell to the ground, turning into pieces. However, the bone church as the main body has always remained stable, without the slightest sign of being shaken. Asshole, come out, stop hiding and come and fight me head on. The Golden Dragon King relied on its powerful body to resist the turbulent flow of space, looking for Amon everywhere. Amon used fooling, deception and a little space distortion to completely hide himself. He stood on a raised white bone embedded in the wall, quietly watching the Golden Dragon King wreak havoc. Amon muttered in a low voice, "TSK, once brute strength reaches a certain level, it's actually quite tricky. The strongest attack he can currently unleash is to tear apart the space and trigger turbulence in time and space. This can easily bury most of the gods, but the effect does not seem to be very good against the Golden Dragon King, whose body is strong enough to directly resist, unless Amon destroys a world again and relies on the large-scale space-time turbulence caused by the destruction of the world. He can be sure to kill it." After the Golden Dragon King was wreaking havoc for a while and still failed to find Amon, he decided not to care about him anymore and began to try to attack the walls, windows, and doors of the bone church in an attempt to escape from the church. The bones were broken layer by layer under its attack, but they quickly grew back. Amon tried to steal the Golden Dragon King's idea of escape and exhausted it with a long and high intensity battle. But every time this stubborn guy wants to take some action, this thought will just keep popping up in his mind. No matter how much Amon steals, he can't stop it or change his next behavior. The Golden Dragon King seemed a little impatient. He stopped breathing continuously and flew around in the air to accumulate strength. Terrifying energy fluctuations began to gather, and even Amon's pupils shrank. Haha, it seems that the dragon god's half is quite rich. Although it is not very smart, at least in terms of strength, it is indeed worthy of its status. The Golden Dragon King opened his mouth, and an energy ball gathered in front of it. The ball became larger and larger, and when it finally took shape, it was more than 1,000 feet in diameter before the Golden Dragon King could shoot it out. Amon suddenly took action. The shadow of an ancient mortal clock appeared behind Amon, and the hands began to rotate rapidly. Amon's time has accelerated. In an instant, he can complete many shots and make many responses due to the physical condition of the Golden Dragon King. He cannot directly cut the space where the opponent is, but he can cut it along with a large area of space around him. He cut the space of a huge energy ball again and overlapped the two. The turbulence of time and space disrupted the stability of the energy ball, and terrifying energy burst out. Amon's monocle reflected a bright light like a supernova explosion. This light swallowed up the Golden Dragon King, swallowed up Amon, and swallowed up the bone church point. Everything was annihilated under this terrifying power. The Golden Dragon King himself could not withstand the combined power of his full blow and the turbulence of time and space. The dragon scales were broken piece by piece, and the flesh and blood disintegrated piece by piece. It struggled tenaciously in this energy storm and let out a deafening roar, and Amon and the bone church have long since returned to nothingness. Dazzling light erupted on Douluo star, and the entire planet was shaking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Platinum Dragon God. In the void outside Douluo star, there are figures suspended one after another. They are majestic, magnificent, exuding amazing energy, or solemn and sacred, dark and gloomy, but no matter which one is placed in the mortal world, people can't help but feel I want to worship. They are gods. The gods of the divine world. But at this moment, they were all staring at the interface not far away with solemnity, anxiety, or uneasiness. Although it is so close, no god can come to Douluo star. A thin barrier blocked them all out. The Golden Dragon King was driven and induced by them to go to Douluo star in order to test the newly born evil and crazy god. The Golden Dragon King did indeed have a conflict with the evil god as they expected. They hope that the Golden Dragon King can fight the evil god and give them a glimpse of the opponent's reality, but no one wants the Golden Dragon King to die in the opponent's hands and become his nourishment. So after the astonishing energy wave erupted on the Douluo star, they prepared to descend collectively, but were blocked by a barrier. This is when Amon sensed the opportunity to kill the Golden Dragon King and activated the power of the gate to seal off the entire Douluo planet. Even he could not maintain such a large-scale blockade for a long time, so he only used it at critical moments to eliminate interference from outside gods. Four figures stood in front of the gods: the god of kindness in white, the god of evil in black, the god of destruction in grey, and the god of life in green. What on earth is this? Why do you evil gods always like to cause trouble? The god of destruction knocked on the barrier with his fist and looked at the man in black on the side. The man in black shrugged. He has such a nature and such a divine status, but compared to us, this guy's probably the real evil god. Even when I look at it, I can't help but feel a touch of madness and chaos in my heart. Some low-level beings may become deformed just by being affected by his breath. The man in black is holding a black cat in his hand, and this black cat has smooth tentacles under its body. These tentacles were dancing restlessly, and even the strong divine power exuded by the man in black could not calm them down. The black cat has completely lost his mind, and only madness, chaos, and coldness are left in his mind. The man in black removed the divine protection from the black cat and allowed it to be annihilated by the void energy. He issued an order: everyone, attack freely. I don't believe this seal can't be broken. Before there was a more ingenious method, he decisively chose the simplest and most practical way, relying on the advantage of the large number of gods to continuously bombard the seal and consume the opponent. The method of the God King in black was effective, although Amon connected the original energy of the Douluo star interface to the barrier through an error to replenish the barrier's consumption point. But this kind of replenishment is limited, and the speed of replenishment cannot compare with the consumption caused by the god's attack barrier. In 3 days at most, the gods will be able to break through the barrier. After estimating the time, Amon stroked his monocle and smiled. There is enough time. He held 2 light groups, one gold and one silver, in his hands, which exuded powerful energy fluctuations. In the deepest part of the light group, there was a special message that Amon could read, but could not understand. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the essence of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, but when the things reached his mouth, Amon stopped abruptly. The spiritual warning just now was direct and crazy, preventing him from doing this. No, maybe it is more appropriate to say that it was a reminder given through spiritual warning. Because the real source of this warning is not Amon's own spiritual intuition, but a certain golden finger. Amon's consciousness sank deep into his soul and came to the soul space. In the grey world, boundless fog fills the air, and crazy, terrifying, and vast murmurs echo in the grey fog. Amon raised his hand and touched the bottom edge of the monocle with his index finger. Pure light burst out, blooming with unimaginable brilliance. The grey fog was dispersed, revealing a vague shadow as huge as a planet. He wears a bronze mask, and his body seems to be a scattered but connected whole composed of worm vortices. From the black robe underneath, one after another smooth tentacles with mysterious lines appear to contain countless knowledge. Amon's eyes narrowed slightly, and the shadow seemed to have become much more solid. When the dark demon evil god tiger entered last time, he was still illusory, as if he did not exist. Ignoring Yan Jin's brand, he turned his attention to the ancient stone gate behind the brand that was bigger, more majestic, and more vast, shining with white brilliance. Amon's figure slowly faded and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Shimon. Above the stone gate, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, insects and fish. Countless information constitute one world after another, and the information of these worlds constitute a river that flows continuously. Amon touched the stone door slightly and muttered, "Gate of order. TSK, that's it. There are some things you can't eat. You can't leave. After you eat them, then I won't eat." Compared to the splendor of all the worlds, what does a mere Douluo world mean? Well, be a traveler in the heavens, and embark on tense and exciting adventures again and again. In the adventure, we realize the leaps in life level again and again, and improve the essence of life. Although this will be dangerous, it is much more exciting and interesting than being trapped in a corner. Maybe one day I can return to the mystery and meet those people. That must be fun. Amon opened his eyes, with a trace of regret in his eyes, but this regret was quickly replaced by depth. The corners of his mouth slowly raised back, revealing a smile. The road in Douluo has come to an end, but I can play with you in the end. He looked up at the sky, his eyes passed through the clouds, passed through the barrier, and landed on the majestic giant-like figures, and on the four people standing at the front of the crowd. As if aware of the sight coming from Amon, the evil god in black cast his gaze on Douluo star, but his sight was blocked by a barrier and he could only see a layer of grey mist. HMPH. Maybe we did something wrong. Driving away and luring the golden dragon king away doesn't seem to be a good choice. The god of evil said softly. The gentle voice of the god of kindness sounded. No one expected that evil thing could create a seal that could block the gods. I originally wanted to use this to find out some of his details and reduce the number of sacrifices in the battle, but now it seems that we may have to pay more for this negligence. The god of destruction said coldly, "I told you a long time ago that there is no need to conduct unnecessary tests. Just gather all your strength and kill them. To deal with this kind of guy who looks very strange at first glance, the best solution is to fight to the death without giving the opponent time to prepare. Indecisiveness will only leave hidden dangers. Who knows what methods he will use to leave behind." The god of kindness was silent, with a trace of self-blame flashing in his eyes. The god of life said, "Okay, destruction, just say a few words. That's it. Just wait for the final battle." Wearing a gorgeous red robe, a handsome middle-aged man with fiery red tousled hair and fiery red eyes said, "I remember that you're a god and Poseidon seemed to be looking for heirs in this interface, right? I don't know if they are dead. If they are not dead, they will definitely be held accountable for their fault. They allowed such things to grow under their noses." At this time, a small red snake poked its head out from the red-haired man's cuffs. It had a pair of curved horns on its head, and the scales on its body looked like twisted insects. The little red snake looked at the man with cute eyes and whispered, "Master, your successor is also in this interface. The throne is still in her hands, and has not been taken back. I think it is not a complete failure." Vulcan raised his eyebrows, and his action was a little faster, and his strike was a little stronger. Every attack caused ripples on the barrier. He turned to the gods of the flame series and said, "Work harder for me. Didn't you hear what Hanglian said? Your next boss is still waiting for you to save him." "Oh, listen to the boss. I have long disliked this boss, and want to change him." A fire god holding a hammer said with a smile, "That's right. The Vulcan boss is not active in his work and leaves a lot of work to us. Replacement of talents quickly will be conducive to the development of the god realm." "Right, brother destruction." The Grey-clothed god of destruction looked at the group of violent guys who suddenly became enthusiastic. His face couldn't help but twitched and he didn't answer. However, he hopes that the god realm can develop better, and he really hopes to be replaced by a more reliable Vulcan. Well, it's best to replace the Poseidon and Shura gods who want to escape. Wearing red clothes, with a gorgeous face and full of heroic spirit, Yan Jin appeared next to Amon. She pinched her monocle and greeted warmly, "Hello, Amon. Hello, Amon." The original Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat and black robe, nodded. "How are you doing over there?" asked Amon. Yan Jin patted his chest and replied with a smile, "Leave it to me, just don't worry, I've almost finished the Dragon Valley." "Then, eat these two too." Amon handed the gold and silver light ball in his hand to Yan Jin. Yan Jin didn't say anything and stuffed it into his mouth. Powerful energy fluctuations emerged from her body and her trunk bones started to move naturally. A majestic dragon slowly rose into the sky. She was covered in black scales, which were immediately covered by another layer of dark red metallic scales. As time goes by, the dark red and black scales slowly fall off, and the silver brilliance and golden brilliance shine on her body, intertwining and merging. The dragon's body also grew, and soon it became even bigger than the golden dragon king. She stretched her wings, and her new white gold scales shone in the morning sun. A blood-red giant rose from the ground, its huge body like a mountain. His whole body is composed of energy, with bones, meridians, skin, and armor formed one by one. He wears a crown on his head and holds a scepter. Blood Emperor. There is almost no need to say more to naturally connect this giant with the name of the ruler of the kingdom. This was formed by Amon's soul power, and the blood red color was the light and shadow effect he specially stole in order to better reveal his identity as the Blood Emperor. The giant swung his scepter and struck hard at the giant dragon entrenched in the sky of the night city. Not to be outdone, the dragon raised its claws and caught the scepter. The two collided with a deafening crash. The terrifying energy fluctuated wantonly, and the strong winds blew through the streets and alleys, causing the order that the city guards had finally maintained to become chaotic again. The thunder dragon rushed forward, wrapping around the bloody giant like a python. Thunder lights whirled, and large groups of thunderballs exploded, blasting the giant's armor into craters. The giant's scepter suddenly burst into a large ball of fire, and the red lotus fire burned blazingly. He waved his hand and flicked the thunder dragon's head away, and then used the scepter to cut the thunder dragon in half. As the thunder dragon dissipated, the night city was once again shrouded in darkness, and the thunder that illuminated the night sky seemed to be silent. Only the giant with a faint blood-red halo still stood in the darkness, carrying killing and ominousness breath. This scene made the hearts of countless people sink. The tyrant was so powerful and terrifying. They prayed in their hearts that Yan could defeat this demon and bring new life to this country. Time seemed to freeze for half a minute. Everyone looked at the palace with bated breath, waiting for the follow-up. The thunder fell, and the sound of thunder sounded again. The dazzling lightning formed an equally huge giant, also wearing a crown. He made a fist with his right hand, made a palm shape with his left hand, and pulled out a thunder sword from the palm of his hand. Thunder sword. The thunder sword and the scepter intersected, and the two giants collided. The entire palace was almost reduced to ruins in their battle. However, most of the palace maids and guards seemed to have been notified early, and they evacuated not long after Yan entered the palace garden. The gorgeous woman Yan saw in the garden, being hugged by fatty Amon, and playing with him in the pool, was currently wearing a black dress, with a monocle embedded in her right eye, sitting on the ruins of the wall. He watched the battle between the two sides with great interest, and laughed like a silver bell. It's quite exciting. During the battle, the thunder giant was forced into desperate situations several times, and it seemed that he would be defeated in the next second, but he was tough, tenacious and miraculously able to survive. Of course, his repeated crises have also affected the hearts of civilians who can see the battlefield. After a collision, the thunder giant caught a flaw in the blood giant, and the thunder sword in his hand suddenly extended. At the tip of the sword are spears made of iron that shot out. They form the tip of the thunder sword. With the sword behind it, it penetrates the bloody giant's armor with unstoppable power and accurately hits the station. Fat Amon between the giant's eyebrows. The terrifying power tore his body into pieces, and the burst of thunder swallowed up the scattered limbs. The battle is over. After a long time, nothing happened again, and countless people cheered as they looked at the thunder giant standing in the center of the city of Night Point. The terrifying, bloody, and cruel rule of the Blood Emperor ended. Thunder pierced the dark clouds and brought Light Point under the command of Rommel. The city guards maintained order in the Night City very well. They organized the people who fled the city to return to the city in an orderly manner. The thunder giant slowly dissipated, and Lei Yin sat on the pile of rubble, resting against a log point. He gasped for breath and sweat kept flowing. Even if the thunder cloud skill can gather the thunder element in nature, even if the thunder gathering skill of the evil eye tyrant lord is used to replenish the consumption, after such a fierce battle, Lei Yin, I still feel a little exhausted, and my soul power is almost completely exhausted. It's just a clone. It's just a clone. Is it so strong? Lei Yin whispered to himself. Although that guy hasn't become a god yet, he has definitely touched the authority of the gods. The Silver Dragon King walked over slowly. Since he was exposed, she stopped pretending and said straight to the point. Lei Yin's pupils shrank. Although he had always known that Gu Yuna's identity was not simple, he was still a little surprised when the word God came out of her mouth so easily. She didn't seem to have much respect for God. Many of his abilities are the use of rules. Although they are not the direct degradation and destruction of rules like divine power, the manipulation and construction are more difficult than simple destruction. Most gods can only control and construct the rules of their own profession, but I can't understand that guy. He seems to be able to take advantage of many rules. If he is allowed to ascend to the throne of God, he will definitely become the most powerful one. The top kind of god, Gu Yuna said with a bit of solemnity in her tone. Lei Yin glanced at her and twitched the corners of his mouth. Gu Yuna's origin seems to be bigger than he originally expected, so he asked tentatively, who are you? Are you some kind of god? God? Haha. Gu Yuna showed a bit of a sneer. If you think I'm a god, then just take it as such. Gu Yuna's attitude made Lei Yin startled. Even Amon would not be so disdainful when mentioning God. Seemingly sensing Lei Yin's thoughts, Gu Yuna said calmly, you don't need to guess, nor do you need to know who I am. You just need to understand that we are not enemies for the time being, and our attitude towards Amon is also in a relatively vague state. The same thing is that we are all trying to find out Amon's background and want him to reveal more information. Lei Yin stood up from the ruins. That's right. Let's get along well for a while before we go our separate ways. He exuded mental power and found the ring-shaped storage soul guide left by Blood Emperor Amon Point. After injecting soul power and looking inside, Lei Yin was stunned and his breathing became a little faster. Soul bones. It's all soul bones. There are more than 20 pieces with different qualities, including 10, 100, 1000. 10,000 and 100,000 years with Lei Yin's configuration of top-grade soul bones. Generally speaking, more than 20 soul bones of high and low quality would not make him lose his composure like this, but what is contained in it are all external soul bones, not subject to the restriction that a person can only attach 6 soul bones to the main body. There are fingers, knees, skin, eyeballs, hair, monocles, hearts, blood vessels, tails. They are enough to quickly push Lei Yin, who is now at level 94 in soul power, to the level of level 99 extreme Douluo. Lei Yin took a deep breath to calm down the shock and excitement in his heart. He had previously guessed that, if he chose to seize the throne of the Douluo Empire, Amon might have some follow-up arrangements and give him some adventures to improve his level point. But Lei Yin could never have imagined that Amon would be so simple and crude to directly send so many external soul bones through the hands of the abandoned Blood Emperor clone. However, even if Amon had a plan for this and might not have good intentions, Lei Yin would still not refuse. He knew that the path he chose was a very dangerous and difficult one, but in order to find out what happened to his sister in the end, he had no hesitation. Lei Yin's expression caught Gu Yuna's attention. She emitted soul power and scanned the inside with her mental power. This is a very impolite behavior, but her curiosity about what Amon left behind prompted her to spy on Lei Yin. Spoils her breathing also became rapid. These soul bones were all exploded by the soul beasts that were slaughtered by Amon in the Xingdao Great Forest. They were all her people. Gu Yuna was very angry. Apart from that, she couldn't do anything. She didn't even see the shadow of Amon's body. After the battle, Rommel, who had been prepared, immediately arranged for people to rebuild the palace. He didn't know where he found a bunch of civil engineering soul masters. They might not be good at fighting, but they were great at building buildings. These soul masters all have the ability to control rocks, soil, or wood. With the efforts of such a soul master construction team, a new palace was built. It was built quickly, and it took no more than 3 days. This is definitely a miracle on the Douluo continent at this time. This palace seems to have grown from the darkness of the earth, and the towering spires sparkle in the sun. The overall structure is different from the original Chinese style architecture, with towering stone pillars and domes, with a hint of Gothic style. The tall dome is inlaid with colorful gems, forming mysterious symbols and symbols. A huge white statue stands in front of the central hall. The statue is a young man in military uniform, holding a sword in one hand and lightning in the other hand. His face is exactly the same as Lei Yin. When Lei Yin absorbed the soul bone, stepped into the realm of the 99th level Douluo, walked out of the retreat room, and came to the palace, his eyes were full of astonishment and surprise. He didn't expect Rommel to be so efficient. In just over 10 days, he completed such a huge project. Even the theological paintings in the palace have been painted, and the vegetation on the flower beds on both sides of the road has been transplanted. Rommel smiled and explained, the main body of the palace was completed in 3 days. It took more time to decorate the carvings, paintings, etc. in the back, but it should not be bad and sufficient. Is it more than sufficient? Lei Yin felt that the original palace was not as good as this new one. He looked at his statue in front of the hall and asked, what is the attitude of the nobles and officials from all over the country? Rommel answered with preparation, I didn't notify the nobles and officials in the Night City that day, but they came to express their loyalty very tactfully. After all, it is difficult to remain indifferent after seeing the majesty of the God of Thunder. As for those scattered in their respective territories outside the Night City, most of them are willing to accept your rule. There are some idiots who can't see the situation clearly, and I have sent them to hell, but there are still some stubborn old nobles, which is a bit troublesome. I haven't solved it yet. You can do it yourself. Lei Yin nodded. Thank you. You have worked hard. Rommel smiled and waved his hand. It's just that each of us takes what we need. You can be your dog emperor, and I can be my dog noble. Don't forget to give me a title that sounds more powerful. Well, I want the title of duke, and I also want a fiefdom as big as that of a duke. I think the territories of those stubborn guys are very suitable. How about the ZHU family? Okay. Chapter 319 The Stars Descend. Yan Jin devoured the original power of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King and ate the dragon souls in the Dragon Valley. She almost became the new dragon god. Of course, she is still some distance away from the complete dragon god, but she is definitely far superior to the Golden Dragon King. The 3,000 feet long dragon hovered in the sky, exuding a more terrifying breath than the ancient behemoth. This pressure rushed straight into the sky and broke through the barrier, which frightened the gods who were constantly attacking and trying to shake the barrier. It's the dragon god. The breath of the dragon god. The god of destruction changed his face. How could it be? Didn't it disappear completely? The god of kindness said in a deep voice. The god of evil looked solemn. I'm afraid that the dragon god's other origin is on Douluo Star. Maybe the birth of such a powerful evil thing is related to the dragon god's origin. Amon revoked the blockade of Douluo Star by the authority of the gate, and revoked the barrier formed by the materialization of divine power. The gods also stopped attacking at the first moment. When the time came, no one dared to enter Douluo Star, as if there was a great terror below. A monster whose details were unknown, with a huge vision when becoming a god, which made people's spirits crazy and warned. An existence that seemed to be a complete dragon god. Either one was a great enemy that required the whole god realm to deal with all their strength, but at this moment they actually gathered in one place. Or there was an even worse situation. These two were the same. The dragon god did not give people the feeling of madness and evil. Although he was indeed a lunatic, he would not infect others, so if these two were the same, then it must be an evil existence that obtained the power of the dragon god, or a dragon god who fell into darkness and obtained evil power. No one could tell how powerful the combination of the two would be. The hot-tempered fire god took the lead and said, "Since none of you moved, I'll go first." If there was something, he would really go. This was probably the only point that the gods of the flame system believed in him, except for strength. A blazing red flame that was close to bright white rose from the fire god's body, and the raging flames made his fluffy fiery red hair look even more vivid. Without hesitation, he used the flames to wrap around his body again and again, forming a shield and controlling the fire element to spread far away. In this way, if there is any change in the front, it will first disturb the fire element, making it easier for him to perceive. Although the fire god has a violent personality and is a bit reckless, he is not a fool, and he has his own caution. The god of destruction followed closely behind, not far behind. As a practical person among the Douluo gods, he has always been in the front in these major events that will affect the entire Douluo god realm. As the two of them set an example, the gods belonging to their line also followed their leaders after that. It was the two great god kings and the rest of the gods at this moment. The people on Douluo star seemed to be touched by something, and they all looked up at the sky at the same time. Whether it was the area that had just lit up, the area that was at noon, or the area that was already late at night. At this moment, they all saw meteors falling from the sky one by one. Those meteors, although not as dazzling as the sun, were extremely bright, as if they condensed the most dazzling colors in the world. Even in the area where the sun was at its peak, the sunlight could not cover its brilliance. They seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force, and they could not help but focus their eyes on those meteors. It was difficult to move their eyes away, and an unspeakable throbbing rose in their hearts. It seemed that his lifelong beliefs, lifelong aspirations, and lifelong pursuits were all in that meteor shower. Amon looked up and stared at the meteor shower, raised his right hand, and pinched the upper and lower bottom edges of his monocle with his index finger and thumb, respectively. With a smile in his eyes, he jumped up and came to the top of the platinum dragon. The other three figures appeared in an outline, gradually becoming clear and becoming solid. Amon in black robe clapped his hands and said with great interest, "Okay, fellow Amons, let's play an exciting game with the gods of Douluo. Well, let's call it the Brave Saves the Dragon." The other three figures all curled their lips and showed the same smile as Amon. Roar. The white gold dragon with dark circles under its eyes roared loudly. She flapped her wings and flew towards the sky, towards the falling meteor shower. After hearing the roar, the gods who came down immediately raised their vigilance to the maximum. The face of the god of fire suddenly changed. The fire element in front of him lost contact. To be more precise, something deprived him of control over the flames. He warned immediately, "Get out of the way, an attack is coming." A huge fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters came from below. The fiery red fireball with white light magnified in the eyes of the gods falling from the sky, occupying all their sight. The water god came to the side of the fire god, raised his hand with a heavy face, and a long river appeared out of thin air. The surging river water washed over the fireball and extinguished it. The next second, she also looked panicked, and she lost her sense of the element. "It's the dragon god. The dragon god is really back." The god of destruction also noticed the situation of the two and shouted loudly. Although they had been mentally prepared for a long time, when they really got confirmation, the gods couldn't help but panic. The ancient gods recalled the tragic battle of that year. The gods fell, the blood of the gods fell like raindrops, and the corpses of the gods were everywhere. Even the gods of thunder, angels, Rakshasa, and ice, who were the best among the gods, perished in that war. The entire world of gods declined because of this, and it took a long time to recover. The young and new gods also showed panic one by one, and the emotions of the old predecessors infected them. Gods are just powerful mortals, and panic is contagious. An invisible wave flashed by, and it was the god of emotion who took action. He used his authority to calm the panic transmitted among the gods. Then, the gods suddenly became excited. They were no longer afraid or terrified. The pride of being gods emerged, the blood of the gods began to boil, and a strong fighting spirit filled their hearts. A loud dragon roar stopped the rising fighting spirit. As if a basin of cold water was poured on their hearts, the strong dragon power overwhelmed the pressure of the gods, and it surged like a tsunami. The element began to riot, and the laws of heaven and earth also became chaotic. A huge monster rushed from below, with strange brilliance flashing on its platinum scales, and each scale was so perfect and magnificent. This terrifying creature, 3,000 feet long and 3 times the size of the Golden Dragon King, rushed towards the group of gods with unparalleled might. Get out of the way. The hands of the evil god fluctuated, and a divine power filled with negative emotions such as fear, anger, hatred, and tyranny burst out, forming a barrier that blocked the gods in front. This hastily condensed barrier did not last long before it broke apart. However, the evil god's goal had been achieved, and the gods who had gathered together dispersed and scattered all over the sky. Even with the huge size of the platinum dragon, it could not hit many people with one collision. Most of the gods avoided the dragon's attack, but there were still 2 or 3 unlucky ones who were hit by the dragon's body that suddenly came like a mountain and turned into blood mist and exploded. The evil god and the good god looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes when facing the dragon god. The 2 of them and the Azura god worked together to launch the 3 realms judgment to defeat him. But now without the Azura god, the god of unparalleled attack, the power of the 3 realms judgment will be greatly reduced. They are a little worried whether it can still work against this powerful enemy. The god of destruction, who has the strongest combat awareness, took the lead in launching a counterattack, bursting with a force full of destructive breath and shooting towards the platinum dragon. Don't be afraid, he is not the dragon god, he is still a little bit short. The current god realm is more powerful than before. The gods came back to their senses from the shock of seeing this behemoth and the fear of their companion's death, and launched a counterattack. A series of divine lights bloomed, and various colors shone in the sky. But all the attacks failed to fall on the platinum dragon. A spherical barrier formed by the materialization of divine power blocked everything. Seeing this familiar barrier that had blocked them for a long time, the face of the god of destruction became very ugly. The dragon did not attack again, but quietly floated in the air, with its head facing the direction of the 2 god kings. 4 figures appeared above the platinum dragon's head. Standing in the center was a thin young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical robe. On his left was a handsome man with sea blue hair, blue eyes, and a dark blue, almost black military uniform. Behind them were a woman with long golden hair and a heroic face, and a beautiful woman in a purple dress. Elegant and gorgeous thunder surged on the blue-haired man, and the thunder element rose and fell with his breathing. The blonde woman was surrounded by light, sacred and majestic. The last lady in a purple dress exuded an evil and ominous aura. At first glance, you knew she was not a good person. Thor, angel god, Rakshasa god, as the god king, the evil god who once led the gods to fight the dragon god, recognized their identities at a glance. He sighed softly. I didn't expect that the successor of the power left by my former friend would become our enemy. Immediately, he cast his eyes on the black-robed youth, who had no aura. He was right in front of him, but he could not sense his existence at all. He seemed like a projection of history and an illusion of time and space. The black-robed youth also looked at him, and their eyes converged in midair. Amon raised his right hand, touched the crystal-textured monocle with his index finger knuckle, and greeted with a smile. Gods of the god realm, it's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. His tone was calm, without a trace of hostility, as if the 2 sides were friends rather than enemies, and the tense bloody conflict just now had never happened. Lei, Yan, Kyan Ring-Su, and Bibidang all pinched their monocles and smiled in the same way. After his soul power successfully reached level 99 and could not be upgraded, Lei Yan naturally heard vague calls coming from all directions, or resentment, or curse, but more of worship and respect. These voices do not sound real and appear very vague, but vaguely, the 2 most popular voices can be heard: God of War and God of War. Thor. Lei Yan was not very accustomed to these sounds at first. It took him a while to figure out how to block them with his mental power, or to listen selectively. These sounds were transmitted to him and turned into an invisible force that lingered around him. Lei Yin knew that this power was probably faith. What happened in the Night City is spreading to all parts of the Tudor Empire. The faith gathered in him has continued to grow stronger as time goes by, and its gathering efficiency is getting faster and faster. Rommel, when will the enthronement ceremony be held? Lei Yin asked. Well, it will take 5 days at the earliest. Nobles from all over the country must be summoned to watch the ceremony, unless they are too far away or hold important positions and cannot escape. The others who dare not come should be noted down. Here, we will settle the account slowly later. Give me the list of those diehards, and I'll make a trip. It won't take long. After Lei Yin got the list given to him by Rommel, he turned into lightning and disappeared from the sky. In 5 days, Lei Yin traveled thousands of miles throughout the Tudor Empire, subduing all those who disobeyed and venting the power of thunder to those who dared to draw his sword against him. Later, in a somewhat hasty ceremony, Lei Yin put on the crown. The originally chaotic and separatist situation officially came to an end, and the Second Tudor Empire was established. The previous turmoil brought many military generals to the stage. They relied on force and gained considerable benefits in the chaos. Most of these people themselves are Lei Yin's subordinates, his supporters and believers. They captured it themselves, and Lei Yin recognized it in the form of a decree. At the same time, he rewarded the territories of the families that were destroyed in the war to those who had followed them. His general. Lei Yin changed the title of the empire's supreme ruler from emperor to god, and established the Church of Thunder God. All imperial officials must be clergy of the church. The empire's system was changed to an integration of politics and religion. If officials wanted to be promoted, they had to first raise their level within the church. Lei Yin's reforms did not arouse much resistance. The previous Tudor Empire was shrouded in decline and despair due to the random acts of the Blood Emperor. Social order has collapsed. Bandits are rampant. Warlords are separatist. Laws have become a piece of paper, and spies from the Xiandao Empire are constantly causing chaos. It was Lei Yin who ended it all. To ordinary people, he was the light that illuminated the darkness, the fire in the harsh winter, and the hope in the doomsday. The belief in cleaning up mountains and rivers and changing the world far exceeds the admiration of soldiers he gained through victory in the war as an imperial general. It is the most sincere and steadfast support of tens of millions of people. The massive amount of faith coming from all directions like a landslide and a tsunami almost drowned Lei Yin. On a rooftop, a thin young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed hat pinched the monocle on his right eye, outlined the corners of his mouth, and showed a smile. It seems to be quite successful, better than expected. Sure enough, hope in despair is the easiest way to gather faith. Lei Yin should not be far behind in time. Then, who will be next? There should be no more idiots like Yan Jin. If it fails for such a funny reason, I will be angry. Wuhan City, Douluo Hall. The statue of the angel god still has that look of mercy and compassion, but what is different from before is that it seems to have a faint smile. Qiandao Liu, who was wearing a grey robe, stood in front of the statue of the angel god, with 6 wings stretched out behind him, emitting golden light. Divine power surged from his body. The diamond-shaped gem between his eyebrows shines. The power of faith surrounds him and is absorbed by the gem. In front of him was Su, who also spread her wings, with divine power flowing through her body and shrouded in golden light. There is a sword in Su's hand. It is an angel holy sword taken from the angel temple in the void. Just like Tang San's Poseidon trident and Tang Chen's Shura demon sword, it is the angel god who becomes a god. When he becomes a god, an artifact transformed from his own martial soul. Grandpa, I have completed the 8th test. When will I be able to take the 9th test? Su, whose soul power was shaking and who was already above the title Douluo level, asked. It's not the time yet. Firstly, your soul power needs more precipitation, and secondly, your heart has not yet calmed down. The 9th test of the angel god is to ask the heart. If you don't adjust your mental state, it will be difficult to pass. Qiandao Liu had a kind smile in his eyes, although starting the 9th test requires him to sacrifice his life. For Qiandao Liu, this is his long cherished wish. It is his honor to use his own life to pave the way for the angel god to come again. Not to mention that the beneficiary is his granddaughter. Then how can I calm down? Kyan Rinksu asked with some urgency. In response, Kyan Daoliu shook his head. I don't know. I don't know what the content of asking the heart in the Shenkeo is, and I can't give any useful suggestions. It's just that my intuition tells me that you are not good enough now. The last step of the divine test is yours alone. No one else can give you any help. Even grandpa, you don't know. Kyan Rinksu was a little disappointed. Don't be discouraged. I believe in you. But don't be proud, and you can't make a mistake at this last moment. Someone needs to end the chaos in this continent. I believe that person will definitely be you. Kyan Rinksu nodded heavily and said seriously, I will, grandpa. The Pope's palace. In a secret room in Bibidong's room. Dark shadows surged, and a power full of chaos, fear, and violence filled the air. The body is covered with dark purple lines, giving people an evil and crazy feeling. Finally, we have gathered it all. Enough hatred, enough resentment. The power of faith is enough. Only the final 9th test is left. A low voice came from her mouth, as if it came from the 9th overworld, making people chill. Haha. Amon, god of thunder. I will let you know what a real god is. Just wait. Are you ready to tremble under the power of Rakshasa god? At this moment, Bibidong's pupils were red. The eyeballs are black, and luck particularly ferocious. A complex pattern spread from her feet. The pattern lit up, and a huge scythe slowly emerged from the pattern. The sickle is purple-black in color, has a long handle, and the blade is even larger. She stretched out her hand and held the Rakshasa demon scythe, and a burst of black-purple light suddenly lit up. The magic sickle trembled violently, and a powerful wave of soul power began to spread. This wave was absorbed after hitting the surrounding walls and did not spread to the outside world at all. A stinging pain suddenly came from her hand, and the Rakshasa demonic scythe shook violently, shaking her away. Bibidong took several steps back before standing still, looking at the scars on her palms. Her face showed confusion and resentment. Why? I've obviously gathered enough power of faith. Why do you still reject me? Bibidong looked a little crazy. The Rakshasa magic scythe bloomed with a faint purple light, revealing a more evil and ominous aura. Under this light, the pain in Bibidong's hand became more severe, making her face twitch. Bibidong thought thoughtfully, you mean, my pain is not enough, my madness and hatred are not enough. There was heart-stopping ferocity and determination in her eyes. So tell me, what kind of pain, what kind of hatred, what kind of madness will meet your requirements? GGG. Like a night owl, an illusory and non-existent demonic figure appeared. Bibidong's eyes gradually became dull. Memories from the past reappeared in her mind, and she seemed to have returned to decades ago, and became the little girl again. A face she never wanted to see again emerged very clearly. Her teacher, Kyan Zunji. The scene began to repeat itself, and she was dragged into the dark secret room, and endured the humiliation again. She screamed, she struggled, and she resisted, but it was all in vain. She could only endure the man's disgusting desires without any trace of her. Bibidong suddenly opened his eyes and let out a scream, a sharp ghost-like voice that echoed in the secret room. The soul power stirred, causing the secret room to roar continuously. After a long time, she gradually calmed down, gasping for air, her back and forehead already soaked with sweat. Kyan Sunji, the Angel Clan, you all deserve to die. The dark purple magic patterns on Bibidong's body began to shine, echoing the purple light on the Rakshasa magic scythe. GGGG. The illusory shadow, that seemed not to exist once again let out a terrifying laugh. Ice and fire are extinct. The ultimate icy cyclone collided with the ultimate hot cyclone, bursting out with unimaginable power. It seemed that the terrifying aura that could destroy everything spread. Amon's monocle reflected a tornado formed by the intertwining of ice and fire. He aimed at the ice and fire tornado with a solemn expression. Then, his monocle suddenly shattered, half of his face exploded, eyeballs and bone fragments scattered around, and blood continued to flow. He raised his right hand, trying to make the habitual gesture of pinching his glasses, but he froze halfway up, and it seemed that he realized that half of his face was gone. Another Amon stole his injuries, and then used his life force to offset The injurious point. After returning to his original state, Amon finally took out the crystal monocle from the void, embedded it in his eye socket, and said TSK, failed again. He muttered, sure enough, the divine version of ice and fire extinction is not that easy to steal. Even if it is stolen, it is difficult to store it. If you are not careful, it will backfire on you. Yan Jin put his hands on his hips and said with a smile, you are so stupid, you can't put them together. Why don't you just separate them? I'm worried that the separate ice and fire cyclones will be blocked by the enemy and unable to fuse, or the fusion speed will be too slow and be avoided by the opponent. Then let the two insects of time store a little bit each, and Amon, the aggregation of these two insects of time, rushes over to restrain the opponent and carry out a suicide attack, or lure the opponent closer and then detonate it. Next to her, a group of Amon, who were wearing different styles, different appearances, and different expressions, but all wearing monocles, suddenly showed the same expression. They looked at Yan Jin in shock and said in astonishment, she was the first to think of a solution? Chapter 320, Yan Jin awakens. The god of destruction looked at Amon, Su, Bibidong, Lei Yin, and the platinum dragon with a black circle on his right eye, and his pupils shrank. You controlled them all? Amon opened his mouth and whispered, isn't it obvious? How about it? My puppets are pretty good, right? He said it as proudly as a child showing off his toys. After becoming a god, all of Amon's abilities were strengthened and could be effective at the level of god. Under the affinity brought by the swindler, some gods with weak wills unconsciously relaxed their vigilance against him and developed a good impression of him. They felt that this was an existence that could communicate and exchange and could be accepted and absorbed into the world of gods until this moment, when Amon said the most creepy words in the most innocent way. They regained their vigilance. Looking at the somewhat sluggishly Yan, Su and Bibidong, the gods were shocked. Being turned into such a puppet was even more miserable than death. The spiritual revelation received that day was indeed correct. This guy was an evil, terrifying and chaotic creature. The human appearance was just his disguise. Be careful, this guy's not right. Don't talk to him. He exudes a special affinity all the time. This is different from divine power and mental power. If it weren't for the special priesthood of my priesthood, I wouldn't be able to detect it. The god of emotions reminded. He only vaguely noticed something, not really, and half of it was guessing, but it didn't prevent him from reminding him about it. After Amon was promoted to a god, this affinity has become a kind of mental pollution, which is extremely hidden and difficult to detect. However, when it is detected and the other party takes targeted precautions, the effect is greatly reduced. This kind of inherently evil guy should not exist in the world at all. Fight him and never let him get away, the god of destruction said coldly. As he finished speaking, the gods headed by him all launched attacks at the same time in great tacit understanding. Amon did not use a barrier to resist. The attack penetrated his body and disappeared after advancing a distance. He seemed to be hidden in another time and space, erratic and elusive. But Lei Yin, Su and Bibidong did not have such ability. They either condensed thunder shields, or unfolded light curtains, or formed a dark vortex to resist the attacks one by one. Starlight lit up on Amon's body, and his body seemed to melt, turning into a pool of worms flowing and sinking into the body of the platinum dragon. Yan Jin's originally dull eyes seemed to be smart, as if he had a soul. But the other three puppets still looked a little dull. The god of kindness saw some clues from the performance of the puppets, opened his mouth and said, I know, this guy's like a parasite, fighting by controlling the host. The god of life, through his own ministry, felt the inharmonious aura in the bodies of Yan Jin, Lei Yin, Su, and Bibidong, who were controlled by Amon, just like a leech sucking blood on the surface of human skin. Yan Jin had the most, while Lei Yin, Su, and Bibidong had much less. She guessed that, because Yan Jin was the strongest, it would take more power to control him. She had an idea in her mind and communicated with the god of destruction, the god of evil, and the god of goodness through divine thoughts. We don't have to fight these guys head on. We just need to find a way to remove the control of the evil creatures on the thunder god, the angel god, the Rakshasa god, and the dragon god. At that time, the four of them will in turn become our helpers in dealing with the evil creatures. That's what we'll do. The elemental god and I will confront them head on. Evil and good, you take the original sin god and wait for an opportunity to remove the control. The god of destruction did not hesitate and immediately put forward his own suggestions, taking the initiative to undertake the dangerous frontal combat mission. A ball of rich purple-black electric light appeared in his hand. Although it looked like thunder and lightning, it had nothing to do with thunder. This is a pure destructive force, but it just behaves like thunder. The thunder of annihilation fell on the body of the platinum dragon, and the terrifying power burst out, and pieces of platinum scales were blown to pieces. The platinum dragon felt the pain and let out a deafening roar. The wound did not stay on the dragon's body for long, and it recovered because of its strong recovery ability, as if it was just an illusion. But this seemed to have angered the platinum dragon and Amon, who controlled it. It widened its dark red eyes and stared at the god of destruction. Roar. After the dragon roared, rushed towards the god of destruction. The god of destruction did not fight him, but just kept dodging. The dragon chased him relentlessly, like a puppy chasing a ball of yarn. Boom. Another mountain was knocked down, and the god of destruction took the opportunity to jump onto the dragon's slender neck. The dragon subconsciously mobilized element to wash its body. The element of heaven and earth began to riot, forming elemental turbulence. Strong winds, lightning, flames, ice, various natural phenomena appeared around the platinum dragon, each of which contained divine power and the power of laws, and was the manifestation of corresponding authority. This affected the elemental gods fighting against the three Yan on the other side, causing their battle to stagnate. Obviously, they were the elemental gods, the controllers of the natural element between heaven and earth, but under the influence of the dragon god. The element were out of their control, and this was just a casual move by the other party to get the god of destruction off him. A grey breath enveloped the god of destruction, and the extreme destructive power eliminated the element approaching him. At this moment, the god of emotion and the god of evil suddenly attacked Yan, who was fighting with the god of fire. The shock of the soul, accompanied by the agitation of divine power, penetrated his body and suddenly broke out. An invisible force was accurately delivered to a certain place where it should go. Yan's attack stopped, and he suddenly began to vomit, vomiting several insects with 12 rings and star-like colors. After a slight confusion on his face, Yan glanced around and immediately understood his current situation. He attacked the platinum dragon without hesitation. This made the good god, who was ready to explain the situation to him and wanted to persuade him to fight against Amon, show a satisfied smile in his eyes. Although Yan saw the platinum dragon for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the other party, and he recognized it as his sister at a glance. Angel, God Kan Rinksu and Rakshasa god Bibidang, with the help of the god of goodness and the god of evil, as well as other gods related to the spiritual realm, successfully got rid of Amon's control. They looked at each other, and after seeing each other's current situation, they were slightly surprised, and then, like Yan, joined the camp of the god realm to fight against Amon together. Heavens. Judgment. The dazzling light turned into a golden giant sword, and it chopped down with one sword. However, this attack that was enough to destroy the city and shake the mountains fell on the head of the platinum dragon, only breaking its dragon scales and leaving a trace of blood on its forehead. The dragon swung its wings in anger, and the energy burst out, shaking off the gods who besieged her. Another flick of the tail, pulling Yan, who was approaching from behind, away. It opened its mouth, and the surging power gathered, bursting out an unimaginable hot beam of light. The god of destruction dodged the dragon's breath in a somewhat embarrassed manner. He looked at the god of goodness and the god of evil. Are you not ready yet? It will take a little time. There are too many foreign objects in this guy's body. I'm afraid the body of the evil thing is hidden inside. The god of goodness responded. How long will it take? I may not be able to hold on to it for too long. The always arrogant god of destruction had to admit at this moment that he was indeed no match for the platinum dragon. After dealing with the hidden dangers of Yan and others and helping them to release the control, the other elemental gods also freed up their hands to support the god of destruction. The god of destruction climbed onto the dragon's body again, constantly wandering around and harassing either the neck or the back. Destruction. Be careful. The god of life reminded loudly. You Don't really think that I can only rely on puppets to fight, and I don't have any power at all? A teasing voice sounded beside the god of destruction's ears, and Amon, wearing a black classical robe, appeared beside him at some point. The god of destruction's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand and shot out a silencing divine thunder. Amon chuckled and stretched out his hand, grabbing the thunder of destruction in his own hand. He stole the attack of the god of destruction. A slippery tentacle with complex patterns stretched out from under his black robe, slightly bent, like a pistol, aiming at the god of destruction. Then, an extremely blazing sea of light rushed out, instantly defeating the black cloud that the god of destruction used to resist the elemental torrent, bombarding his divine body and knocking him away. This was part of the explosive energy that Amon stole and stored in the final stage of the battle with the Golden Dragon King. Just as Amon used the returned energy to knock the god of destruction away, the god of goodness and the god of evil finally made full preparations. The two stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right. The god of evil raised his left hand, and the god of goodness raised his right hand. Or thought from the deepest part of every living being's heart mixed with divine power rippled. Ignoring the indestructible scales of the platinum dragon, ignoring its strong body, it accurately probed into the other party's body and soul, where the worm of time was parasitized. Then, this good thoughts and evil thoughts broke out, and the worms of time turned into corpses. The two of them successfully eliminated the foreign objects in Yan Jin's body and rescued her from Amon's control. The platinum dragon, which was about to continue attacking the god of destruction, stopped and floated in the air blankly, revealing a bit of confusion in its eyes. The surging elemental tide also stopped with her stagnation. Yan Jin's memory still stayed at the time of the god of fire's test, although she was briefly awake afterwards. Amon slowed down time, and her consciousness was suppressed by the worm of time for a short moment. Therefore, the current situation made her extremely confused. The sea breeze blew from afar, bringing with it a burst of coolness, and a ship rose and fell with the waves on the sea. Tangsun held the dark trident in his hand, stood at the front of the ship's deck, and stared into the distance. The sea breeze blew his hair, and his sea blue hair fluttered gently in the wind. During this period of time, including the first Bloodfang lamprey, he had hunted 7 soul beasts and added 7 soul rings to the clear sky hammer. These soul beasts were of different ages, with 2 of them over 100,000 years old, and the rest were between 50,000 and 100,000 years old. Although it was not difficult for Tangsun now to hunt ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts, the problem was how to find them. Even with his mental power, plus the certain degree of control over the ocean brought by his identity as the inheritor of the sea god, he could not lock the position of a soul beast on the vast ocean. So, in order to balance efficiency, he had to make some compromises. He did not pursue the best for each soul ring, but chose a more suitable one. Now, he was preparing to attach the 8th soul ring of the clear sky hammer, and his target was the Royal Sea Dragon clan. There are several royal sea dragons that are over 50,000 years old, and any one of them can meet Tangsun's requirements. He suddenly frowned, turned around and looked at the side of the ship, walked to the side of the ship, looked at the deep sea, and his eyes were slightly fixed. Zao San, Demube said, the target has appeared. Upon hearing his words, everyone on the ship became alert. They could deeply understand how powerful Tangsun's mental power was, and how far he could detect, so they believed his words without a doubt. With a bang, a blue-green, fat-looking royal sea dragon jumped out of the water, revealing a quarter of its body. It exuded powerful soul power fluctuations. Even if you don't know how to judge the age of the royal sea dragon through its physical characteristics, you know that this is definitely a soul beast over 100,000 years old. Humans? I hate humans the most. You damn bugs, cockroaches, scum, sea slugs, lampreys. A series of curses came out of the royal sea dragon's mouth, and Tangsun frowned. Does she have a grudge against the lamprey? Mahanjan discovered the blind spot. Oscar held his chin and thought for a while. Senior Hailong said that the Bloodfang lamprey is the partner of the Steel Sea Dragon. The Steel Sea Dragon is a mutant in the Royal Sea Dragon group, and it should have a close relationship with this Royal Sea Dragon. So it and the Bloodfang lamprey are the relationship between the original wife and the mistress? Hailong Douluo nodded calmly. So that's it. No wonder there are many fishing boats witnessing the news of the battle between the Royal Sea Dragon and the Bloodfang Lamprey. The Sea Dragon opened its mouth, and dots of blue light gathered in its mouth, and then a blue-white beam of light suddenly sprayed over Poseidon. Guard. A blue shield condensed from seawater appeared and blocked the side of the ship. The beam spread out like water hitting a reef. The Royal Sea Dragon glanced at the seawater shield, raised his head, and poured into the sea obliquely. Tangson took a deep breath, jumped off the boat, and jumped into the sea. His mental power spread out, and under the influence of the power of the sea god Trident, the surrounding water flow was no longer a resistance, but became his help, pushing him forward quickly. Another white light burst out from the deep sea. Tangson waved the trident, turned his wrist, and drove the sea water to draw a golden circle. Golden. 13 tridents. The first style. Unstable wind and waves. The white light stopped when it encountered the light circle and could not move forward. Huang Hailang's expression condensed and continued to dive deeper into the ocean. Tangson suddenly lost the position of Huang Hailang in his mental power. He guessed that the other party should have used some means of shielding his mind, so he waited quietly in place, holding his breath and concentrating, ready to deal with attacks from unknown sources at any time. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed, and the expected attack never came. Waited for a while, still no response. Tangson finally realized it escaped. Back on the boat, Tang-san's face was not very good. Damubei stepped forward and asked, Zio-san, what are you doing? That guy ran away without even fighting. I didn't show any pressure. Is that soul beast so cowardly? Tangson was a little confused. In the deep sea, the Royal Sea Dragon swam quickly along the seabed, cursing. That was the trick of the sea god. It must be right. You still want to pretend to be a weak human to lure me in? Brother Steel has seen the sea god. Do you think I will be fooled so easily? The Royal Sea Dragon suddenly stopped moving, twisted its body, and looked at the man in front of it who was standing in the sea water, looking at it quietly, wearing a monocle. There was no soul power fluctuation on the other party, but he ignored the water pressure deep in the sea. A layer of white halo blocked him, and the sea water, as if there was an infinite distance between the two. Human, you actually chased me to such a deep seabed. Do you think you can eat me? The Royal Sea Dragon's voice was very pleasant, crisp, and pleasant, but with a bit of cowardice. Amon raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and said softly, to save time, please sacrifice a little. The bright starlight lit up, and in the pair of deep black pupils, there appeared endless doors overlapping. These light doors were both illusory and real, and were reflected around the Huang Hailong at the same time. It was horrified to find that it could not swim away. Although its body could still move, and the flow of the sea water seemed normal, it could not move its body half a millimeter, no matter which direction it swam. The surrounding space was in chaos. Go to hell. The Royal Sea Dragon roared angrily, and sprayed a large and thick beam of light. The beam disappeared, and suddenly appeared behind it. Its back was blown open, and it felt a sharp pain. The Royal Sea Dragon looked at its opponent in horror. Its pupils were ended with starlight, and its consciousness gradually blurred. A few seconds later, a white circle appeared in its right eye socket. Tangson was a little regretful that he failed to successfully hunt the 100,000-year Royal Sea Dragon, but he did not force it. For him now, the ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring did not bring much improvement. He was already level 98, and the last spirit ring of the Clear Sky Hammer was left for the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. After absorbing the spirit rings and spirit bones dropped by the opponent, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be promoted to level 99, so it didn't matter if the quality of the previous spirit rings was slightly worse. The ship suddenly shook, and a whirlpool appeared on the sea in front, and the figure of Huang Hailong appeared again. Why did it come back again? Yan Jin looked puzzled. I don't know. Tangson answered casually. He said it, but his actions were not slow. A few seconds after it appeared, Tangson attacked brazenly. He first used unstable wind wave to restrict Huang Hailong's movement, and then immediately used never return. The golden trident flew out of his hand and appeared on Huang Hailong's body in an instant, smashing it into pieces. Tangson did not hesitate, and immediately summoned the Clear Sky Hammer martial spirit, and used soul power to pull the soul ring. The red ring slowly floated towards him, and then suddenly shrank, and covered the clear sky. Hammer Tangsen just sat cross-legged on the deck, and began to refine the soul ring. Hailung Douluo and others protected him. After a while, after absorbing the spirit ring, he opened his eyes, and looked at the place, where the sea and sky meet in the distance. There was the habitat of the deep sea demon whale king. The terrifying existence that almost wiped them out, roaming the sea without a rival, and almost the uncrowned king of the sea. Sea dragon Douluo walked to Tangsen and asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Tangsen nodded solemnly. "Well, it's better than ever. My mentality, mental strength, soul power, and body are all in the best state. It's time to make a conclusion." Looking at the spirited Tangsen, Xiao Wu raised the corner of her mouth and showed a smile. After 2 days and 2 nights of sailing, they finally approached the terrifying sea that was daunting. Tangsen turned around and said to everyone, "Stay a little further away. This is a duel between me and the deep sea demon whale. If you are affected, you will die." Ning. Rang Rang put away her martial spirit 9 treasure glaze tower in a sullen manner. She wanted to give Tangsen some additional assistance, but if the distance was too far, it would be ineffective. "Brother Sun, come on," Mahanjin encouraged. "Come on." Oscar handed over a few sausages made after using the spirit body. Tangsen took the sausage and nodded. "Thank you, Xiao." Wu gave him a hug. "Will you win?" "Yes." Tangsen slowly flew into the sky, away from the ship, and unscrupulously exuded his power in the sky. The deep sea demon whale king is different from the royal sea dragon. Once the latter shows too much power, it may alarm the enemy and scare it away. But the deep sea demon whale king, the absolute overlord of the sea, will never retreat. Tangsen's behavior of exuding momentum is a provocation and an invitation to fight. In the trench under the deep sea, a huge monster opened its only remaining right eye. It slowly left the seabed, bringing up a large piece of mud and sand, and the sea water became turbid. It swam up quickly, and a melodious whale song sounded, transmitted in the sea water, and reached a very far place. With a bang, a huge creature with a white circle on its right eye rose from the sea, like a small island suddenly rising, and a large amount of sea water flowed down its back, like a series of small waterfalls. The deep sea demon whale king turned his single eye and stared at Tangsen in the sky, and an even more terrifying momentum rose. Like a tsunami, the terrible pressure like the sky falling rushed towards Tangsen, making him unable to help but change his face. Today, seeing the deep sea demon whale king again, and feeling the heavy pressure it brought, Tangsen realized how lucky he was to escape from its hands. He mixed his mental power into it and released a faint divine power with the sea god trident, and pushed back the momentum of the deep sea demon whale king without showing any weakness. The collision of the 2 terrifying momentums close to the divine realm caused the clouds to roll back and the sea to flow. Chapter 321. No way to escape the punishment. Yan Jin's eyes widened, and she realized that the people around her were unusually small, almost like ants. After a while, she belatedly realized that it was not that she had become smaller, but that she had become larger. The current self seems to be larger and more powerful than the previous incarnation of the black dragon. With a sweep of his spiritual thoughts, Yan Jin roughly understood the situation at the scene. She moved, raised her huge mountain-like paw, and slapped him hard under Lei Yin's excited, expectant and joyful eyes. The corners of Lei Yin's mouth twitched, and he turned into lightning, and quickly moved away. "Sister, it's me, Lei Yin." Lei Yin called Yan Jin, as if trying to awaken her consciousness. Yan Jin remained unmoved, and decisively attacked the god. Amon was slightly silent. Every time her behavior was so surprising. "What's going on? Was there an accident?" The god of destruction looked gloomy. "The other party's control over the new dragon god is much greater than the other 3. Let me try again." The god of evil responded. The god of life once again tried to sense the foreign objects in Yan Jin's body, but found nothing. She shook her head. No, maybe the other party was wary, so he hid even more secretly. The giant dragon was rampaging among the gods, and no one could stop it. The raging elemental turbulence spread again, and various natural phenomena surrounded the rock embers, blocking some weaker attacks. Even stronger attacks were blocked by her scales. After penetrating the elemental turbulence, and failed to penetrate the armor, the gods discovered that the other party had changed their strategy. The platinum dragon no longer only stared at the god of destruction. After trying several times and failing to attack him, they immediately attacked the weaker gods, which greatly increased the god's power casualties. "What are you doing?" Amon communicated with Yan Jin through his spiritual thoughts. "Amon, leave it to me. I feel like I can knock them all down." Yan Jin responded enthusiastically, "I'm leaving. Do you really not know what I want you to do?" Amon said gently. Yan Jin froze immediately, slowed down his movements, and slowly landed from the air. She turned her head, lay down and looked straight at Amon, who was floating in the air. She looked at him with a slightly expectant look, her tail swaying back and forth behind her. Amon shook his head. "I can't take you with me." There was no luster in Yan Jin's huge dragon eyes, and the whole person looked sick and spiritless, like a pitiful abandoned puppy. Amon raised his hand, pinched his monocle, and said with a smile, "You have grown a lot. I seem to have underestimated you. It seems a bit unnecessary." This turn of events made everyone present feel confused. Some people stopped their attacks and waited quietly for the development of the matter, while others ignored it and took the opportunity to attack Yan Jin's vitals. An earth yellow spear emitted a dazzling divine light and was carried by the Cyan whirlwind, stabbing towards Yan Jin's neck. A coldness flashed in Amon's eyes. Things without eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the area where the earth god and the wind god were. Time is confused and space is distorted. Time and space began to collapse, forming terrifying space-time turbulence, surging energy overflowing, and the world seemed to be mourning. Caught off guard, the earth god and the wind god were swept in without any resistance, chopped into pieces by the fragments of space, swept into the vast void, and disappeared without a trace. It was a bit difficult to deal with the Golden Dragon King before, because its body was so strong that it could resist the turbulence of time and space. It was not that difficult for Amon to deal with these fragile gods. He waved his hand and grabbed an earthy yellow rhombus crystal and a bluish white rhombus crystal in the palm of his hand. The god of earth and the god of wind were also the strongest men in the first echelon under the god king in the Douluo god realm, but they were killed so easily by Amon, which shocked the gods. Everyone looked at him with fear and horror. The god of evil, the god of kindness, the god of destruction, and the god of life were all shocked. They even felt that Amon might be more powerful than the dragon god. A magnificent, vast, but hazy and scattered will descended, and the whole world fell into a grey state. The element fell silent, the laws began to become chaotic, and the authority of the gods was suppressed to the point where it was almost impossible to use it. Amon's eyes darkened slightly, staring at the sky. With a little solemnity in his eyes, he made a TSK sound and looked at Yan Jin with a warm smile on his face again. "It seems that it's almost time. It's time to say goodbye. I hope there will be a day when we meet again." The vast and simple stone door appeared, and the unknown birds and beasts carved on the door seemed to come to life, carrying out their daily activities in their own worlds. A strange and unknown place is vaguely revealed. The old castle shrouded in grey fog is hidden in a strange and mysterious place. The chaotic sea that contains all the colors and information in the world surges underground. Some people hold the sun and moon in their hands and pluck the stars. Someone carries an ancient ruler on his back, and all fires surrender. 9 dragons pull a bronze coffin across the stars. The majestic figure has his back turned to the common people and asserts his will for eternity. The god king holding a trident stands high above, overlooking all living beings. The priest holding the script hid in the corner with a warm smile. Light and shadow were hazy, and time and space began to float at an abnormal but orderly frequency. In front of this huge stone gate, even Yan Jin's dragon body seemed extremely small. The gods were shocked by the stone gate. They seemed to see a vast and boundless world. They felt so small and weak. They seemed to be unable to defeat a chicken in the fleeting town of Zimu. The phantom of the stone gate seemed to be visible only to Amon and the people around him. People from other places who should have been shrouded by the stone gate did not realize the magnificent phantom above their heads. Thousands of stars emerged from all over the world, some even from other planets outside the Douluo interface. The starlight stayed beside Amon, turned into bits of stardust, and sank into Amon's body. These were his clones. Such a large number of clones made the god's scalps numb. The evil god even had a hunch that, if the other party continued to develop for a while, he might eat up this universe. Amon placed his right hand flat on the door, slowly pushed it open, stepped into the door with one foot, paused, turned sideways, looked at the gods, pinched the monocle on his right eye, slowly raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a meaningful smile. Then, he entered the door. Unimaginable light surged. Amon. Yan Jin's voice sounded. No one responded. All the strange phenomena in the sky had disappeared, and the world returned to peace. What was that just now? The god of destruction widened his eyes and looked fanatical. Maybe other gods would only feel shocked and incredible when seeing this, but the god of destruction saw progress and hope from it, and saw infinite possibilities. He came to Yan Jin and asked, Amon. Is his name Amon? He is not from our world. Is he an outsider? Do you know how to go to other worlds? Yan Jin hung his head, rolled his eyes, and said weakly, do you think I look like I know? Although Amon left, the war of gods he triggered is still not over. Yan came to Yan Jin and nudged her front paw with his elbow. Sister. Looking at Yan's solemn and vigilant expression, Yan Jin was unmoved, still looking listless, as if still immersed in the sadness of Amon's departure. The gods of the sea god family came to Yan Jin, exuding divine power and showing fierce faces. During the battle just now, we also sent people to the sea god island to investigate. We have found out that the evil creature from outside the domain that left was the murderer who killed Lord Sea God. What do you want? Yan was tense and his eyes were solemn. Han Lian poked his head out of the sleeve of the god of fire. Lord God of Fire, that is your successor. I didn't recognize her just now. Successor? Her? The god of fire pointed at Yan Jin, then pointed at himself. Am I worthy? Han Lian opened his eyes wide and told the truth. Although it may hurt people's feelings to say this, Lord God of Fire, your position of God is indeed not worthy of her. It swam to the ear of the God of Fire again and whispered, but Lord God of Fire, you can trick her into taking your position of God. After all, the position of God is still in her hands, and she just needs to accommodate. She looks it's easy to fool. The God of Fire frowned and decisively came to the gods of the sea god and said, what are you doing? After losing their leader, the gods of the sea god seemed a little unconfident in front of the god of fire, but someone still stood up and said, although the culprit who killed Lord Sea God was the evil god from outside the domain, they were just controlled, but no matter what, they are also guilty and should take some responsibility, right? What's more, she seems to have subjective assistance in addition to being controlled. Yan did not refute, but just waited silently for the next words. At this moment, he also understood Amon's plan, and thought to himself, parasitizing my sister is to stimulate me, and speed up my pace of faith in becoming a god. Then parasitizing me is to remove my sister and I from the matter of murdering Sea God and let the gods think that my sister and I are also victims, not accomplices. In this way, we only need to bear a small amount of insignificant guilt to be accepted by the god realm, and we don't have to face a group of powerful enemies. As for Bibidang and Kyan Rinksu, they were probably used by Mr. Amon to cover us, so that we two gods would not appear too abrupt. This is the same as the law does not punish the masses. The entire Douluo star is full of people parasitized by Mr. Amon. They were forced to provide him with help. Could it be that everyone should be severely punished? Mr. Amon is really worthy of his foresight. It's just that there was a little accident at the last moment, and my sister didn't cooperate. She should have immediately drawn a line with Mr. Amon, after being released from control, help the gods, and attack Mr. Amon together. At this point, it's too late to say anything. I can only try to be a little better, and strive to pair less. Yan sighed and said, please make it clear, it's our responsibility, and we will never refuse. Kyan, Rinksu and Bibidang stood beside Yan to express their attitude. Their current situation is similar to Yan Jin and Yan. In the eyes of the gods, they are in the same group. They all took the initiative, or were forced to become Amon's assistants. Seeing Yan's sensible look, the faces of the sea gods eased a lot, and one who seemed to be the leader said, since Lord Poseidon was killed by you, you must take responsibility. The death penalty can be forgiven, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Become the new Poseidon. Yan looks strange. Is this the living punishment that cannot be escaped? No, I don't agree. Before Yan Jin said anything, the god of fire was the first to stand up and object. He was very emotional and looked at the ocean god system with flames in his eyes. This is my successor to the throne. She should be the new god of fire. Yes, this is our new boss. We need to change the boss. The gods of the god of fire system cheered for their current boss, so Lei Yin's eyes became even weirder. Bibidang and Kyan Rinksu looked at each other with strange expressions. How could the things they pursued so hard and paid so much to get become the price of atonement? Are these gods seriously ill? The deep sea demon whale king narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Sigurd Trident. Heh, I remember this weapon. Sigurd used it to blind my left eye. The wound is still aching. You bug. You actually dared to appear in front of me. It seems that the despair I gave you was not deep enough. I should be a little more serious and crush you to death. Tang San took a step forward. You failed to kill me last time, which only made me stronger. I'm here to take your life and use your life to start the last test of Sigurd's inheritance. Ha ha ha. The deep sea demon whale king suddenly laughed and said with some disdain, take my life. Just rely on you, a little devil. Sigurd himself coming is almost the same. But it happens that swallowing you may help me take another step and step into the realm of God. Tang San smiled faintly. Why does Sigurd need to kill you? I'm enough. He waved the Sigurd trident and directly used the second move of the 13 golden tridents. 1,000 years of void point. The sky was full of halberd shadows slashing at the deep sea demon whale king, and countless energy balls appeared on the latter's back, hitting the halberd shadows, attacking from all directions, dispersing them one by one. Although he looked down on it, Tang San didn't dare to be careless in his heart. After all, this was an opponent that even Sigurd Douluo Poseidon was not sure of defeating. The sea seemed to be turned over, and the boundless waves surged like a tidal wave, as if to swallow everything. Tang San turned his wrist and used the unstable wind wave. He wanted to use this to stabilize. He stopped that tsunami caused by the deep sea demon whale king, but at this moment the trident in his hand seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't draw the circle point. With a loud bang, Tang San was knocked down from the air by the huge wave and fell into the sea. The deep sea demon whale king jumped up, jumped into the sky, and then fell into the sea from the sky, crashing towards the place where Tang San was swept away by the waves. That island-like body, weighing tens of millions of tons, fell like a falling meteorite. Shrek and his party on the sailboat in the distance looked at the huge whale that jumped up, their faces full of shock. Third brother Ningrangrang's eyes were full of worry. The huge waves caused by the impact even affected them, and the sailboat was pushed far away. The sea in front was as dark as ink, and the huge pressure seemed to solidify the air. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, exuding an ominous meaning. Mahangjin opened his mouth wide. Third brother is fighting with that kind of monster. No wonder he asked us to stay so far away. I feel that if I'm sucked in, I will be gone in a second. Tang San's battle with the deep sea demon whale king started a little earlier than in the original novel. Except for Tang San, who made rapid progress under Amon's encouragement, the rest of the Shrek people who had no special opportunities did not even have the qualifications to watch the battle nearby. Tang San activated his god-given soul ring skill, See God's Protection, but the azure shield did not last long before it broke apart. Even after a defense that reduced the impact, Tang San was still hit and vomited blood. 8 spider legs like spears pierced his clothes, stretched out from his back, and fiercely inserted into the body of the deep sea demon whale king. Under the sharpness of the 8 spider spears, the deep sea demon whale king's thick skin did not cause much resistance and was easily pierced. Tang San used the sea god trident to dig a deep wound on the head of the deep sea demon whale king, then took out 2 bottles from the 24 Bridges moonlit night and poured the red and blue liquids into the wound at the same time. This was taken from the ice and fire poisoning, the yin yang eyes of ice and fire. With Tang San's current cultivation, if he had not eaten fire apricot delicate and 8 angled mysterious ice grass to gain fire and ice immunity, he would have to be careful, not to mention that this was directly poured into the wound of the deep sea demon whale king. The deep sea demon whale king felt severe pain, and the ice and fire energy was constantly destroying its body tissues. But after all, it was not one of those evil demon killer whales that died after being touched by some ice and fire toxins. This only made it feel painful. Without more substantial injuries, thick blue light beams washed over the body of the deep sea demon whale king, and it was mobilizing the power of the sea to attack tanks and raise the sea god trident, and the heart of the sea god suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Those thick blue light beams were quickly eliminated by the light, and when they appeared on Tang-san, they were just like a breeze on his face. The deep sea demon whale's attack was mixed with only a little of its own soul power, and more of it mobilized the power of the sea. The sea god's light emitted by Tang-san just happened to control these points, seeing that his attack was ineffective, and he could not get rid of Tang-san's threat. The deep sea demon whale king seemed a little crazy. It jumped high into the sky and then hovered above the sea. No unparalleled soul power burst out from the head of the deep sea demon whale king, echoing with the clouds in the sky. Countless thunder suddenly descended, filling the deep sea demon whale king's body. Tang-san's body was paralyzed, and he had to loosen the fixation of the 8 spider lances and leave temporarily. The energy storm did not stop, but continued. In this terrifying thunderstorm, the body of the deep sea demon whale king continued to shrink. The huge, island-like whale disappeared, replaced by a middle-aged man with a simple face, tall stature, and wearing armor. He subconsciously wanted to reach out to pinch his eye sockets, but he restrained himself halfway up. His hand froze, and he crossed the eye sockets and put it on his neck in the opposite direction, twisting his neck, making a creaking sound. A demon soul great white shark emerged from the sea. Oh my god, its energy armor, it has really reached the realm of the sea god before he became a god. If it goes one step further, it will be a true demon god. The demon soul great white shark Xiaobe had originally agreed to help Tang-san and fight against the deep sea demon whale king together, but the battle between the two was too intense and the energy impact was too strong, so it could never find a chance to intervene. Seeing that it seemed that it could not help, it could only remind him at this moment and do what it could. Xiaobe continued. After he turned into a human form, he turned all the energy in his huge body into armor, and he can still exert his original power. You have to be careful, his transformation is different from mine. Because of that armor, he now has both the agility of a human form and the strength of a beast form. It's you, the little stupid fish that the sea god rode under his crotch back then, as a soul beast, was willing to be enslaved by humans. The deep sea demon whale king glanced at the demon soul great white shark, and the latter shrank his neck in fear, as if he felt a little embarrassed. He mustered up his courage and glared back fiercely. The deep sea demon whale king glanced at him again, and Xiaobe was startled, turned around and dived into the water, running far away. Tang-san's face was calm. Although the deep sea demon whale king was powerful, his main attribute was water after all. He was restrained by the light of the sea god to a certain extent, and thunder was just a byproduct. If the opponent's main attribute was thunder, he might have to consider retreating. 2 purple 8-sided plum blossom hammers appeared in the hands of the deep sea demon whale king. The hammers exuded a terrifying aura, and were surrounded by thunder. A deep blue domain suddenly spread out. This was his deep sea domain. Tang-san poured the trident into his left hand, put away the blue silver grass martial spirit, and a dark hammer appeared in his right hand. The god of killing domain spread out and competed with the deep sea domain. The eyes of the two collided in midair, and they rushed forward at the same time. Tang-san put the trident behind his back, which was held by the 8 spider lance. He held the hammer with both hands and used the secret of the great Sumeru hammer taught to him by Tang Heo. Exploding the rings, he ignored the backlash of energy and blew up all 8 soul rings on the clear sky hammer at once. The extremely huge energy gathered in the clear sky hammer, flashing with red gold light. After gathering so much energy, the bad pattern on the clear sky hammer suddenly mutated and suddenly appeared. The killing god domain was filled with blood red. A cold phantom that was completely condensed by murderous aura appeared behind Tang-san. A long sword suddenly broke through the sea god temple, crossed the sky, and flew towards the demon whale sea. Poseidon's face changed. Some time ago, the sea god had sent down an oracle, specifically telling her to take good care of this magic sword, especially not to let Tang-san touch it. But at this moment, the magic sword seemed to have its own ideas, directly breaking her soul seal, and also poking a hole in the sea god temple. Poseidon apologized to the statue of sea god, and prepared to set off, to chase the magic sword. A faint sigh sounded in her ears. Alas, no need to chase, it's too late. Shura noticed him. Poseidon's body stagnated, with doubts and confusion in his eyes, and asked, Lord Sigurd, what does this mean? Sigurd did not explain, and ignored her. The empty Sigurd temple returned to silence again. Point in the void. A man wearing a white robe with gold edges, a trident ring on his head, and a somewhat obscene look on his face, held his chin and muttered, it's all because this kid is too good. He actually evolved the killing god domain directly into the Shura domain, which attracted the attention of the Shura god. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him hunt the deep sea demon whale king as a trial, and I would have given him the throne directly. Now, he has to compete with the Shura god for the throne. No, we can't let Shura get it first. So the sea god temple, which had originally fallen into silence, was once again filled with a sacred and majestic atmosphere. The will of the sea god descended again. Poseidon knelt down respectfully and listened to the oracle of the sea god. A huge and majestic voice sounded, my servant, take the inheritance scepter and go find Tangsan. After he passes the 8th test, start the 9th test immediately. Poseidon's face showed a look of astonishment, and she heard a hint of urgency in the voice of the sea god. Poseidon was silent for a moment, and seemed to feel that he was a little embarrassed, so he found a random excuse to fool around. A great crisis has come to your world, and the terror in the darkness is about to emerge. Tangsan is a man born for this. He will inherit my glory, and protect all living beings. Bo Sexy nodded devoutly and said, yes, so that's how it is. Lord Poseidon is so anxious for the safety of all living beings. He is really a kind, fair, and loving Lord Poseidon. Bo Sexy thought to himself in his heart. The will of Poseidon gradually faded, and the sacred and vast aura disappeared. The Poseidon wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I fooled around. I almost couldn't keep my image, all because of that bastard Shura. A dark place, the blue of ice and the red of fire flashed from time to time. The thin young man in a black classical robe raised his hand and pinched his monocle, outlining a smile. It's really exciting. Well, I don't know if this surprise can satisfy you. It must be very interesting. Chapter 322, The Wisdom of the Dragon God. Just like that, Yan showed a happy look on his face. He guessed that inheriting the throne might require paying certain prices and taking on certain responsibilities, but these responsibilities would definitely not be too heavy. Just like the courtiers of the empire, although they also need to complete various tasks, they also enjoy the convenience and power brought by the corresponding positions. There will be sacrifices, but more gains. Bibi Dong and Kan Rinksu opened their mouths. If they didn't already have the throne, it would be difficult to accommodate a second one. They would definitely say that things like atonement should be left to them. Ah, you crazy? Yan Jin's voice with a bit of coldness echoed between heaven and earth. Hey, sister? Yan turned his head and looked at her in some surprise. The god of evil looked at Yan Jin, his face showing a solemn expression, and said to the god of destruction with his divine thoughts, trouble. Destruction. Get ready for battle. Well, the face of the god of destruction became solemn again. Yan Jin continued to speak loudly. Guilty? Who is guilty? Who will convict? Amon's original idea might be that I should pay something for this, compromise something. I would have been guilty, but that was originally. Later Amon said that he had done it in vain. Don't you understand? Might is justice, strength is truth. Now, I'm stronger. Why should I compromise? I had to compromise when I was weak in the past, and now that I'm strong, I have to compromise. Didn't I grow up in vain? So it's not us who should admit that we are guilty and compromise for some trivial matters, even if it doesn't bring us substantial losses. Instead, I will give them a chance to submit to me. The light was flowing, and the giant dragon that originally spanned the sky and the earth gradually disappeared, replaced by a gorgeous and heroic woman. She was covered with platinum dragon scales. Her tailbone extended to form a slender tail that swung behind her. Her eyes were dark red, and she had a pair of crystal dragon horns on her head that looked like a crown. The wind was dancing, the fire was roaring, the earth was rumbling. The thunder was exploding, the darkness spread from her feet to the back, and the light was hanging above her head. The natural element moved with her breathing, and the rules of heaven and earth trembled. Because of her will point in her eyes, majesty flowed, and she looked around with brilliance point. The strong pressure rose up, and enveloped the sky and the earth. Some weak gods, their bodies even began to tremble uncontrollably. Amon originally planned to eat the essence of the gold and silver dragon kings himself. If so, Yan Jin would not be so powerful, and it would be the best choice to bear the light's sin. But he found that he could not eat the essence of the gold and silver dragon kings, and gave them to Yan Jin. Then the situation was different. Yan Jin's strength exceeded the original expectations. There was another choice, which was the choice Yan Jin made now. Amon did not interfere with Yan Jin's decision. He was not a nanny. If he followed his original plan, did it casually, and did something extra, he would not mind giving Yan Jin certain benefits, but he would not deliberately spend a lot of time and energy to help each other, and will not hunt down the gods of Douluo world all over the universe for her. The gods also noticed Yan Jin's almost unrivaled strength. The gods of the sea god system would make such a threat as a test, and the protection of the god of fire was also a test. A threat, a protection. They were all instructed by the god of evil. Such a test is safer, and will not cause too intense and irreversible conflicts between the two sides. If Yan Jin is like Lei Yin, he does not have a clear understanding of his own power, is full of awe for the rules and order of the god realm, is relatively weak, or rational, then they can use the sea god system to kill Yan Jin as well. Incorporate into the god realm system. If Yan Jin is tougher, more impulsive and irritable, they can also use the god of fire to absorb Yan Jin in a gentle way. But neither the god of evil nor the god of destruction thought that the wisdom of the new dragon god had already seen through everything. In Yan Jin's simple way of thinking, if you can't beat the other party, you will admit defeat. If you can beat them, then why don't you admit defeat? She firmly grasped the core essence, and adhered to this principle without wavering. Feeling that she could beat them, she used the most decisive and violent approach to deal with the questioning of the gods of the sea god series. Yan Jin's voice with a hint of tyranny sounded again. So, are you ready? Tell me, your choice. Surrender, or fight. The god of destruction glanced at the god of evil with a questioning look in his eyes. The evil god took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. I don't want to make things irreversible. Why don't we make a bet? Bet. Not interested. I just want to fight. What can't be taken on the battlefield, how can I get it at the negotiation table? Yan Jin grinned, revealing a big smile. The corners of the evil god's mouth twitched, and then he tried to speak in a calm tone. Let's make a bet in the form of fighting. If you win, I will give you the position of the god king, and you will be the king of the gods. How about it? If you fail, then admit your mistakes, pay for them, take the position of the god of the sea or the god of fire, and contribute your own strength to the construction of the gods. Okay, I will fight all of you, come on. Yan Jin agreed almost without thinking, which did not deviate from her plan, and also used the most direct force to determine the winner. Just by adding such an agreed method, it looks much more civilized, and the conflict is not so intense. A large number of annihilation thunders emerged from the body of the god of destruction, and the brilliant thunders carried endless destructive aura. As one of the 3 law enforcement gods in the god realm, and a god who controls destruction, his offensive ability is not inferior to that of the Shura god. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the condensed lightning rushed out, like purple electric snakes, which dispersed and gathered in the process of moving forward, and finally rushed towards Yan Jin's face without mercy. Yan Jin, who had dragon horns on his head, and seemed to be wearing a crown, had almost no extra movements. His right hand with 5 claw-like fingers suddenly swung out and grabbed the annihilation thunder in his hand. As if extinguishing a candle, Yan Jin directly extinguished the annihilation thunder. The strong wind kept blowing, binding the god of destruction around, making it difficult for him to escape. The god of darkness quietly appeared behind Yan Jin, and the dagger in his hand stabbed at a very tricky angle. At the same time, not only the 2 great gods and the 2 great gods of law enforcement attacked Yan Jin, but also many gods of the first level. As for the others who were lower, they did not set foot on the battlefield because they were too weak, and they were not even qualified to let Yan Jin take a second look. If they reluctantly participated in the battle, they would only die in vain. Facing the tricky assassination of the god of darkness, Yan Jin suddenly let out a dragon roar, which was clear and loud, and shook the universe. A layer of sound waves spread from her body like a substance. Directly repelled the god of darkness after the god of darkness attacked to attract attention. The god of light, who was always with the god of darkness, attacked again from another angle point, but he was thrown away by Yan Jin's tail. Ha 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 ha, is that all? Yan Jin laughed, with a hint of madness and pleasure in his eyes. Rays of green light bloomed from the hands of the god of life, healing the gods who were injured in the battle with Yan Jin. Yan Jin's eyes turned, and set his sights on the god of life. The god of destruction moved his feet, and stood between the two of them, protecting the god of life behind him. At this moment, an invisible wave spread out, and the god of kindness crossed his arms on his shoulders. With a gentle look on his face, Yan Jin's body stagnated, and the kind side of her heart was aroused. She suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. How heinous was it to hurt the gods and make them feel pain? She felt a strong sense of regret and planned to take remedial measures. The god of kindness smiled. Kindness is one of the most primitive and essential virtues rooted in the heart of every living being. But soon, her face changed suddenly. Yan Jin was slowly raising her fist, with divine light surging on her fist, and the shadow of a platinum dragon appeared behind her. She suddenly smashed it, and the terrifying fist wind shook the earth, causing a roar. Even people thousands of miles away could feel the earth tremble. As the targets of this punch, the god of destruction and the god of life dodged to the side in a somewhat embarrassed manner. What's going on? She should have been affected by your ability. Why does she still show such a strong killing intent? The god of destruction was puzzled. The god of kindness shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Yan Jin was indeed affected by the god of kindness, but the kindness that came to her mind was to quickly kill those injured and painful gods, so that they would not feel pain when they died. The god of evil raised his hand, and invisible waves spread. Since the influence of kindness is not effective, then evil will come. The result is that Yan Jin's fighting spirit is getting higher and higher, and his killing intent is getting stronger and stronger. The influence of the other emotional god's priesthood will also be misinterpreted by Yan Jin in various ways, and finally transformed into one idea: fight. The extreme speed, extreme power, indestructible scales, and extremely sharp combat awareness make Yan Jin almost have no weaknesses. Even the god of destruction and the god of evil would be injured slightly or seriously in a short time after a direct confrontation with him. Although the god of life had been treating them, it only made them more durable sandbags. Watching Yan Jin open his mouth and swallow the thunder of annihilation from the god of destruction, the gods gradually lost their will to fight. Although it seemed that it would take a long time for Yan Jin to defeat them, they could not see the hope of defeating this monster. From the beginning of the water now, no one could leave a wound on the other side. Boom. The god of destruction was hammered into the ground by Yan Jin again. This time, he did not get up immediately. Instead, he lay on the ground and gasped without any image, "I surrender to you. You are very strong. You are more qualified to be arcing than evil." As the god of destruction expressed his position, the other gods also stopped. The god of evil and the god of kindness looked at each other and said to Yan Jin solemnly, "You will be the king of the god realm in the future. I hope you can lead the god realm to develop well. In order to make you feel more at ease and make your rule more stable, the god of kindness and I will leave the Douluo god realm." As they said this, the two of them turned into two rays of light, one white and one black, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the horizon. They left without any regrets and seemed a little impatient. At this moment, Tang San did not notice that his god of killing domain had changed. He was fully devoted to controlling the energy point. After all, it was difficult to control the explosion of 8 soul rings at once, even with his mental power and soul power control level. If he was careless, he would die. Blood flowed from the corners of Tang San's mouth. His right leg bone with healing ability was working at full capacity, constantly repairing his body that was damaged by the excessive energy. Bei Chengxiang and Mahanjin flew in the sky, watching the battle from afar, looking at the blood-colored shadow behind Tang San. The former couldn't help asking, "What is that?" Mahanjin shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, I haven't seen it. That blood shadow gives people a feeling of wanting to kill crazily." See? Dragon Douluo looked solemn. He felt a trace of the same majesty as a sea god from the huge blood shadow, the majesty of God. The deep sea demon Whale King was not frightened by the shadow behind Tang San. He raised the corners of his mouth and outlined a smile. His smile only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. The phantom of the Shura god seemed to have self-awareness, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In a certain empty space, a huge figure covered with blood-colored magic pattern armor murmured, "Is it my illusion? That soul beast gives people the feeling that something is wrong." Tang San roared, and a huge hammer phantom emitting dark light appeared behind him. He swung the clear sky hammer from the upper left to the lower right. The deep sea demon Whale King was not to be outdone, and the 8-edged plum blossom hammer in his hand met it, and the two hammers collided in midair. The two forces that had almost reached the god level collided in the sky, stirring up a gust of wind that swept thousands of miles. The clouds in the sky were blown away by the gust of wind, and a deep depression appeared on the sea surface, raising huge waves hundreds of meters high. The sea dragon Douluo in the distance had to reveal his martial spirit true body and use his martial spirit to protect the boat from being swallowed by the huge waves. Tang San spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, and only stopped when he landed near the sea surface. The deep sea demon Whale King was also in pain. His armor was broken into pieces, revealing the body inside, and blood was also flowing out of his mouth. Looking at the energy armor on the deep sea demon Whale King, Tang San's expression became more solemn. He was seriously injured at the moment. If it weren't for the healing ability of the right leg soul bone, he would have lost his combat effectiveness, but the impact that could seriously injure him only penetrated the energy armor of the deep sea demon Whale King, causing some minor injuries to the opponent. Tang San's brain was running wildly, thinking about how to deal with it, but even the strongest attack could only bring this result. This situation made him feel helpless. He took a deep breath, and with a try mentality, he switched his martial soul to blue silver grass, and activated the 6th soul skill, random. In the depths of the mountains, a thin young man in a black classical robe smiled, and 9 soul rings appeared on his body: yellow, purple, purple, black, black, dark, scarlet, platinum, and grey. The 9th soul ring lit up, emitting a grey light with a hint of evil. Under the connection of fate, the soul skill that had already paid a lot of soul power and was almost ready to be activated was gifted to Tang San's 6th soul ring. Along with it, the message of the effect of this soul skill was also passed on. A sense of enlightenment rose in Tang San's mind. The 6th soul ring responded to his expectations and really gave him the skills to severely injure or even kill the deep sea demon Whale King. He stretched out his hands, thumb to thumb, index finger to index finger, and circled an ellipse. In the ellipse, starlight lit up, reflecting the figure of the deep sea demon Whale King. Then Tang San separated his hands heavily, tearing the void on which the deep sea demon Whale King and the surrounding environment depended for survival. The space was like glass, with cracks appearing one after another, cracking piece by piece and shattering inch by inch, as if a house collapsed during an earthquake. The deep sea demon Whale King had most of his body torn apart without any resistance. The energy armor on his body seemed to have no protective effect and was as fragile as a piece of paper. The expression on the face of the simple middle-aged man froze at this moment. He didn't seem to expect that Tang San could use such a trick and end the battle in an instant. The dark cracks kept appearing and disappearing in the places where the starlight shone. These cracks were like the wounds of the world. After a long time, they healed under the continuous filling of natural element. Even Tang San, who used this move, couldn't help but take a breath. What a terrifying soul skill. The remains of the deep sea demon Whale King fell into the sea. He changed from a human form to a whale as big as an island. With a loud bang, the whale fell into the sea and floated up again, and the blood dyed the sea red. Xiaobai rushed over like a shark smelling blood. Looking at the huge whale carcass, a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "You did it. You really did it. You really defeated the deep sea demon Whale King, this super soul beast that has dominated the sea for countless tens of thousands of years." Tang San also fell to the sea surface powerlessly. Although the move just now was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. His soul power was completely drained, and his mental power was almost exhausted. Xiaobai quickly caught Tang San with a gentle stream of water, holding his body and putting her on her back. She swung her tail left and right, twisted her body and swam towards the sailboat in the distance. Seeing the sluggish Tang San, Oscar immediately stuffed the crystal caterpillar gut made from the strong golden fly into Tang San's mouth. As soon as he ate the big sausage, Tang San immediately became more energetic. "That's great, you really did it, third brother," Ning Rang Rang shouted excitedly. Those of them watching the battle from a distance are very aware of the power of the deep sea demonic whale king. It is a terrifying existence that can make the sea tremble with every move it makes. "Zao San, you're awesome." Damu Bei and Oscar gave him a thumbs up, as expected of the person chosen by Master Poseidon. Sea Dragon Douluo praised, "Zao Bei, send me to the corpse of the deep sea demonic whale king. I want to absorb its spirit ring." Tang San said to Xiao Bei, the demonic great white shark. "Okay." Xiao Bei said happily. At this moment, a red light fell from the sky, and the slender blood red sword inserted into the deck next to Tang San. The rich killing aura emanating from the sword was connected with Tang San's ki, and the blood red energy surged along the connection into his body. Shura. It's Shura. The moment the energy surged in, Tang San instantly understood what it was. Only then did he realize that his god of death domain had evolved, and thus attracted this Shura demonic sword. At this moment, Tang San didn't know that this was left behind by his great-grandfather Tang Chen. Because in order to prevent God Shura from competing with him for the air, Poseidon specifically issued an oracle to tell Boseixi not to let Tang San come into contact with the demonic Shura sword. Boseixi obeyed the oracle and sealed the magic sword that he originally wanted to give to Tang San. But when Tang San was fighting the demon whale king of the deep sea, the killing god realm evolved into the Shura realm, activating the demonic sword, allowing it to spontaneously break the seal and come to find qualified people. The power of Shura and the power of Poseidon began to fight in Tang San's body. They were entangled with each other, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner. The violent energy conflict caused Tang San to spit out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to use a Zuanshan technique to control their movement, but at this moment his was completely out of control, as if it was not his own. "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" Bei Chengxiang asked with concern. "Mistress." Damu Bei and Oscar's eyes showed worry. Tang San now felt that all the meridians in his body were about to be broken by the conflict between these two energies, and he could not help but shed cold sweat. He tried his best to control his body and moved bit by bit away from the Shura demonic sword. Seeing his intention, Xiao Wu wanted to step forward to help, but was repelled by the murderous aura emanating from the Shura demonic sword. She flew backwards and fell heavily, but she was only embarrassed and not seriously injured. It seems that, because of Xiao Wu's actions, the speed of the Shura demonic sword's energy transmission suddenly slowed down a lot. Tang San seized the opportunity, cheered up, stayed away from the demonic sword, and cut off the entanglement with it. The Poseidon power that had been entrenched in Tang San's body for a long time finally gained the upper hand, forcing the power of Shura into Tang San's left arm bit by bit. Ignoring checking the injuries on his body, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" I'm fine. Xiao Wu smiled. "Brother, don't worry about me for now, just take a look at yourself." Xiao Wu pointed to her forehead and said, taking out a dressing mirror from the storage ring. Tang San took the mirror and took a look and found that in addition to Poseidon's golden trident brand, there was a sword-shaped red magic pattern between his eyebrows. The two lines are intertwined, giving people a feeling that is both fierce and sacred. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Am I the heir to the throne of God Shura again?" "What?" Damu Bei had a look of shock and envy in his eyes. Tang San explained, "This sword is the Shura demon sword, the inherited artifact of God Shura, similar to the Poseidon trident." He showed a helpless smile. "It is a good thing to be chosen by God, but the problem is that the power of Poseidon and the power of Shura do not seem to get along well. You have also seen what happened just now. I'm not sure whether I can accept Poseidon's smoothly inheritance." Tang San hesitated in his heart, wondering whether he should absorb the deep sea demon whale king's soul ring now. The two forces in the body finally calmed down, and I was worried that the introduction of external energy rashly would cause a riot between the two and lead to unknown consequences. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to continue absorbing it. He needed this nearly million-year-old soul ring to help him reach the 99th level of extreme Douluo. He couldn't give up halfway because of some dangers. After making up his mind, he jumped on the back of Xiaobei, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiaobei, please take me there. In addition, when I absorb the soul ring, please protect me. This is my honor, Xiaobei said with some respect. Chapter 323 The Last Scene. The new God King ruled the God realm with her supreme wisdom and power, and history entered a new era. The connection between the God realm and the human realm became closer, and the boundaries became more blurred. For the people of Douluo continent, the gods that used to be distant, mysterious, unattainable, and only existed in legends are no longer illusory, and Douluo Star ushered in an era of coexistence of humans and gods. Gods are no longer gods, but have become a level in the practice of soul masters like titled Douluo. Of course, their status is still respected. Although strengthening the connection between the two realms has brought many problems and troubles, God King Yan Jin doesn't care about these. She just plays. The god of destruction and the god of thunder jointly undertook the governance of the god realm. Without the restraint, the god of destruction can expand the god realm in a big way. For many of his proposals, the god king would only say and ah, to indicate that she already knew it and handed it to you. I'm very relieved, and if you need military support, just say it. This made the god of destruction painful and happy. The god king is not a steady person. The expansion of the god realm is unambiguous, but he is really busy because most of the work needs to be presided over and supervised by the god of destruction. What makes the god of destruction feel gratified is that, except for the god king Yan Jin who does not do his job, the other three newly promoted first level gods are all practical and aggressive. Whether it is the god king's younger brother thunder god Lei Yin or the mother and daughter Aksha god Bibidang and angel god Kyan Ringsu, they seem to have brought their style in the human world. Many policy proposals even make the radical god of destruction say that you are too radical. The god of destruction suddenly began to understand the god of evil. He looked at these three younger generations just like the god of evil looked at himself in the past. What he didn't understand in particular was the angel god. The other two were fine. The priesthood was originally related to conquest, destruction, and killing, but how could you, an angel god, have such a strong desire to conquer? As the god realm embarked on the road of rapid expansion, the gods became increasingly busy. Replenish manpower, must replenish manpower. Too busy. The god of destruction complained again and again. But gods cannot be cultivated overnight. Even if the cultivation of soul masters in the Douluo realm becomes easier due to the proximity to the god realm, the road to becoming a god is still full of difficulties, unless the sea god cultivates Tangsun at the cost of sacrificing his own strength in the past. Few gods are willing to do so. For this situation, Bibidang made a suggestion that some government affairs that do not require strength can be handed over to mortals to complete. Hand over government affairs to mortals. The god of destruction looked at the Rakshasa god with hesitation on his face. We can become gods, but we are more talented in cultivation. Some of our other insights may not be comparable to those of professionals among mortals. Therefore, handing over those administrative tasks that are not related to strength can greatly alleviate the problem of insufficient manpower. The god of destruction was still a little hesitant. Because of vision, cognition and other reasons, he doubted whether mortals could do the work that should be done by gods. Sure enough, these three new gods are very radical. The god of destruction sighed in his heart again. Then, we cannot implement it on a large scale, but select one or two excellent people for the experiment for the time being. How about that? Bibidang said. The god of destruction pondered for a moment and nodded. Since you would make such a suggestion, then there must be a suitable candidate, right? Yes. Bibidang nodded slightly, with a different brilliance in her eyes. His name is Gang, the most knowledgeable and wise person I know. The god of destruction responded. Since he is so respected by you, let him try it. I hope he can give me a surprise. Gang will definitely not let you down. Douluo realm, God King Palace. In the huge and magnificent white building, there are two statues. One statue shows a thin young man with a cheerful smile on his face, his right hand raised high, waving, like a cheerful and sunny boy. Next to him is an enthusiastic girl with a silly smile on her face. On the second floor balcony of the main hall, a man with purple hair and wearing loose casual clothes was lying on a recliner, his left leg resting on his right leg, basking in the sun leisurely. Yan, didn't you say you were very busy in the god realm? How come you have time to come down? Rommel turned his head slightly and looked at Yan, who was lying on the other side in the same posture. Bibi. Dang took Uzziah gang to the god realm, so I left the work to them and came down to vacation. Yan sipped the red wine with a straw. Rommel, who was drinking juice, sprayed out the juice and coughed twice. Uzziah gang. Him, well, because the god realm is too short of manpower, it plans to set up an administrative department to recruit outstanding mortals to assist in management. Yan smiled. Do you want to go into? Rommel rolled his eyes. I'll go to the god realm to work hard after I play for a few hundred years. I hope that by then you will have built a system that will make the work less and make the gods more relaxed. Beside him, a khaki crystal trembled slightly, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Rommel glanced at it and said, go away, don't bother me. I said I would accommodate you after 500 years, so don't try to trick me into doing hard labor after 500 years. The khaki crystal trembled even more violently. Don't bother me to find another god position again. As soon as Rommel said this, the khaki crystal immediately quieted down, as if it was swallowing its anger. In the garden, a black swan walked with a step that did not recognize any relatives, swaying from side to side with a proud and arrogant attitude. Its eyes were golden, and there were black dragon scales on its legs. The shape of its feathers also had some shadows of scales, exuding extremely strong vitality. If it were placed in the Stardao Great Forest, it would definitely be coveted by other soul beasts. Although there were not many soul beasts there. The palace maids and guards stayed far away from it, obviously afraid of this black swan that was as tall as a person's chest. The black swan pecked the flowers in the flower bed, and then snatched the weapon from the guard's hand, and pecked it into a pile of scrap metal. It also gaga to scare the palace maids, watching them screaming and running away in panic, and then it chased after them. It seems to like this game very much and never get tired of it. A woman in red, with a gorgeous face, full of heroic spirit and dark red eyes, looked at the black swan with an expression of great interest. She walked to the side of the black swan and laughed. Come, shake hands. The black crane flapped its wings and looked at an idiot. Hey, don't ignore me. Can I ride you? Yan Jin negotiated with it. Gap, gap, gap. The black swan screamed at her, obviously unhappy. I'll give you a good thing. Yan Jin took out a piece of right arm bone that exuded a bright light mysteriously. This soul bone is so complete, without a trace of defect, and exudes extremely powerful soul power fluctuations. Looking at this soul bone, the black swan was stunned, and his eyes could no longer move away. It felt a very close breath from the soul bone. How about it? I'll give you the soul bone, and you can be my mount, okay? Yan Jin smiled meanly. The black swan snatched the soul bone in one gulp, with a sad look in its eyes. It carefully placed the soul bone under its wings and hid it in its feathers. Then it turned its head and looked at Yan Jin. With a fierce light in its eyes it rushed up with extreme anger, jumped up and pecked at Yan Jin's head. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yan Jin ran away holding his head. The black swan chased after it. Rommel stood up and walked to the edge of the balcony, looking down. She is still so noisy? Didn't she say that she is the queen of your god realm now? Is this okay? Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Probably okay. Sister has dealt with all the gods with her fists. At critical moments, she is still very reliable. A woman with golden hair, snow white skin, and a little dignity in her coldness, walked into the garden. Seeing her, Yan Jin seemed to have seen a savior, and shouted, you come and take care of your son. Birdman, Khan. Rinksu's forehead jumped. How many times have I told you not to call me that? And how did you bully DG again? When the black swan DG saw Khan Rinksu, she immediately ran over and threw herself into her arms, sobbing and crying. With tears streaming down in big drops, Khan Rinksu hugged DG's big head and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Be good, she glared at Yan Jin fiercely. Yan Jin's eyes wandered, and he said with some guilt, I just gave it a soul bone. Soul bone. DG turned her head took out her precious soul bone from the feathers under her wings, and handed it to Kyan Rinksu. A pair of big eyes were full of grievances looking at the right arm bone that emitted strong energy fluctuations and still carried the breath of life. Kyan Rinksu froze. A complex expression appeared on her face. That was BG's soul bone, Princess D. I'm sorry, Princess D's golden eyes showed confusion. Yan Jin, who was wearing a white dress with gold patterns, and Jiang Mo, who was wearing a red dress with black patterns, watched the scene quietly. Yan Jin raised his right hand and pinched his eye sockets. I don't know why the lady wanted to keep the soul beast. It won't make any big waves, and we don't need to worry about it. Jiang Mo also pinched his eye sockets. Walter walked to them and asked in a strange tone, why are you still doing this? I did it subconsciously, and it's hard to change it. Maybe it's the sequel he left behind. You kid, you're rich now, Jiang Mo said to Walter in a calm tone. Walter's face was full of smiles. Haha, my vision for taking in disciples is the best in the world. Even Walter, who has always been humble and low-key, would look proud when he mentioned his disciples. Taking in such a disciple was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Old man. Seeing Walter, Yan Jin remained true to his original intention and headbutted him in the chest. Walter. Chapter 324. Fighting Power. 3 stages. In the boundless and dead void, Amon was wrapped in a layer of hazy white light. There was nothing around. Space, time, temperature, speed, all the most basic rules, the most basic concepts. It seemed that they did not exist. This feeling seemed familiar. Before he traveled to the mysterious world and the Douluo world, he also had this feeling vaguely, but at that time he had no clear understanding at all, and he knew nothing. But now it seems not much better. Except for being able to think, he can't feel anything. He just feels that he is moving, but he doesn't know how to move. Suddenly, an extremely blazing, extremely bright, and extremely dazzling light burst out. Countless soft lights intertwined like silk threads, bright or dark, fluctuating. Amon seemed to see countless small light balls and a huge light ball flashing all colors. His consciousness began to fall towards one of the small light balls. During this process, his consciousness gradually blurred, his body was disintegrating, his soul was dissipating, everything was integrated into the light ball, and he became a complete information state. A kind of enlightenment emerged, which was a message from the world and a hint from the gate of order. In the process of entering the new world, except for the will of the self, everything will be dedicated to this new world. In contrast, this world will recognize Amon's identity and give him talents equivalent to his original life level. Now Amon's life level is the God King in Douluo, which is slightly equivalent to sequence 4 in Weird. When he dedicates everything to the world will give him corresponding talents. If he practices step by step and grows to adulthood without any accidents, he will naturally have the strength equivalent to sequence 4 in the floating light and shadow. Amon saw groups of flames of different colors and properties. They are the darlings of the world, and condense the essence of this world. A name suddenly jumped into his mind. Fighting the sky. Fighting power. Stage 3. Looking at the 5 bright and even dazzling characters on the test magic stone tablet, the boy's tender face was calm, and his clenched palms trembled a little, because of the great force. 0. Yan. Fighting power. 3rd stage. Level. Low level. Next to the test magic stone tablet, a middle-aged man took a look at the information displayed on the tablet and announced it. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, it unexpectedly caused a commotion in the crowded square. 3rd stage. As expected, Master Zhao Yan has improved again. It is a blessing from heaven that my Zhao family can have such a genius. With Master Zhao Yan, in time, my Zhao family will definitely be able to compete for the position of the top 10 families in Gamma. He is worthy of being the son of the clan leader. It is true that a tiger father has a dog son. The waves of compliments and praises from the surroundings fell into the ears of the boy standing on the stage, making the boy's breathing slightly hurried, and a smile inevitably appeared on his originally calm face. The boy's dark eyes swept over the compliments and praises around him, showing flattering smiles, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. He looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the center of the viewing platform with a strong smile on his face, nodded slightly, and then jumped off the test platform. Zhao Yan returned to the last row of the team in the crowd, giving his position to the next clan member to be tested. But even at the end, he was still the focus of the whole audience, the center of everyone's attention. He, Zhao Yan, is a well-known genius in Wutan City, Jiamar Empire, in the northwest of Daoqi continent. He practiced Qi at the age of 4, and in less than 2 years, he had the power of the 3rd stage. Such talent, the entire Jiamar Empire has not been able to find a few in the past 10 years. Moreover, he was married to Nalan Yanran, the Pearl of Melanji, one of the top 10 strong men in Jiamar Empire. Such talent and such an opportunity, it is simply envied by countless others. Congratulations to the clan leader, you have such a son. An old man said to the middle-aged man sitting in the center of the viewing platform. This old man is the second elder of the Zhao family. Although he and the clan leader Zhao often disagree on some family affairs, they are surprisingly consistent in dealing with Zhao Yan. After all, this is the hope for the rise of their Zhao family. If a strong man can emerge from the family, all clan members can benefit. Haha. My son Zhao Yan has the appearance of a Dao Huang. Zhao said with high spirits. The elder on the other side said, clan leader, since young master Zhao Yan has such a talent, then the resources invested in him in the future will be doubled. After these words came out, Zhao was slightly stunned and very tempted, but still said hesitantly, this is not good. The third elder on the side also reacted and agreed. What the elder said is that since young master Zhao Yan has such a talent, he should naturally be cultivated well. A genius should be treated as a genius. The elders have their own considerations. How many resources can a little guy who is not even a Dao Zhe consume? It's nothing to double it, and it's the family's resources that are used, not their own money. If this can leave a good impression on this genius, it will be a sure win. As for when Zhao Yan reaches a higher level and needs more resources, that's also a matter for the future. When Zhao Yan still had the talent he has now, why not support him with gritted teeth? And if he has reached the point where the family assets will hurt, then his cultivation must be close to that of a great Daoshi, and he can give back to the family to a certain extent. Since the 3 elders have said so, then I will not refuse. I thank you all on behalf of Jaina. Next, Zhao Zuna, Daoqi, 2 stages. Level, low level. Zuna's talent is not bad either. She is slightly younger than Master Zhao Yan, but not much weaker. Yes, I see that the Daoqi fluctuations on her body are very close to the 3rd stage. I'm afraid it won't take long for her to break through. The girl still had some baby fat on her face. She didn't care about other people's comments. Her big watery eyes looked in the direction of Zhao Yan. Seeing her favorite brother Zhao Yan looking at her and nodding slightly at her, she smiled happily. Her eyes narrowed like a crescent moon. But when she saw Zhao Mei and some other girls from other families also surrounding Zhao Yan, she pouted her lips and was a little unhappy. In the sky that could not be seen by the naked eye, an ordinary middle-aged man who looked about 40 years old, wearing a simple linen shirt, with a slight smile on his face. This girl, I hope she can live happily. The atmosphere in the clan is still too depressing. He smiled slightly and ordered the old man standing beside him, you protect her here, and don't let her find out. The old man bowed slightly, and said very respectfully, yes, clan leader, then I'll leave this place to you. The middle-aged man grabbed the void with his hand, and a space channel full of silver cracks appeared in the sky in the dark. Suddenly, the middle-aged man paused, frowned, and looked at the mountains in the distance. What's wrong, clan leader? No, it's probably my illusion. In the void, a terrifying space storm was raging, and huge energy was surging without order, but the middle-aged man walked in without changing his face. As he entered, the space storm began to subside, and the surge of energy was forcibly curbed. He did not deliberately show his power, but made the whole world surrender. The old man looked at the place where the middle-aged man disappeared with fear and admiration, and then his figure gradually twisted. When he appeared again, he had reached the ground and merged into the crowd. This was also a strong man who could control the power of space. On a big tree at the edge of the Zhao family's training ground, an old man in a black robe, who was completely immersed in the shadows, looked at the girl who was following Xiao Yan with a bright smile from time to time. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear, "Why would the clan only send a useless old guy like me to protect the young lady? Alas, I don't understand. I don't understand." In the Warcraft Mountains, in a steep mountain stream, on a raised platform on a cliff, there lay the corpse of an unknown Warcraft point. The corpse had been dead for a long time, but there was still no sign of corruption. The corpse of a Warcraft is full of energy, so it will rot much slower than the corpse of an ordinary beast, and the higher the level, the more so. There is a small hole on the head of the corpse. There is no blood splashing around the hole. This is something that opened it after it died, and the blood coagulated. Deep in the hollow is the brain of the corpse. Hundreds of crystal eggs are densely covered on the white brain. One of the eggs seems to be different from the others. It has 12 rings on it, and the surface has a star-like color. The egg trembles slightly, and the energy in the corpse seems to be pulled by something, and begins to gather towards the unique egg. The speed of energy gathering is getting faster and faster, forming a small energy vortex. Since the energy in the corpse is extracted first, the disturbance to the outside world is minimal. The originally full and plump corpse quickly shrank, as if something had sucked away its essence. The egg changed, and a translucent worm with 12 rings and star-like colors drilled out of the egg. The worm twisted its body and looked around, as if it was looking at the world. After a slight pause for a few seconds, it immediately took action. It was seen that it separated from its body one transparent and illusory shadow after another, all of which had 12 rings and star-like colors. These phantoms merged silently into the other insect eggs around it and disappeared. After doing all this, the insect with 12 rings seemed very tired and exhausted. After lying down and resting for a while, it began to drill into other parts of the corpse. Along the blood vessels, it drilled into the heart. This is one of the few places in the corpse that still has a little energy left. At this point, it stopped moving and went into hibernation. Chapter 325 Spiritual Insect. This time, Amon was born as a monster spirit. Worm is the name of his current race. This is not a race that existed in the original Dalki continent, but was born from the world power that Amon sacrificed everything he had. Based on the eggs of a monster called ink feather butterfly, it was irrigated by the world power, and then Amon's message entered, and finally formed such a new monster. This race only has Amon. It can be said that he was mutated, or born and raised, and bred by heaven and earth. And it was not Dupo, a separate small plane, that bred him, but the entire Dupo series universe. As a special monster created by heaven and earth, the spirit worm is born with all kinds of incredible talents and skills. These talents and skills are localized according to Amon's original characteristics. It is divided into explicit talents and implicit talents. Among them, explicit talents are born and can be used, while implicit talents need to reach a certain level of cultivation or meet certain special conditions to be stimulated. The explicit talents are splitting, aggregation, parasitism, soul devouring, and hiding. Amon can split into many different individuals on his own. The size of each clone shall not exceed 1/10 of the original body, and the total size shall not exceed 100 times the original body. Size is calculated by the body, fighting spirit, and soul. If the original body dies, the original body's will be revived in a clone, and the clone will become the new original body. Spirit worms can aggregate with each other. The original body absorbs the clone, which cannot directly improve the cultivation and body, but can improve the soul. The will of the original body Amon is the same as the sum of the wills of all pure Amon. Spirit worms can directly eat other people's souls and strengthen themselves, but this will cause their own souls to be affected, polluted, mottled, and impure. The connection between the original body and the clone is through the power of the soul. If the distance is too far, they will lose contact, and only the original body can vaguely perceive the status of the other clone. Spirit worms can parasitize other creatures, and parasitism is divided into shallow and deep levels. Shallow parasitism is parasitism in the flesh, and can only perceive what the host sees, hears, smells, tastes, touches, and receives from the soul. It can guide and influence the host's thinking, but cannot control the host or read the host's thoughts. Deep parasitism is parasitism on the soul. On the basis of shallow parasitism, it can forcibly control the host's behavior and read the host's thoughts in real time. The deep parasitic state will cause the host's strength to be unable to improve due to the interference of Amon, a foreign body point. The spirit worm has a very strong hiding ability, and is difficult to be perceived by the soul power. In addition to these explicit talents, Amon also has implicit talents such as time and space point. After sorting out the abilities he currently has, and resting for a day to recover, Amon began to act point. When Amon was born, he had just reached the second level magic beast, but split out 100 clones, so the level dropped and reached the lowest level of the first level. And his clones are not even at the first level, which is only equivalent to the level of a human's fighting spirit point. After he hatched, the rest of the black feather butterfly larvae also began to drill out of the eggs. Those larvae that were parasitized by Amon's clone immediately attacked the larvae that were not parasitized, killing and eating them. The 100 larvae then dispersed to guard the surroundings for the main body point. He was now on a raised platform on a deep mountain cliff. The black feather butterfly larvae would originally grow and live here, feeding on the body of the monster, until they became adults and cocooned, and then flew away from the platform point. But Amon would not waste time here. The black feather butterfly larvae have good climbing ability, and he let several larvae climb up to explore the waypoint from the perspective of the larvae. Amon's main body saw the white fog, the uneven rocks on the cliff, and the cracks on the rocks, where he could rest. After a day of climbing, the clone finally came to the top of the cliff point. What came into view was a lush forest, with towering trees and luxuriant branches and leaves, blocking the sunlight. The forest was somewhat dark and damp. Looking into the distance, the mountains were filled with a faint mist, revealing a sense of mystery. More and more spirit insects came to the top of the cliff. They spread out in a semicircular manner to conduct reconnaissance around. Only after they were sure it was safe did the main body parasitize a black feather butterfly larva and slowly climb up. Amon left a larva in the corpse on the protruding platform, relying on the energy retained in the heart of the corpse to survive. This is a backup plan. Since the black feather butterfly lays its eggs in such a place, it means that this place is relatively safe. At least it is much safer than the main body going to the forest to take risks. After the main body climbed up the cliff, the spirit insect split bodies quickly devoured the host. The bodies of these black feather butterfly larvae are no longer useful. The previous parasitism was because the spirit insects were not good at climbing, and they needed to use their climbing ability to climb the steep cliff point before gaining more self-protection power. Amon was not going to go too far. He now plans to grow by hunting common insects, birds and other weak creatures. The volume of the clone cannot exceed 1/10 of the original body, but volume is a combination of soul, body and fighting spirit. Amon can specialize in one of them, and weaken the other two depending on the situation point, while maintaining a certain volume. Make the clone more prominent in a certain aspect, so that the role it plays in a specific situation will be more significant. The first level of Douluo is the lowest level of existence in this Douluo continent. In an environment like the Douluo continent, generally speaking, even the most ordinary people will have 1 or 2 levels of Douluo. There are only some low-level small animals, which may be weak, and not even have 1 level of Douluo. And the target of Amon's spirit insect splits is precisely this kind of low-level animals. Hunting them can not only be used as food to fill hunger, but also devour their souls, so that the souls grow rapidly and specialize in this aspect. Although devouring souls will make one's own soul mottled, it is only a clone, so it is not a big problem. The main body will not be affected if it does not gather and assimilate these clones, and now the main body's volume still accounts for a large proportion of the entire Amon's volume, which is enough to suppress the clones and keep the will of the whole Amon from deviating too much from the main body. The Amons who remain in the form of insects attack everywhere, hunting the surrounding mice, cockroaches, mantises, birds, etc. Eat their flesh and blood, and eat their souls under efficient hunting. The souls of the spirit insect clones began to grow rapidly. After the soul was strengthened, it looked a little chaotic, because too many impurities were mixed in, but it still maintained a minimum stability point. If the soul of a person on the Douluo continent fell into this state, it could be said that this person had gone crazy. But for the visitors in the mystery, especially Amon, this was just the normal level point. The soul network composed of spirit insects was laid out, and their sensitivity was greatly improved, and their ability to perceive danger was further enhanced. The effective reconnaissance provided by the clones made the situation of the main body safer, and Amon gradually gained a foothold. The Amons have not yet reached the upper limit of the overall volume. But they cannot continue to expand, because the proportion of the main body's volume has been reduced to a very dangerous level. If the souls of the clones are very pure and their mental status stable, then it doesn't matter if the proportion of the main body is low. However, in order to develop himself as quickly as possible, the clones devoured the soul without scruples, and their mental state was too chaotic. At this time, the weight of the main body must be kept at a high level, otherwise the chaotic clones may bite back at the main body. Just like managing a group of people, the more the will of the managed people and the manager are unified, the less pressure the manager has, and the more people he can manage. If the people being managed are all troublemakers who are undisciplined and do not obey the arrangements, then the pressure on the manager will be greater, and the fewer people he can manage. The way of development, by devouring the souls of ordinary small animals such as mice, cockroaches, and ants, is no longer suitable for Amon. If he wants to continue to improve, he needs to find stronger and more dangerous creatures, parasitize them, and thus gain initial combat effectiveness. The spirit insects carefully avoided those predators that were too powerful and could not be matched at the moment, and looked for weak objects that could be parasitized in the forest. Using soul power for exploration is a very high-end perception method, which is extremely rare among low-level beings, so Amon has a great advantage in this regard. In addition, the spirit insects are small in size and good at hiding their breath, so they did not encounter too many dangers. Only 2 unlucky spirit insects were discovered and eaten by passing monsters. After a long search, a spirit worm found the target. Although the other party was not in a complete state, Amon could not covet it now, but he felt that if he waited, there might be a chance. So he hid on the branches of a bush and kept a close eye on the front. In front, there were 2 magic beasts fighting. Judging from the energy fluctuations they emitted, both of them were first level magic beasts, and they were also weaker among the first level ones. One of them was a magic beast with black legs and white back, fangs in its mouth, and looked like a honey badger. The other side was a colorful big snake. The hair on the honey badger stood up, making it look bigger. These hairs were also a kind of protection. If it dodged in time, the snake might bite a mouthful of hair, but could not inject venom. It walked around the colorful big snake with 4 short legs, and kept swimming around, making fake moves to attack from time to time. The giant colorful snake coiled up its body and hissed threateningly. It obviously didn't want to fight this powerful enemy, but the opponent didn't seem to want to let it go, so it had no choice but to fight back. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.